Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the February 14th, 2025 School Board of Manatee County Workshop 101. Wish everybody a happy Valentine's Day, especially my wife. I'm sure you're not watching this at home, but maybe if you do. And secondly, before we get into the rest of the agenda, Dr. Weissong brought this up to me yesterday, and I'm glad he did. I want to do a quick moment of silence. This is the 7th year. Anniversary is maybe the wrong word, but of the Stoneman Douglas shooting down in Parkland, Florida. So I just want to do a quick moment of silence for those victims down there and the families that are still struggling with that 7 years later. So if you'll join me in a moment of silence for Stoneman Douglas. Thank you. So we'll go ahead with the agenda moving forward. The agenda amendments were published. A lot of it was just the putting in of the presentation today that we'll be going through for our rezoning discussions and the policies as well. So we'll move to public comments. We do have two public comments. Marilyn Parker is first, and I think you could just probably go and sit next to Mr. Chapman right there is fine, right down the middle there. And then Barbara Aaron.
Doctor?
Good morning.
Good morning. Morning.
I'm Mary Lynn Parker, speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters to address the subject of school board proclamations, one of the policies that you'll be dealing with this morning. The League wishes to show our support for board proclamations because proclamations advance the education of the entire community. The positive impact of proclamations is multifold, and their reach goes beyond their reading at meetings. They are a way to inform county citizens of and engage them in happenings in the district. Firstly, the board can and should be proud of the district's accomplishments in various areas, including professional development and achievement, student successes in academics, arts and sports, proclamations acknowledging Principals Month and Career or Technical Education Month, for example, recognize the dedication and countless hours of work put in by staff, faculty, and students, and show the board's appreciation for these efforts in a more formalized manner than a verbal shout-out from the Diaz. Secondly, board proclamations can advance district policies and promote community engagement. For example, they can create momentum for policies that support students, such as protections against bullying and harassment. They can also foster belonging to all citizens and taxpayers, including those who don't have children in the school system, and encourage community participation in school activities like Red Ribbon Week and Farm City Week. Thirdly, proclamations from this board can raise awareness, promote understanding, and support a sense of belonging among faculty, staff, and students, thereby creating the optimal environment for learning. Proclamations like Holocaust History Week, Black History Month, acknowledge unique experiences, struggles, and contributions, and break down barriers caused by ignorance. The existence and needs of groups such as students and employees with disabilities can be publicly recognized and supported by board proclamations. In each of these cases, proclamations inform the public about past and current topics relevant to the schools, which is fully in keeping with the district's purpose, one of education. The League is resolutely opposed to a requirement of unanimity to approve proclamations. Such a requirement would be a stark outlier in practices of representative democracy, and no other cause at the local, state, or federal level is unanimity required, not even for a declaration of war. The League asks that you consider these propositions as you discuss and amend this district's policy on issuing proclamations. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Aaron.
Doctor?
Well, good morning all, and happy Valentine's Day to you.
Same to you.
Morning.
I'm Dr. Barbara Aaron. I'm the chair of the Education Committee on the NAACP, and I bring you love from the NAACP on Valentine's Day. I don't want to reiterate everything my colleague Dr. Parker said, but the NAACP wants to go on a record in supporting all the points that they made and in encouraging you to retain the issuance of proclamations. We think proclamations are a valuable tool in engaging the community in the important work that the school district does related to statutes. We also think it's a way to educate the community on things going on. So we urge you to keep proclamations as part of the important work of this board. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that concludes public comment for this morning. We thank those who did public comment, and we'll move to item number 1 on the agenda for the workshop, which is review and discussion regarding new and updated board policies. And I'm going to give it to Mr. Chapman for an intro, and then we can kind of do what we normally do and go down the line for each and see if there's any questions.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We are on, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Board, we are on Granicus, just to make it easy, especially with the next
Okay.
presentation.
Yeah.
Those are probably some questions. So we are on Granicus, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Board. As a reminder to you and to the public, we're going through a review of board policy. Some of these are new, some of these are revised. You as a board approved the advertisement of these policies on February 11th's board meeting. They'll be advertised for public comment for the next 28 days by statute, and they'll come up for a final decision on the March 11th board meeting at a public hearing, and then up to you all for final approval. So this is the workshop to work on these policies and make any edits as we go through. So there are 7 policies, so 2 of which are board bylaws, so we'll start with those. The first one is bylaw 0143.1 residence areas. This is a change due to an updated Florida statute which took out the odd number years where we have to make any necessary changes in boundaries for board member residence areas, and added the statutory language. So you'll see that in purple there is the statutory language put in there, and everything crossed out. So that's bylaw there. If there's any
I don't think
issues
you
there.
ended up to speak on that one. No.
Okay. Next bylaw is 0149.1, public expressions of members, and you can see edits were made there, and this is a revision that that you all are making as a school board, and you'll see the last revision on that page is from the last board meeting, where you all amended this and added that last sentence there to this policy. So I'll pause there for any edits or suggestions there.
Yes, we do have one. Ms. Felton?
Good morning, everyone. So I am opposed to making these changes to this policy. As both of the representatives from the League of Women Voters and the NAACP presented, I fully agree with everything they've said. In addition, when you look at the proclamations that we have issued, I know Mr. Tatum brought up concerns about getting political. We have not issued any political proclamations ever. Your example was, I think, something about being in line with Israel at the county commission. We've never done that. It isn't related to education. It has no pertinence here in the school district. So I don't see that that's ever been a problem. In looking at, for example, this month, what is Black History Month, even our federal government, our current administration has recognized that it is Black History Month. So something like that is recognized federally. I don't see why we can't recognize it here locally. In addition, as we had at our last board meeting, we had a wonderful presentation from Tillman Elementary School with their video that they created in recognition of Mr. Tillman, who their school is named after. And we had the very large number of alumni come and speak to us who had Mr. Tillman as their administrator and their memories of him, and we recognized him. We have seven schools named after African American education persons in our county: Carlos Hale, Louise R. Johnson, James Tillman, Florine Abel, Annie Lucy Williams, G.D. Rogers Gardens, and Barbara A. Harvey. And as we have in the last couple of years, we've recognized one of each of these men and women during Black History Month here during the board meetings. And these are wonderful opportunities to look at Black history in Manatee County, to recognize people here in our own county who have made wonderful contributions to education. The same can be said for any other of the proclamations. When you look at Hispanic Heritage Month, we have a considerable Hispanic population here in Manatee County. They bring a lot to our community. They are very important members of our community. And when I was teaching at Southeast High School, for example, more than 50% of the population there is of Hispanic descent. We need to continue to recognize that they exist and that they're important parts of our community. And then further, when you look at Holocaust remembrance, that was a massive impact on our entire planet. I myself have taught the book Night by Elie Wiesel, and if you have not read it, I highly recommend it. It is a memoir written by a Holocaust survivor. He's a winner of a Nobel Peace Prize. He was 14 when he was taken to Auschwitz. He and his father were separated from his sisters. He survived. It's an incredible and moving text. We need to continue to perpetuate the understanding of that in our society. There are so many people out there that want to pretend it never happened. By recognizing that it did happen, by continuing to teach about it, which is again part of our Florida State Standards, as well as Black History Month. We have African American history as part of our Florida State Standards. This is education based. I have myself brought in Holocaust survivors to speak to our students. These are very important things to me, and this is why I am opposed to not recognizing them. We need to, as a board, recognize the contributions of the men and women here in Manatee County who may not normally get recognized. And that includes, to me, recognizing these proclamations and putting them out there for our public to pay attention to, so that our people who may normally be not recognized, our minority students, staff, citizens, know that we know they exist. That's my comments.
Thank you. I have just some thoughts and stuff. So obviously this is our first stab at any kind of bylaw that we've established anything to do with proclamations. So before this, there was no guidance or anything like that. It was just whoever the chair was and the superintendent can kind of decide whether they do a proclamation or not. In my time, there's been no proclamation that we've not done. But I do believe that we need to have some kind of policy on proclamations, whether it's not doing them at all or doing whatever. We have to have something in policy, I believe, that says this is what we're doing. After our last workshop where we discussed this for a little bit, I got to think about obviously moving on to the next meeting in February. And after discussion with the superintendent, I did decide to do the proclamation for Black History Month for several reasons. Number one, we didn't have any policy or anything to tell us we should or shouldn't, etc., and we were in the works of that. That's number one. But number two, we teach it, and it's in our curriculum. It's a Florida State statute, federal law, etc. And so, I think that while I do agree with everything that Mr. Tatum brought up concerning, let's not get this political, have these politicized different proclamations, etc. I do believe that we need to have some kind of policy to do proclamations. I don't know, and I don't think that it's banning all of them. I think that there is some pertinent ones to do with education that we should do. Now, I'm not going, I disagree on some points of saying proclamations are the way that we show support and remember the attributes and all the contributions that, whether it's the Holocaust, Black History Month, Hispanic teacher appreciation, etc. We could do presentations all day long. We could have brought in exactly what we did and honored Mr. Tillman without it having a proclamation behind it, right? So we can still honor those people and do those things without having a quote-unquote proclamation. So I don't think having a policy that says no proclamation is going to deviate to where we don't celebrate teachers on Teacher Appreciation Week, or during Farm City Week we don't celebrate the farmers. I mean, I don't think that's where it would go, in my personal opinion. But I think there's an easy fix to potentially this particular policy. In the very first line, if we add in there verbiage of something on the lines that we, unless we strictly abide by the Florida state statutes and instructional standards, curriculum, we can verbiage this later. So we aren't setting ourselves up for any proclamations that push political issues, whatever they may be, that we're only saying we're going to do educational standards, proclamations, the things we teach inside of our schools that are in the Florida state standards. I think that would be a path to kind of get both things done, right? To kind of keep it to where we want to keep it in this road. Here's the guardrails of what we want proclamations, and it's only towards our educational standards. It keeps everything we've always kind of been doing anyways, and it's kind of that middle ground between either not doing it at all, doing it all. This is that middle ground, I believe, that if we can get something in this language that speaks about got to follow the Florida state standards of education, of course, I think that's a good middle ground. Other than that, the rest of it, I mean, is fine. I don't see anything else in that policy. But Mr. Tatum or Mr. Kennedy, Tatum Spring. So, Mr. Kennedy.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, Heather, I completely agree with everything you said, and Chad, I think you're hitting on some relevant points too. And I'll just make a suggestion that might get us started off. But I do want to add one piece before I give you some suggested language, and I said this on Tuesday, that I think if we are going to move to codifying this in policy, we should include that it only require a board majority to adopt the proclamation. We talked about unanimous or a supermajority. I said on Tuesday, and I'll say it again, like this board nothing requires a unanimous vote, and very few things require a supermajority. So I think it's very fair, Chad, to all the points you just made. I think that's very fair to keep it relevant to Florida education standards and Florida statute, whichever the case may be. But I would like to see us add, or maybe not include language that it requires a supermajority or unanimous vote. But that just, because I think Mr. Tatum I think where he's on the right track is that you don't want to create a situation where one, rogue board member, so to speak, wants to bring in a bunch of proclamations just to get things inflamed. And so I think you're definitely right about that. So therefore, I think a majority of 3 should be enough to bring a proclamation. So, I'm trying to incorporate everybody's feelings here, because I was kind of going the same way you were, Chad. So I would just suggest maybe the School Board of Manatee County may consider or adopt proclamations, relevant to Florida education standards of meetings and workshops supported by a board majority. something along those lines. And then also, I would strike the second line. Any school board member may honor or commemorate individuals. I think that goes without saying. We already know that we can do that. And then we can do the letterhead thing later. We can stick to the proclamation stuff for now. So that's it for me.
Okay.
Thanks.
Ms. Chatham? And Ms. Frank?
I kind of regret that we're going to have this conversation, but I was hoping we wouldn't. I was hoping that we could just understand that some of these proclamations are political issues and that we shouldn't be doing them. But we want to have it, so I guess we'll have it. So I'll start off with a summary of a video that's out there, and you can see it. It's about a minute long. It's on YouTube. It's by Morgan Freeman. It's Morgan Freeman talking to Mike Wallace during a CBS interview. Morgan Freeman, for those of you who don't know, is an elderly black actor. Mike Wallace used to be on 60 Minutes. In the video, Morgan Freeman says, "I don't want Black History Month." And Mike Wallace says, "Why not?" And Morgan Freeman says, "Because Black history is American history. I don't want just a month for Black history. It's part of American history," which it is. I mean, we teach it in our best standards. So there's no chance that Black history is going to be not taught or no one's not going to know about it. It's part of our standards. We have to teach it. So you go on in that video, it's only about a minute long, and then Mike Wallace says, "Well, what are we going to do about racism? Not acknowledging minority students." I really am, when I hear language like, we have to acknowledge people for their gender or their race or whether Hispanics or black, whatever, that's contrary to everything the United States of America stands for. And that's the point that Morgan Freeman is making in the video. And the answer to Mike Wallace that Morgan Freeman gives is, stop talking about it. I'm going to stop looking at you as a white man, and I'd appreciate you stop looking at me as a black man. I'm just going to look at you as Mike, and you're going to look at me as Morgan. That also goes along with what Martin Luther King had to say, that we're going to look at people based on the content of their character instead of the color of their skin. And whatever the origin was of Hispanic Heritage Month or Black Heritage Month and stuff like that, it's become, these are now political issues. The Department of Defense recently just did away with all of that kind of stuff. And the reason is because they want to go along with what Martin Luther King said. Let's start looking at each other based on the content of our character rather than the color of people's skin. We can bring Mr. Tillman up the Tillman family and recognize him in April, May, June, July, September. I mean, we don't have to have Black Heritage Month to recognize him. I enjoyed the presentation. Great, I learned more about county history. Black history, notice the people that are here today supporting Black History Month. They are overtly political, left-wing aligned organizations. The League of Women Voters and the NAACP are the ones who are pushing this. I don't see anybody else out there pushing it. We know that in 3 years ago right now, the African American History Task Force that was being proposed in this county was actually a diversity, equity, and inclusion program disguised as an African American history program. If you go back and look at that draft, the words diversity, equity, and inclusion were in that draft task force over 24 times, over 24 times. That's what it's become a political issue. The day needs to come in our country, in our county, in our school system, where we're not highlighting people based on the color of their skin, but we're highlighting them based on the content of their character. You know what the origin of the word slave is? The origin of the word slave actually comes from the Slavic people. There were probably 2 to 3 times more Slavic people that were enslaved by North African Arabs and taken from Europe down into Africa as slaves, then were brought to the United States of America, than black slaves that were brought to the United States of America. So when we're talking about acknowledging people for whatever reason, their race, their past, their gender, their skin color, whatever, should we have Slavic History Month because 2 to 3 more Slavs were taken as slaves than black people that were brought to America? And that's the origin of that. What if Japanese people come to us and say, we want a proclamation about the injustice that was done to us during World War II, right? The encampments that we were put in. What if Jewish people come to us and say, we want proclamations not only about the Holocaust, but just about the oppression that, I mean, if there's a group of people that have been oppressed throughout history, that's definitely one of them. And Mike Wallace says in that video, he says, I don't want a Jewish History Month either. We just want to start looking at each other on the content of our character. Now, lest you think that I have some animus towards people with different skin colors, I actually attend a black church on a regular basis. I play drums at the church. I am friends with the people there. And if private organizations want to have these Black History Months to celebrate them, great. I'm all about that. And I'll go to that church and participate in that. I'd like to remind us that the 14th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States of America says that we have equal protection under the law. So us as a government board up here highlighting people based on race or gender or ethnicity or whatever is certainly in violation of the spirit of that. And the Civil Rights Act of 1964 also says that the government will not discriminate based on race or gender or ethnicity. And so I just believe that it's time, based on where we are right now, it's time for us to stop with the race and the gender and the ethnicity type of proclamations. We're essentially highlighting people based on their ethnicity or the color of their skin and not on the content of their character. Now, if we want to do proclamations about, I don't know, National Reading Week, or, you know, I'd be okay with a policy that says we can do proclamations, but we're not going to do any based on race, gender, ethnicity, or religion. And I'd be okay with that if we want to do those kind of proclamations, but I just strongly believe that it's time to stop doing things based on race, ethnicity, and gender. We're violating the spirit of the Constitution, and we're certainly violating the spirit of what I would call the Civil Rights Act. And so I'd ask you to join in me in doing what I would call our moral duty and our constitutional duty and our legal duty, that if we're not going to ban these proclamations outright, which I'm not sure, you know, acknowledging Reading Week, that it actually makes our reading scores any better, and it just takes time up from the staff to put that proclamation together. But if we want to do proclamations like that, that's fine. But I would suggest that we not entertain them based on race, gender, ethnicity, or religion. It's our constitutional duty, it's our moral duty to look at people based on the content of our character, and it's our legal duty based on the Civil Rights Act. And I'll finish with a quote from Antonin Scalia, who is, you know, a deceased Supreme Court justice, and in one of his opinions that he wrote in a case about race, he said basically that for people who feel that people have violated the law against them based on their race or gender or whatever, the courts are available to them. But in the eyes of the American government, and this is a quote, in the eyes of the American government, there's only one race, and that's the race of the American people. So I would ask you to entertain that the policy, if we want to do proclamations about Reading Week or Math Week or something like that, I'm okay with it. But that in our policy, we say that we will not entertain proclamations based on race, gender, ethnicity, or religion, and that the things that we want to teach educationally are still going to get done because they're in our best standards. But we as a government board do not need to be acknowledging people based on their race, their gender, their religion, or their ethnicity. And thank you for letting me make my comments.
Thank you. Ms. Spray.
Okay. My district is probably the most diverse of all of us here. First of all, I won't use the word ban a proclamation. Just like when we were going through the whole cycle of books, I didn't like the word ban then. It was more remove and follow the law. So I don't like the term banning a proclamation. I think that there is value in proclamations, but I think there's some disvalue in them as well. Like I said at the workshop, if you start with one, then the next one comes, and the next one comes, and the next one comes. And I don't want anyone in this room or in this district to take this comment out of content. It's mostly a minority group that the proclamations are centered around, a minority group of people. I never hear a majority group of people come and say, I want a proclamation. I want a proclamation, I want a proclamation. No women's, no men's. It's always a minority group of people. I think that there is, when the federal government has deemed a specific timeline like the Black History, and I know exactly what clip you're talking about. I've watched that. You could go do some research and see Dr. Ben Carson basically saying the same thing. However, there's a lot of people who want to stay in that category of we have to be recognized based on skin color. And I would rather recognize you for your accomplishments and what you do for the community. And, I've had conversations with people that just blows my mind when a comment comes in, because I'm this color or because I live here, I should get. And I hate that mentality. Doesn't matter you're rich or poor or the color of your skin. You are in control of your own destiny. And that's where I stand with stuff. I don't think you need a proclamation to determine your destiny. I think that the whole climate of passing it on, keep passing it to generation to generation to generation, because I'm this color or I'm poor. You could do either one and come up with the same thing. That's why I'm in my situation today in my adult life, is because I came from because of the color of my skin or because I came from a poor family life. It doesn't take a skin color or a social environment to determine how you succeed in life. Some want to stay in that perpetual lifestyle. Some want to get out of that perpetual lifestyle. So I'm kind of torn with how to do this, because our federal government recognizes so it's got to start somewhere. I don't know if it's necessarily up to us to do that, or it has to be done on a national level or a county level rather than just a school board level. Not that we're just. But I agree with you saying that we can bring people in here and recognize, I don't ever want to get into naming February 14th, 2025, a proclamation for everybody have a heart day. I don't ever, something like that. I don't ever want to get into that kind of scenario, or proclamations for individuals that contribute to our county or school district. I just, you can name a ball court or whatever and all of that, but I don't want to get into the naming of proclamations under individuals, because there's too many individuals that's contributed to our district that you'd almost have to decide which one is more deserving than the other. Who would that be? I'm not sure if we could find the history of when Hispanic Heritage Month came in. I don't know if we have that in the federal government. Do we? I don't think so.
I believe it's in Florida State statute.
It's Florida State, right?
Let me teach it. But.
Right. So we teach.
May I tell you the answer to your question?
Okay.
National Hispanic Heritage Month began in 1968 as a week-long celebration that was extended to a month in 1988.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So I think there's as diverse as our country is, our county is, and our state is as well. At what point do you start separating all these groups? To Mr. Tatum's point, the Jewish, the Asians, the any ethnicity, to be honest with you. So I'm kind of toward this. I'm more about if it's in our curriculum to teach. I think that's where it should stay, is in the curriculum. I don't necessarily think that we have to have a proclamation, but the federal government does the proclamation. So I'm really torn at that. If the law came out and said we're abolishing that month, but we're going to recognize MLK Day as that, and trust me, over the years, people have asked, why do we have a whole month? One day is enough. For any celebration, look at the veterans. We don't have a Veterans History Month. We have one day. Please.
No, I wasn't saying.
We have one day that we recognize veterans. Although we do it every year, we do the memorial celebrations for all of those who have served, and then we do the Veterans Day later in the year. So I don't know if there's going to be, I think there should be additional language into this policy about recognizing state statutes of what's required in our curriculum, and nothing beyond that. On that second line, any school board may honor or commemorate individual groups, celebrate. That goes without saying. We do that all the time with Good News Moments. And if I recommended somebody, I think that they need to come and share with our district the great things that they do for our students. I don't think that's ever, I don't know if that needs to be put in writing, but I kind of have to lean with, if it's in our curriculum, I think that we need to go with that. But I'm on the side of, I don't know if we necessarily have to have a month, but if the state says we're doing it, I think it's a required thing. And to Mr. Tatum's point, we have to teach it throughout history. Throughout history. So I'm really torn at this because I value when I go to school, and we've been to many schools over the past 2 years, whether it's out east, out west, or in my district alone, or any of your districts really. I go in and I see students. I see children learning. I don't look at the color of their skin. I seriously do not look at their color of their skin. I look at kids who are excited to see you. I see kids that are in tears because something happened that morning or that evening before they came to school that day. I see teachers, and I don't look at their skin. I look at their classrooms and see how pretty they are, or how dull and drab maybe they are, or how they interact with students, but I don't look at their skin color. So we have many people that we serve in this district. We're customer service. We're not. And I know where there are some things that could be brought to our attention. And I would totally just put my foot down and say, no, I'm not doing that. But if the state and federal government is recognized specific timelines for recognizing some of the people that contributed to our country, I don't know if now is a time to do that. I can see that being a later topic, but I mean, we just did the Black History. I don't think that we could take them away right now.
Was that it?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. So I just want to say this to the board. We've gone around once.
Right.
I know there's a couple people on that want to respond to some things. I just want us to be. I think there's going to be some thoughts of they're at where they're at, and I don't think this is in my personal opinion, a convincing, well, what about this, what about that type thing. I think that there's going to be board members. So what I'm saying is I'm not going to go round and round, back and forth 17 million times. When
Right.
we've got, to be honest with you, a presentation later on
Totally
that's
agree.
far more impactful and important to spend hours on
Yeah.
rather than this. So I'm going to go with these three. I've said what I said. I still stick with putting the language that I said in there. It's got to strictly align with the Florida state standards and state and federal laws. That's my stance. So we'll go around one more time here. But again, so I don't want to go back and forth and back and forth. We've got a long day. So Ms. Felton, you were up next.
Yep, I just wanted to point out that in our proclamation, we don't discuss anything that's DEI. We don't discuss slavery. In the one that we just had, we talk about Black Americans have made important and vibrant contributions to the history and culture of state of Florida and Manatee County. Black educators, this is part of where I was going, Black educators have played a prominent role in the history and education of Manatee County. We talk about, as required by Florida statute, is in our proclamation, about teaching history. So those things I don't see as political. We don't bring up any of the things that you were referring to. So that was my response to that comment. I agree with Mr. Kennedy with basically everything he said. I agree with Ms. Spray in what she was saying about that it is recognized by the government that we don't generally, though we haven't had a bunch of different groups coming in demanding proclamations. It's never come up before. So I don't see that it's going to suddenly start this week or this year. With regards to military appreciation, that is actually the entire month of May is military appreciation. We just don't, but I don't see why we couldn't have a proclamation recognizing that. We have a number of veterans here. I am myself the child of a veteran and the grandchild of 2 veterans, one of whom served in Pearl Harbor. So military history is very important to me as well. But May is actually National Military Appreciation Month, which includes Loyalty Day on May 1st, Victory in Europe Day on May 8th, Military Spouses Appreciation Day, which is the Friday before Mother's Day, Armed Forces Day on May 16th, and of course Memorial Day on May 25th, in addition to Veterans Day on November 11th. And I don't know, we absolutely could have a proclamation recognizing the contributions of our military, because they are the heart and soul of keeping our country safe. So I just wanted to let you know that we do have that.
Yeah,
No, that's okay. I didn't know if you
Yeah, yeah.
remembered, or
Yeah.
so I just wanted to let
I'm
you.
just saying we don't have a proclamation.
We don't have proclamation,
Right,
yeah.
right.
But we do have that day, and I also wanted to bring up the fact that if you want to look at our history here in Florida, our schools were not desegregated until the 1970s. Okay, we have teachers and staff who currently work in our county who were in segregated schools. This is not that long ago. It's not like it's 200 years ago or 100 years ago. Nothing that we're talking about in our proclamations refer to slavery. But I think to show that we have come a long way. We have gone from, in my childhood, having a segregated school. I didn't live in Florida, but during my lifetime, we had segregated schools in Florida. In 1970, widespread desegregation was achieved in Florida schools, and in 1976, a federal court in Tallahassee approved a desegregation plan. 1976. I was 2. All right. So in my lifetime, this was still an issue here in Florida. So I think it's important that we recognize that. And, you know, we don't have everybody coming out and asking for lots of different proclamations and lots of other things. And I understand, Mr. Tatum, you're not wanting to focus on race, gender, ethnicity, or religion. But here in our board meetings, we have invocations where we have prayer, which is mostly Christian, where our guest invocators mention Jesus in addition to God. And not everybody believes that Jesus is the Messiah. So, you know, if we're going to eradicate that, then are we going to eradicate invocations as well? So this is just where my thought process is going. So I understand where all of you are coming from. I do. And I say that very respectfully. I really mean that. But I feel like, as Ms. Spray said, that I don't think we can just stop doing them. As the federal government is recognizing them, I feel that we should as well. And that's my comments.
Thanks. Mr. Kennedy.
Yeah, real quick, I just want to bring this back to policy. Interesting, and I certainly would have a lot to say on this debate, on this specific proclamation, but let's stick to policy. And Mr. Tatum, like I just said, one rogue board member shouldn't be able to bring an objectionable or to some offensive proclamation. I also don't think 1 or 2 board members should be able to stop a proclamation that the majority supports. So I hope that we can get a board majority to support. It would require a board majority to bring or stop a proclamation. That's my final ask. Thanks, Jen.
Ms. Shannon.
So Ms. Spray made the point that somehow the federal and state governments, it's in their statutes or whatever, but that would be bizarre if that's true, because on the 31st of January 2025, immediate release from the Department of Defense, guidance from the Secretary of Defense, identity months dead at the Department of Defense. Our unity and purpose are instrumental to meeting the department's warfighting mission. You could almost put education in there instead of warfighting for a school district or something that's educationally minded. Efforts to divide the force, to put one group ahead of another, erode camaraderie and threaten mission execution. Going forward, DoD components and military departments will not use official resources to include man hours to host celebrations or events related to Cultural Awareness Months, including National African American Black History Month, Women's History Month, Asian American and Pacific Islander History Month, Pride Month, National Hispanic Heritage Month, National Disability Employment Awareness Month, and National American Indian Heritage Month. Service members and civilians remain permitted to attend these events in an unofficial capacity outside of duty hours. Installations, units, and offices are encouraged to celebrate the valor and success of military heroes of all races, genders, and backgrounds as we restore our warrior culture and ethos. We are proud of our warriors and their history. We might say we are proud of our educators and their history, but we will focus on the character of their service instead of their immutable characteristics. This guidance is effective immediately. So the federal government is going down that road, and the Department of Defense, which is the biggest federal department, has already made that change. If we're going to do proclamations, I think we need to decide, well, who gets to decide them? Is it just the chairman? I'd like to do a proclamation on, if we're going to do proclamations, there are lots of things I'd like to do proclamations on. The Founding Fathers, this is the month that we celebrate the presidency, or the birthdays of the President of the United States, specifically Washington, Lincoln, and some of the other ones. So can I bring up a proclamation for the Founding Fathers and the contributions that they've made to, you know, the United States of America and their heroism? I can tell you that Polk County, their education board of education, decided not to do any more proclamations just because of these reasons. They're in line exactly with what the Department of Defense is saying. We're going to start focusing on the content of people's character instead of the color of their skin. But, you know, who gets to decide which one of these proclamations come up? I can tell you that tens of thousands of my voters and my constituents want this to all be done with. That's how they voted. That's why the Department of Defense is doing what they're doing. So, you know, and so if we're going to, I don't think it's right that the chairman of the board and the superintendent get to do this. And so if we're going to, you know, have these proclamations, I think they should be voted on. I think that, Mr. Dye, you mentioned one time that they should be voted on. And, you know, if it's a divisive subject like a 3-2 vote, that to me tells me it's something inherently political, and that it shouldn't be part of what we're doing. And that if one board member wants to simply acknowledge Black Heritage Month or Hispanic Heritage Month for some reason, that's fine. But a lot of my constituents want this to be done with. That's what they voted for at the national level, and that's to some degree what they voted for me for. So I would say that we should do this unanimously, and that if one of us objects to these proclamations because of their inherently political nature, that they shouldn't be done. So we have to decide in our policy who gets to bring them up, and I think they should either be done either unanimously or with the supermajority if we're going to do them. So those are my, and as far as prayer goes, prayer is not a proclamation in the sense of what we do for proclamations, and that's probably another discussion for another day. But Congress has a chaplain that's long established. Many court cases. I did my research on that, but we won't go there today. So my point is that if we're going to do these, then I think it should be unanimous, or at least a supermajority, and that any board member then can bring up a proclamation, because it shouldn't be available just to the chairman and to the superintendent to decide on that. So thank you. Those are my comments.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Ms. Spray, I see you're
Yeah.
up again. Let me
Go
just
ahead.
jump in and say real quick.
Please do.
February 1st, 2025, Trump acknowledges proclamation recognizing February as Black History Month. So I know the Defense Department did it. Absolutely agree with that. But the President of the United States did the opposite of that. And your tens of thousands of supporters probably voted for him too. So this is not like a cut black and white thing. You know what I mean?
But it's political. That's
You
the
know?
point. It's inherently political. That's what we're discussing, unfortunately. But go ahead.
Right.
Ms. Spray?
First of all, as far as the segregations of the 70s, that, you know, I recognize there was all those issues all across the country, to be honest with you, just not here, but we're in 2025 now. We either learn from our history or we dwell on it. And that's a good term, I think. I would rather learn and not repeat history than dwell on it. And as far as prayer and God, it's all over our money. Just look at it. In God we trust. When we say the Pledge of Allegiance, I always say one nation under God, because to me that's together. One nation under God. I don't do the pause. I'm probably the only one that does that up here, but, the DOD did that. I vaguely remember hearing a little bit about that, but to Mr. Choate's point, the president did declare on February 1st. And if you look at the history of the voting record that came out for him. So, like I said, I don't know if now is the time to just abolish all of the proclamations unilaterally. I think that this is something that we need to put in policy, that if it's deemed federally, then it should be recognized.
Sure you want to do that with a different president and a different party?
I'm saying if I get you. I'm not saying, okay, strike that. If it's been, I just hate to cut it off all at once, Mr. Tatum. I really do. I think that we have done, Black History Month has been on the books for so long. And for us to just strike that down, I don't think that's a good thing. Okay? But I also think that we need to consider stopping at some point. I just don't think February is the time to do it. That's,
We're
be
doing our
honest.
policy now. We have to,
I know
now or
we're doing
never.
Yeah, so.
No, we
Well,
can
I jump
always
in?
bring up
Let's
a
get back
policy.
let's get back to the policy.
We can always modify a policy.
I want to get back to the policy, and like I said, I'm not going to allow this to go, because we can all go back and forth and on and on. But Mr. Tatum brings up the point. We do have to figure out something with the policy. There's a majority, it seems like, that want to add something to the first line here that states we're allowed to do them following the Florida state statutes, what's in our instructional standards, and abides by the state and federal law.
Yes.
It's now, how do we decide who does it, right? I am not advocating that it's the chair and the superintendent by any means. Till this was brought up, I didn't even think about it. It just, the proclamations just were on the agenda. And never once did I say, oh, Dr. Weissong or Ms. Saunders, like, did you put this on here? Like, they were just on there, right? So I'm definitely not advocating for a chair to have it. It should be from a board standpoint. And my thought process, and we can put whatever language we want in here, is that it would be reviewed at board briefings to say, do you want to do this briefing or not? I think you would have to put in there to say something in the extent of 30 days. The proclamation has to be into the district no later than 30 days before the proclamation is being asked to be done, because you're going to have time for the board members to review that. So it can't be like, hey, day of the briefing, I want this in here as a board member or something like that, and I'm the last one, and then we got to go back and we can't discuss it. So I think there's got to be some kind of a timeline on, I don't think there's anybody, I don't know the history of how these proclamations happen. I don't think there's anybody coming up and saying we have to do these proclamations, the ones that we currently do. I think we chose to do them. And how we chose, it seems to me like it's always been the superintendent, and when they create the agenda and the chair then approves that agenda. But I don't know those ins and outs, but I think we're going to have something in the policy that says, obviously, strictly aligned with the Florida state standards, instructional standards, Florida and federal law, and 30 days before the said date of proclamation and approved by the majority of the board.
And advertised.
And advertised? I mean, what do you mean advertised?
Well, it would have to be advertised with the agenda too, so.
Oh, well, it's going to be
Yeah,
on the agenda.
yeah.
Yeah, like the 7 days. Yeah,
I just
yeah.
don't know if, yeah.
It's gonna be put on the agenda just like it normally is, like
Okay.
right now, currently. I thought you meant advertise like.
Right, okay, I got you. Never
Out- out in
mind. It
the
would be
public, like
30
advertising.
days on the.
I'm
we're
saying
doing-
30
okay,
days for
right.
someone to submit
Okay,
to
right.
us, Dr. Wise, however we would say this is where proclamations are submitted. If you wanted a President Day proclamation, for your example, it would have to be done 30 days before, what is it, the 17th? That it's the President's Day? So 30 days before that 17th, it would have to come to us by then to be able to go through, does this work or not? Do we want this proclamation or not? With the majority vote, with a 4-1, a 3-2, a 5-0, I mean, I get both sides. I get that we pass things all the time with non-majority, but I also get the side of how are we doing a board proclamation with 2 members, 1 member of the board doesn't agree with the proclamation. I mean, to be honest with you, I think, and no disrespect, I do agree with a lot of points you brought up with things, but I think we've spent an hour now on this that we could have been well suited for something that's far more impactful. I don't think we're ever at a time in our proclamation so far that I've sat on this board that have been any type of major controversial things. We've tackled controversial topics, but never because of the proclamation. And
It's
I think
controversial to me, though.
I think that's fine, and I think we're opening up a can of worms for just to open up the can of worms, and now they're out everywhere, and so we've got to try to put them back in or fix this. And I do agree we got to have a policy, so maybe it was the time to do it.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
because these are going to be substantial changes to this policy, this won't be, at this point, this will not be on the March 11th board.
You're
Sure.
gonna have to pull it. Right.
So one recommendation is I can take what you all are saying, work on some language, work with council, potentially meet with each one of you, and we can kind of come up with something that we can bring back in the next policy packet, because at this point, even if you came up with language right now, we wouldn't be able to because we've already advertised.
Right, 'cause there we go.
So we can, this was informative. I can start working on this with council and you know, bring it back in board briefings or whatever, and you know, and we can try to tackle this again as a recommendation to the chair.
I would be absolutely fine with that. I mean, I think we have a consensus on where we want to land for majority of the board. It feels like, but I do think until we see it on paper and what it looks like, I mean, we're all talking like hypotheticals language. Till we see it, I don't think we can really look at it and digest it and say yes or no to it. So I would be fine with you coming up with some different drafts and in meeting with us individually as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, making sure the attorneys are good with whatever draft you have. I'd be okay with that. Yeah.
I just have a process question real quick.
Yeah.
I'll do this quickly, I promise. Kevin, you just said something I'm not quite sure I understand or agree with. You said that because we're making changes to the policy, we would now have to renotice it. My understanding, and I could be wrong, that we started that 30-day clock at the last meeting. So that notifies the public that, hey, public, changes are coming to these policies. Therefore, during this 30 days, we can make any changes we want, including on the meeting that we vote to approve any changes we've made. That's what that public hearing is for. Public can come up and talk about it. The board can then talk about it, and we can make changes right there that day. If I'm wrong, please correct me, but that's my understanding.
And I could have been incorrect, so I'll lean on the law firm over here, counsel, to weigh in on that, Mr. Penley or Mr. Dye.
Yeah, once the language is advertised, if there are substantial changes made at a meeting, they have to be re-advertised for a 28-day period pursuant to Chapter 124 of the statutes.
120?
Yes.
120, thank you. Okay. Appreciate it. Thanks, Chad, that's it for me.
That goes to my point. You can pull this particular policy and restart.
Right,
the
have the
clock.
other ones go
Right,
through.
have the other
Right.
ones go through.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Just real quick, I want to say I completely support what you say, Chair, and that going forward, I'm good with that.
Okay.
So, yeah, sounds good. That's a good plan.
So, we okay with tabling this, then getting some language that we've talked about, meeting with individuals, pulling this obviously from the next meeting, and then moving on to the next policies.
And Chad, to be clear,
Yes.
just the proclamation piece of the language, can my letterhead thing stay?
His letterhead thing, say.
Yeah, I mean, we did that the other
Let's
day.
not spend an hour on that.
Sure, letterhead, sure.
I have no
Right,
have to-
just,
opinion on letterhead, so.
right.
Yeah.
I would just pull that first red line.
I also, by the way, I have no other comments on any of the other policies in this manual. Or in the,
Me either.
I may have to lean on Mr. Dye again on that, Mr. King, because I think what you're asking is, can we get rid of the
First
the
line.
first sentence and still publish and approve potentially this policy with just the letterhead edit to this policy? I'd have to lean on council for that, because that might be substantial. I don't.
It would be a substantial change, and so your policy adoption would not have gone through the appropriate advertising period for the 28 days. So once you make a change to what has been advertised, that has to come back and be re-advertised for another 28-day period.
Oh, sorry, Charlie.
So this policy,
but
whatever
the
the number
letterhead thing
is,
was on what we approved on Tuesday.
but you're not going to be taking up this policy.
Yeah, we're not taking it up at all.
We're taking the
Oh,
whole.
this
Oh,
whole
'cause it-
policy section, you mean?
Right.
It's the
This,
entire
whatever
thing,
number
yeah.
this is, will not be on the next voting agenda.
Fair enough, gotcha. Okay.
Sorry, Charlie. No-
That's okay.
No intent to.
I'll get my
cheat.
letterhead one of these days.
It's a whole nother topic, but I will just, no, we'll just leave it.
Yeah, let it go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
another 2 hours?
Yeah, so thank you. I don't have any other questions with the next policies either, but go ahead and
Okay, I'll,
jump to them and see if anyone
Next
has.
all
one.
right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the next policy is a new policy, name, image, and likeness, NIL, as we've heard it, in athletics. This is a new policy. It is almost word for word, coming straight from the Florida High School Athletics Association's bylaws. So this is a way to just give us, like, some guidelines when it comes to NIL. Again, mirroring almost word for word what public schools follow, which is the Florida High School Athletics Association. So that's that policy there. Next one is a revision to 4430.03 sick leave, and that is to strike section 4 of section C of that policy in our sick leave policy. Any discussion there?
There it is, okay. Oh, yeah, yeah, I read that one.
Mr. Chapman, I just have a clarifying question because I've heard some feedback on this one. To which class of employees does this redaction apply? It's not a blanket of all employees, it's a specific group.
Right, I'm going to lean on either Mr. Dye or Dr. Weisson to answer that specifically so that it's correct in the wording to your answer.
So this provision is in policy. It's a strike from the policy, which means it would apply to all employees unless there is additional language in the collective bargaining agreement. We have one employee group where there is language similar to this in that contract. And so that provision would survive this change in board policy, although that is one of the issues that we are at impasse over.
Right,
Thank you.
right.
I did.
Ms. Felton?
I do have one thing on this policy, in that, and if I'm understanding this correctly, it says professionals and hourly non-bargaining employees. So who all does that encompass? Is that like
If I'm-
absolutely
if I'm right.
everybody except for bargaining units?
Yeah,
Right.
So principals,
Correct.
okay,
You're-
okay.
Right.
All right, so,
No ask me, no teacher.
all right. I wanted to make sure I had it in my head correctly. So my question is this: why, when we talk about family, It says, let's see, with sharing family. Let's maybe take in, let's see. Can somebody tell me which line I'm looking for here? This is.
I think section 3, is that what you're talking about? In
Yeah,
C?
okay, yeah, my
Yeah,
screen is
section
this big, so I have to
C3.
do lots of scrolling. Okay, an employee may authorize transfer of accrued sick leave to his or her spouse, child, parent, or sibling who is also a district employee. What about child-in-law?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that.
I would think that should, because it also affects your child, I would think that should also be relevant and should be added in.
And maybe that's something I can get back to you on once I can confer with our HR chief.
Okay.
Is that,
If we had pull it.
and I understand what you're asking, because it says child, and you're asking for,
Child-in-law.
Child-in-law,
Because it also affects
so-
the child. You know, if it's your son-in-law who's had a terrible accident, and that's going to affect your own child.
yeah, I'd
As
have,
well.
I'd
So
have to do
that
two
fix-
things, probably check the law with our council and also check our chief with HR.
So,
don't
yeah,
know
so
if
I
we-
would like some clarification
Okay.
on that.
Absolutely.
So again, if we change this now, we'll have to pull it and bring it back.
I
No?
don't think that's
Not necessary, because
That's not
there's,
well,
substantial, it's just
there's,
a,
there's
I'm not a
probably
lawyer.
Alright.
Yeah.
So I don't know if
it
that's
doesn't seem
substantial.
substantial.
Yeah, there's
know.
probably an answer to Mrs. Felton's question.
Yeah.
I just don't know that. and-
Because I would like to see that incorporated.
Okay, I will circle back with you.
So it's clarifying.
Is that
No-
just
no
clarification?
I think that would qualify as something that's just clerical.
Okay.
Clarification to something that's already been advertised
Okay.
and not a substantial or material alteration in what's
Alright.
been advertised.
Yeah, I don't know about the rest of the board, but I would like to see that included. I see that as a significant impact to the person's child. So I feel like that should be included.
I don't mind that.
Okay, I will, we'll get those answers to you, and then we'll see where that takes us when it comes to potentially editing this policy or not editing this policy. It
Right.
may be an administrative thing, but we'll get back to you.
All right, I appreciate that, thank you. That was it.
Thank you.
Well, there's still more.
Next policy, Mr. Chair,
Yep.
is 7540.07, something that's a new word in all of our lexicon, I guess, a new policy, artificial intelligence, AI, somewhat of a simple policy for now until the technology keeps changing. But, you know, school districts didn't have a kind of a roadmap, a guideline for this, so this is kind of a simple roadmap for both student and staff to work with how the technology world is changing with AI. So,
No comments, so.
okay. All right, thank you. Next one is 8405, something we keep, this policy is probably up every time we do a policy revision, but that's okay. And really, this is a simple, you'll see it in green, simple edits, adding some dates as either the State Board of Education or the legislature changes mandates and dates. Also, the instrument that's used to do threat management, that official name changed, so we had to add the official name, the Florida Harm Prevention and Threat Management Instrument. So very minor changes to that policy. And then the last one, policy 8710, is our own revisions to make sure that not only the Director of Risk Management, but also the General Counsel can make settlements. And then we made sure we added or updated the dollar amounts that are also mirrored in our purchasing policy as well. So essentially, you're giving the same dollar amount thresholds that are consistent in the purchasing policy along with the settlement policy, so that so those are consistent.
Thank you.
So I just have one question
Yep.
real quick. Kevin, I'm going to take you back one policy up about the threat assessment tool.
Sure.
If you could look at the very end of that block in letter G as in George, Office of Safe Schools Reporting,
Right.
and the last highlighted sentence says the initial reporting period for the Florida model instrument will be from January 1 to May 31. Is the Florida model instrument different than the Florida harm prevention and threat management instrument?
No, that's a good catch. I'll add the full name to that.
Okay.
So that it says Florida Harm Prevention and Threat Management Instrument.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah,
There you go, good catch.
I think we were trying to save space, but you're right. For
Okay,
technical reasons, we should add the full name.
Good catch.
thank you.
All right. I don't see any other board members lit up to comment, so thank you very much, Mr. Chapman, on those policies. We'll take a 5-minute recess to get everybody going and changing all this stuff and bring down our other folks. So we'll come back at 11:20.
I don't know if I sent you ever an article in the Local Bar Association newsletter a couple years ago.
Cramped.
Yeah, it's like a Senate committee. Welcome back to the Senate committee hearing.
Can we please get a visual for the public?
Yeah.
I think this is-
Yeah, where's Mr. Barber when you need him for a little
To take a picture
Yeah.
of
Facebook picture? All right, we're gonna move on to item number 2 today in the agenda, which is policy 5120.02. We're gonna look at the superintendent's gonna report on and review of the attendance zones, and they kind of move us forward in the process as we go forward. A lot of data in this. First, I was gonna start off. Thank you all for putting all this together. A lot of stuff in here. So, Dr. Weissong, I'll give it to you.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning. We're on a little flight here. I'm definitely in seat B between Mr. Rinaldi and Mr. Clark, and we'll see how long this flight goes. First of all, Chairman, I want to emphasize, because this will be a long presentation, nothing that we are talking about today impacts the 2025-26 school year. And I just want to make that clear for the public. We're not making or talking about any changes to attendance zones that impact the next school year. We're getting a start for potentially 2026-27, because this is obviously an issue that is going to draw a lot of attention and sometimes a lot of emotion. And so I just want to make it clear that nothing we're doing, nothing we're talking about impacts this coming August. We are starting early to really focus on what our district looks like in August of 2026. And so the purpose today is to present the results of a periodic review that is required in Board Policy 5120.02. And again, board members, I know that you know this already, but for the benefit of the public, this is step one in potentially a very long process. No decisions are getting made today. We're not asking for a ton of board discussion on key decision points today. We're presenting the results of a review, and I'm sharing a recommendation that I'm going to be bringing to the next board meeting. Board members, you have these slides in front of you along with lots and lots of data. We're going to take questions slide by slide on this presentation, and then obviously we can do a round of questions at the end. And although board, we want to be sure we answer all of your questions, you may ask some things that we're going to cover at a later point in the presentation. And so if we defer a question until later in the workshop, that's not out of disrespect to your question. It's just that you may need additional data or information so that we can fully answer that question. I believe that as we go through this presentation, you'll have additional requests, and we'll all be taking notes to be sure we get those right. I do think that as we go through what could be a months-long process, there's always the risk of so much data that we end up kind of in an analysis paralysis situation. Mm-hmm. So I think what would be helpful for my team is that as we go through the workshop, if you have additional data you want to see, let's be sure we ask it in here or at future meetings or workshops, because I'm a little concerned that as we go through this process, again, one of our risks is that individually you may be asking for data that collectively becomes too much volume for this team to handle. We're not hiring additional staff to do this. I'm not bringing in an external consultant that doesn't know our community. We're going to take this on ourselves, but we do have to kind of manage workflows. This slide deck was posted online, and right now it's under the board agenda piece. We will end up likely putting it on a more kind of centrally publicly facing page. It's obviously a very heavy slide deck, and this is a kind of a preview of the approach that the team and I are going to be using. We're going to be as transparent as possible, but we're also going to be data driven in the recommendations and that we make and the decisions that we ask you to make. And then, of course, as we go through this process, I think people will see there will be ample opportunity for public input. And in fact, one of the tools that we're going to be using is going to allow members of the public to give us input 24/7. And so we'll always have public comment at board meetings and workshops, but we're going to need a lot of public input to make sure we get all of this right. And so, again, there'll be lots of opportunity for parents, community members. I'm sure we'll even hear from some students, and you all know that I love that. So, but again, just to stress, for those that are either watching live or will watch this later, nothing that we're going to ultimately ask for affects boundaries or school assignments for the 25-26 school year. We're locked in with our plans there. As you can see, you're going to be hearing from a total of 7 members of the team. This will be, in some ways, the core group that works on these issues. But I also want to stress, board members, there are lots of other people that are going to be supporting this work. So in advance, thank you to all the clerical support for all of the people at this panel, because all of our assistants are going to be very busy with this process, but there's lots of other staff that help to put today's presentation together, and then obviously that will be involved in the process moving forward. We are going to cover these 10 topics today, and obviously we'll need to stop when the chair is ready to take a lunch break. We'll see how far we get. After topic 4, if we can get that far, is probably a good natural break in the process, because topic 4 is data heavy, and then topic 5 is data heavy, and so that might be a good place for you all to pause, but certainly we'll do whatever the board wishes. And there'll be a presenter on each of these topics. The initials are there. That's to help you in case you, have follow-up questions or need to think back on this. And of course, we're sitting as a panel because we'll all jump in to answer your questions as needed. All right, so we're going to start with an overview of policy 5120.02. And as a reminder to the public, all board policies are publicly available online, and there is a web link from this presentation to the board docs site to see all current board policies. 5120.02 is a policy that we'll probably all have memorized by the time we're done with this process, but it is titled Rezoning of Designated Residential Attendance Zones. We last updated this policy in October of 2024. Previously, it was simply called Policy 5120, and it was a lengthy policy, a little bit cumbersome to navigate, and so we broke it into 4 sub-policies. .01 covers the enrollment requirements of the district for students entering our public schools. .02 covers the zoning processes, along with some in .03, and then the last policy covers school choice. Ultimately, this policy includes all of the processes related to how attendance zones are reviewed, and then the rules that are in play when we enter rezoning. This is a different process than what the school district used several years ago, the last time there was a major rezoning. The key to the process is that we have this report, and then if the board authorizes the initiation of the revision process, then we go through all of those procedures. And so we're not going to go through the whole policy today. Again, today is step 1. It's really the report to the board. So working from 5120.02, and this slide is taken directly from the policy. The policy says that the board may consider revisions to residential attendance zones for any of 4 reasons. Reason 1 is if we have construction of a new school or additional capacity at an existing school. We have many of those projects underway, and you're going to be getting a construction update from Mr. Goff here in a few minutes. Item number 2 is the closing or suspension of operations at an existing school. That is not a topic that this group, meaning the staff, has explored, but obviously as we go through the process, if the board wants to talk about that based on the data, it can. Reason number 3 is significant overcapacity or undercapacity of individual schools that cannot be resolved through other provisions of board policies. We do believe that we have both significant overcapacity and some undercapacity that cannot be resolved through other policies, and we'll talk about that today. And then finally, an anticipated student population growth or decline. And certainly we are in a population growth environment, both as a community and as a school district. Board members, I sent you an article last month, an analysis that was done that shows that when you look at overall public school enrollment, so both district operated and charter operated, we are now the 77th largest school district in the United States. And among that 100 largest school districts, about 3/4 of them are in declining enrollment situations, but we are among the smaller group of districts where there's actually been enrollment increases over the last 5 years. And so we certainly have met that kind of 4th reason for starting a process. And so our policy goes on to say that it is my responsibility and this team's responsibility to periodically review enrollment, facility utilization, and projected growth to ascertain whether new attendance zones are needed or revisions to existing zones, and that if the results of that review indicate a need for revision or for new zones, then it's my responsibility to recommend to the board the initiation of the revision process. And if I bring that recommendation, it must come with a timeline and a communication plan. So we'll talk more about that at the end of the presentation. But that's the parameters of today's review. So if there are no questions yet, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Jensen, and he's going to just give you an update on current district enrollment.
Good morning.
Morning.
As Dr. Weissong alluded to, many of the slides in the presentation contain a significant amount of data. And in order to provide a clear portrait, we really needed to identify a point of time in which we were going to capture data, right? Because we gain and lose enrollment on a daily basis. And so we needed to identify a specific date by which we were going to construct all of the data throughout this presentation for you and kind of anchor that. So this slide shows you that the date we selected was our Survey 2 submission that occurred on October 10th. We selected this date because that's a critical point in fall where we submit to the state, and it has funding implications for the district. We could have considered selecting the Survey 3 submission, but we have yet to receive the third calc from the state on that. Every year it's been getting later and later we receive that calc. As you can see, in 22-23 we received it on January 17th, the following year on January 23rd, and as of this week we still have not received that third calc data yet. So we thought that the Survey 2 date was the perfect date that would allow us to kind of anchor all of this data for you and paint a consistent portrait throughout the presentation. So on the next slide you see we've broken out that data for you, and this is the set of numbers we'll be operating from throughout the presentation. In the district on Survey 2 we had 41,755 students spread in the quantities above that total number throughout elementary, middle, high, and our special centers.
Quick question, real quick.
Yes, sir.
I'll be the first one. I just wanted, is it including charters? What's
That's
at the
my
41,755? Just out of curiosity.
I don't have that exact number for you, but it's going to be in the
55, 56,
yeah,
right?
54, 50,
That's right. Okay.
somewhere in that range.
Yeah, you're going to be at 10 to 11,000 more for the charters, and then the additional count is the Florida Empowerment Scholarships.
Oh yeah.
And-
So they may be in a private school or something like that.
Correct.
Not charter, but just in general. Okay. So that
Sorry,
works.
family
That works.
empowerments.
That works.
That's actually a great segue into our next slide because it's the annual kind of budgetary process and forecasting enrollment, really begins at this point in the year as we get third calc, and then we start selecting a state model for our enrollment projections for the upcoming year. And the challenge with forecasting our enrollment on a year-to-year basis, right, and constructing a budget, staffing schools, is that if we look at kind of this prior year's forecast and data, our enrollment, as we captured in Survey 2, is 41,755. But if you take kind of the total number of students in the district, right, and then you back out what charter schools report their enrollment is going to be, because that's a self-reported projection from the charter schools, and then you back out what the state anticipates our voucher program participation is going to be, you end up with, in the case of the prior year, a number like 39,344. So if the state overestimates voucher participation, or the charter schools overestimate the number of students that will be enrolled at those sites, we can end up with a significantly lower district projection if we take those numbers at face value. And so we have to do our own projections, make sure we staff appropriately into what we think the number of students who will walk in on the first day of school are, and that's part of the art and science of that annual staffing and forecasting model. So you can see, like in this prior year, we staffed significantly higher than that 39,000 projection, and we even exceeded that in enrollment by the time we were at Survey 2.
We do have a question on this slide. Ms. Frank?
Right, just quick. A lot of numbers, and a lot of gaps in the numbers to me. You say that 41 at the very first line, 41,755 exceeded net forecast of 39,344. So we forecasted, am I understanding? Okay,
We didn't forecast, so if you look at the 3 sub-bullets under
Right.
the first bullet, the 56,470 total students is from the legislature's conference report. That came out
Okay.
last March.
okay,
So that's the number that they're forecasting will be in our district schools plus charter schools plus the voucher program.
okay,
The conference report also tells us of that 56,470, the state's forecast of how many vouchers will be issued.
okay.
Then each charter school gives us their projected enrollment, right? And so the point is that if all of the charter schools make their projected enrollment and you use the state's estimated voucher numbers and you back that out, we should have been at 39,344 students.
Okay,
But in our district-operated schools, the actual number of students in seats on October 10th was 41,755. So there's a pretty significant delta there, right? The key is that at some point, we have to make a decision about what we think the number is going to be for staffing, right? And staffing is our highest expense.
right,
So if we get our staffing wrong, it has a significant impact. And so where we kind of landed last year when it was time to make staffing decisions was we felt like the 39,344 was too low. So we staffed our schools at 40,950,
okay,
right? And then we actually ended up by October 10th at 41,755. And again, we scheduled this presuming that we would have that calculation 3 report back from DOE by now. And
Right.
as of this morning, we still don't have it. That calculation report is important because those numbers square up our budget from the fall.
oh, yeah,
And it's the first step in our forecasts for next year. And then our forecast starts this whole process. So it's February 14th, and I can't begin that process without that calculation report. So even today, we can't square all of these numbers up for you, but we can tell you for purposes of a rezoning analysis where we were at on October 10th. But this is, the reason why all of this is important is it's all forecast, right?
right,
And so nothing we do is ever going to be perfect. And and as more school choice options roll out, as families have more choices, our modeling gets noisier.
right,
And so that we just have to go in knowing that, as Mr. Jensen said, at some point you've got to pick a date where you use the numbers. And we all know, we're in schools together every day, that on October 10th there were 41,755, and by October 13, that number has changed because we have kids entering and withdrawing every day.
right.
But for purposes of this analysis, that's the snapshot. But I think all this other stuff is just showing you that there's forecasting, there's data analysis, and then it gets down to confidence in that
Right.
data and what adjustments you're going to make. Because had we made a decision to staff at 39,344,
We'd have been short.
we would have huge class sizes right now.
Right,
Right? But at 40,950, if we had been wrong and we had come in at 39,344, we would be deficit spending.
Right, right.
And that goes to the finance and the budget part. That's why you have to have a fund balance, so that you have cushion for that variance.
perfect. That was the reason I asked the question. I understand it to a degree, but the public doesn't.
Absolutely.
So, you know, understanding forecasting and you just gotta kind of go on what data that you have in front of you at the time. If you don't have the data to analyze and dissect, and that's what it is, it's basically dissecting the data into how you're gonna project your year, it all comes down to what they give us and what we see in our own community. So, perfect. And that's gonna be the kind of the way my questions are gonna go is, I know a lot, but I won't say it, I'll take that back. There's a lot I don't know, but there's a lot more the public doesn't know.
Mr. Tatum had a question.
Thank you.
So can you help me understand, I assume that when we report data to the Department of EOE for this calculation that they do, that's information that we send them?
Yes,
So
sir.
why is it, there must be some bureaucratic process that we don't know what Calc 3 would be? I mean, if we sent them the data, wouldn't we kind of know what the data is? But they must do some magic up there or something, so.
So, right, that's a great
Good
question.
question.
We transmit the data and then
Right.
they send to us. And there are a number of processes that get run in there, right? Including, and some of this gets into budget and is more Ms. Sellers' wheelhouse, but, you know, every student there's a program cost factor based on what grade level they're in, whether they're a student with disabilities, whether they're a speaker of other languages. So there are different program cost factors. And then the other piece is that on the FTE and the funding side, FTE is recalibrated. And so, for example, if you're a high school student, you take a full set of classes with us, but then you're taking an extra class through Florida Virtual, we're putting in our funding, Florida Virtual's putting in their funding, that student gets recalibrated back down to 1 FTE. And so in our minds, we're going to get full funding for that student, but actually Florida Virtual's taking a slice of that pie, right? So that's another example. And then another piece of this is, remember that the family empowerment scholarships are operating completely separately. In other words, they don't register with us, they go through one of the scholarship funding organizations. But there can be multiple claims on that student ID number, and so Tallahassee has to resolve all of that. So yes, we send them what we think, and then they send us back what their database tells them. Another example is in the claim window in the fall, you could have a student move from Sarasota County to Manatee County, right? And we may both send that student's ID number. Well, they're not going to send one set of funding to one county and then duplicate that funding to another county, right? So they have to run all of that through their systems to send us back and say, okay, this is how we resolved all of this. So that's what we're waiting on.
In bullet number 2, it says total district operated enrollment as of March, which I guess is what we're operating on. I mean, if I asked you today how many students are enrolled in our district, couldn't you hit a button and say, I assume there's like a database or something, and how many, and so why is it better to use data that's a year old than just push the button today and say there are actually 42,905 or?
Good question. Again, you have to pick a freeze point, and we all use different data pieces. But for example, if we said run it today, if we took a 10-minute recess and ran upstairs and ran the report, in the 10 minutes we're running the report, a registrar at a school may be withdrawing a child, right? A child may be moving between schools, and it depends on when that transaction occurs. The other key behind the freeze point is if Mr. Rinaldi pulls data today for a capacity analysis, and Mr. Jensen pulls the data on Monday for a staffing analysis, now they're coming to our meeting with 2 different data points. And so that's why you want to kind of pick one freeze point. And keep in mind, we're making this presentation today, but this team's been working on this for months. So although there's a different number now, we've really been using this 10-10-24 data to put all of this together. Does that make sense?
Yep, great. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, we're good.
Thank you. I believe the next portion of the presentation is Mr. Goff's going to present a construction update on active projects.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Good morning, Board.
Good morning.
It's a pleasure and opportunity. It's a pleasure to give you an opportunity to speak about what we're doing here at the Department of Construction Services. If you follow your first slide, I think that's Barbara A. Harvey. I'd like to give you an update of where we are with that one. The Barbara A. Harvey New School construction is a prototype of our Mona Jane and our Sugg Middle School campuses. We have Harvard Jolly, who's the architect, and Willis Smith, who's the construction manager, and they're doing an outstanding job on this project at the moment. We currently have about 97% of the structure completed. The site work is 65% complete. Our mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems are at a 50% completion rate. We're getting ready to go to permanent power in about a week or so. And our interior finish is right now about 35% complete. So if I had to look at the project holistically, 70% of the project is currently complete, and we're looking forward to meeting our July 2025 opening date. Very excited about the process of construction that's going on at this particular project, and it's going to add another 1,268 student stations.
I
Any
do have a
questions?
question. Do I need to click Granicus every time I need a question?
I mean, it would be probably, you can go though, go ahead.
Okay.
You've already said it, but
Okay.
It just makes it easier if multiple people have questions, yeah.
Right. One thing that I had emailed Dr. Weisong about was acreage associated with these projects. Like, for instance, this slide, I don't know how many acres.
This is a 30-acre site.
Is it on
Ms.
here that I'm
Sprague.
missing
It's
it?
not on there, but it's a 30-acre site.
It's a
that we're currently
30-acre
building
site,
on. Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
And looking at the diagram, I see a lot of little retention ponds and stuff like that.
That's the traffic queuing at that
That's a
particular
traffic
site.
queuing?
Yes, that's
Okay.
pedestrian traffic queuing.
Okay. All right. And I'll have other questions as we go, but that was my biggest question. How much, and this is what I wrote to him, I would like to know the acreage associated with every site and what portion is not being used in the design for potential growth. I think it would be helpful with us with future projects in the district. Also, I've asked about a list of actual properties that we currently own to include vacant lots or unutilized portions we have. Again, I believe this would be helpful information to the board to know.
We can provide that here on the project. Here we identify future growth for a new building on this particular architectural design. We also identify playfields, we identify courts, basketball and tennis. So we have a pretty good overview of how the acreage is being utilized, and we can make it necessary adjustments if necessary.
Okay.
But we identified particularly how we're going to use all of those 30 acres
Yeah,
in
Right,
the
'cause,
overall site plan.
Right, we started some of these projects, the design in this one started in 2022. And now we're gonna open in probably 25, you're saying? Did we take in consideration massive growth as we go? I mean, what I worry about with all of these
There was,
construction,
I'll just say there was, yes, when this
Okay.
one, remember, we have a box that's ready for another
For the next
six-pack,
section,
whatever.
right,
For it,
right.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
With this one,
Present
for
that.
sure. I
Yeah,
remember
this
that.
one we have, we've anticipated another 2-story addition, which we'll be talking about later in the.
Okay,
Okay.
all right,
overall
I'm getting a little ahead of
presentation.
myself then, so.
That's
So,
okay.
but to be clear, and that's exactly what I was referencing in the first slide. We'll generate whatever data the board wants. I just want everybody to hear so that we don't have to do, 5 iterations
That's
of the
why I'm
same
asking,
data.
yeah, exactly.
So, Vice Chair, you would like to know on active and future projects, how many acres we have, and then I think I heard you say how many acres are not being
utilized.
used.
Right,
Okay.
right.
Keeping in mind
I
that.
know that you're saying that this is a 30 acre lot.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and you're saying that this site has a box already for future growth?
Yes, it has.
Okay. So that's good, in my opinion.
ma'am.
We're thinking ahead, out of the box even, no pun intended.
And
but
Vice Chair,
my-
that's the advantage of having a deputy superintendent who's an architect.
Right,
Having seen some of Mr. Rinaldi's past projects even before Manatee, that's always a part moving forward, is we may not need it now, but what does the expansion look like? And how
Good,
do we
right.
kind of so he's insisting on that on these projects.
up to 5 years and beyond even. I mean, a 30 acre site, how much of that is being used? How much is we're gonna have for future growth, other than I'm guessing it was a 6 or 8 pack of construction for future. So it looks like from this that we have potential even beyond that.
Yeah, exactly. But one of the things you need to consider is we are looking at additional classroom space, but you're kind of locked in with what we call the core space, dining. You don't want to start the lunch at 9:30 in the morning if you get too large.
Right.
From the standpoint of safety and security, the other common space are corridors. And we want to make sure that we don't have congestion in the corridors as well. Administration is another point that we look at, just, handling the guidance level and the administration. So there are some fixed points, which are those core components, but we make sure when we're designing and we're looking at growth that we've increased the size of the
Of
core
the
components, like we
common
did at
space.
Pamasola. Remember, we had that conversation about what was the core size going to be. So we go through that process to make sure that as we add capacity, the core facilities can handle them as
Can
well.
handle the foot traffic. Okay, very good.
And then, Vice Chair, you also asked for currently vacant parcels that the district owns? Was that the second part of
Current
your request?
unutilized, that we do not have. I'll give you a good example. Wakeman, I have no idea how many acres is there, and how much do we actually use for students? That kind of thing. I don't know if we have property that, like that, that's a perfect example. And what I know we have discussed at another workshop, the property that we have down at the PSC, but I don't know if there's other parcels that we have that we're never going to be able to use this little section for this reason or that reason, whether it's an acre, 2 acres, whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of like where I was going on. What do we actually own? What do we don't use? What can we not use? That kind of thing. So, but yeah, I had asked if we could add the acreage onto these, but I understand that would probably have been a lot of work, so.
Well, and Vice Chair, the other piece is when you talk about unused acreage, keep in mind that to a principal, right, green space does get used, right? There's,
Oh, yeah.
And we've got a former, right, PE teacher on the board. If you've got green space available for kids to enjoy, it gets used.
Oh, I understand. Right.
Mr. Carey, you had a question?
Yeah, now we just need to work on the shade for those kids.
Yeah.
Not at Wakeland, but at some of the other schools. Yeah, real quick, gentlemen, I just had a question about the picture. Is this, I just want to get is this Fort Hammer Road that's pictured here, or is that
Actually,
North
that's
River
North
Ranch?
River Trail,
North River Ranch
which
Trail.
connects to Fort Hamer.
Fort Hammer's out of the picture up north, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it,
It's
okay.
up top.
No, I
It's
just want to make sure I
north
had the
of
exact
this.
site.
Yes, up top.
Okay, and by the way, I like the new branding is already here for Barbara Harvey North River Ranch.
Yeah,
That's
it's cool.
Yeah.
very nice touch.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
The next slide I'd like to discuss on Lake Manatee, K8, east on State Road 64 at Academic Drive. It's designed by HKS. NDC is the construction manager. Again, this project is going extremely well. We've got 95% of the structure completed. another 75% of the site work done. The mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems, we've got 45% of that work completed, and the interior finishes is going at a rate of about 25%. This project as well, as a whole, is about 70% complete. And it will be ready July 2025 with the elementary portion of the school opening and the middle school portion of the school pursuing after that with an expected completion around March.
It's just a technical.
And that's 40 acres.
It's a 40-acre site, I'm sorry.
That we're
Mr.
going
Gray.
40 acres. May I, Chair? Okay. I just want for this board and even the public to understand, when you're talking about interior finishes, that does not mean furniture. That does
No,
not
it's separate.
It
It's not
means
Paint.
Painting,
the painting, the
drywall.
trim work, the
Yes,
little
ma'am.
final touches that you put in. Am I correct?
flooring,
Right. Am I correct in
carpentry,
that?
things of
Okay.
that nature,
I
yes.
just want to make sure that people knew that.
Again, this project is adding another 1,620 student stations.
Okay.
Yeah, real quick. Reggie, same question. What's the closest main intersection to Lake Manatee, K3?
It will be U-Line and Academic Drive. U-Line
64.
runs, 64 runs east and west, U-Line runs north, intersecting, and off of U-Line, running to the east, is Academic Drive.
New roads, yeah.
Thank you.
Dana?
You know, as a pilot, you take off, you're going to fly to base A, but you always have this thing called an alternate plan in case the weather's bad at base A, you go to base B. So what's the alternate plan if, like, we get 3 hurricanes in July and August and this whole plan that we put together? And I'm just curious, like, what would we do if we couldn't open these schools in the fall? Maybe that's more of a Dr. Weissong question. Like,
That's a nightmare.
what would we do?
The entire leadership team is going to suit up, and we're going to go paint and lay carpet, and
It's your worst
again,
nightmare, right?
high probability that I'll have a workers' comp claim, but I will be there hammering stuff to make sure these schools get open.
Okay.
Obviously, if there was something absolutely catastrophic, we would just simply have to survive another year on the over-capacity sites that we're operating now.
A lot of
But
portables
again,
and stuff.
Right, well, you know, and to Mr. Rinaldi's earlier point, you know, when we reached the point at Gullet where we had to close to new enrollment, we could have put more portables there, but the principal was out of space to serve lunch at at any kind of reasonable time, right? Harvey, I think we were pretty much out of green space for portables. So that core facility and managing all of that really is the key point. But yeah, hypothetically, if there was some kind of catastrophic event, because we didn't actually shift any boundaries to open these 2 schools initially, we would just revert to what we were doing this year. It would be messy, but that's why Mr. Goff has high confidence that we're on track.
In addition to that, really, this upcoming hurricane season will already be inside. So if things were delayed, it may be some striping of the parking lot. It may be, the critical part was when we had the storms.
Right.
That June and July, when we were at the foundation level and trying to bring the walls up and you know, and bring the roof on, those were the critical points. And I mean, it's a great, really, Willis Smith and NDC did an absolute great job that we could have had major setbacks as a result of that. So we're worried about this hurricane season coming up for the 2 new elementary schools. And as we try to get out of the ground and
That's
get the
exactly right.
foundations and get that level of work done. So
exactly right.
our concern usually isn't at the end, it's kind of in the middle and the beginning.
Okay, that was educational. Thank you.
Thank you.
And to add to Mr. Rinaldi's comments, NDC did a tremendous job in spite of the storm damage that we had on that project. They've done a tremendous job, and I'm very excited about where we are. I'm confident Mr. Tatum, that we're going to get both of these schools open on time.
I don't doubt that we will. I just was curious, like, what is the, you know, acts of God that even Mr. Golf can't, you know, and NDC can't overcome what is
Definitely
Plan B,
not.
but, all right. No, I have full confidence in what you're saying. I was just curious, what would we do in the event of acts of God?
sir.
So, all right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Let's continue on. I think the next slide is Parish Community High School. We have an addition there that's being constructed by Willis Company, and Schinkel Schultz was the architect of record. That project right now is 95% complete. It's a 23,000 addition with an additional 16 classrooms and 2 engineering labs. Project has gone extremely well. We're getting ready to open in a couple of weeks, as a matter of fact. We've got some final testing to do on punch list, and this project is about ready to finish up and prepare for the students to occupy. Again, we're adding an additional 480 student stations with this construction.
If I
Ms.
may.
Felton had a question.
Go ahead.
I was there this week. They're very excited about that opening.
Yes.
And we kind of walked around the outside a little bit and stared in the fence. When this opens, and I neglected to ask the principal at the time, when this opens, is it going to reduce class sizes currently, like current class sizes as well, since it will be open during this semester? Do you know if that's going to be a way to do that, or is it just they're going to be able to take class? Because I know they have floating teachers right now.
Right, yeah.
So, and then giving them a place, is that? more
Yeah,
of a-
in my discussions with the principal, he does have a number of floating teachers that will finally have a permanent home. So that was his priority.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Fred?
My question, it's more about forward thinking. That's what we're all doing here. We're trying to forecast. When was this school first built? 7 years ago?
5.
5 years ago? Oh, yeah, you were, okay. Was there discussion then, I guess I'm leading to Mr. Kennedy here, about having that boxed in for future growth instead of because we didn't do a pad there for future growth, did we?
We did.
We
Yeah, we
did?
did,
This
yes.
was part of the plan
Yeah.
for future growth?
Right.
Go ahead and do the box?
Yeah, utilities
Okay.
were stubbed out to
All right.
the proposed location. We actually had the facility designed already. Rough grading and final grading was
Yes, sir,
done
that's
as
absolutely
well, and so it was just a matter of starting to pour concrete and the walls going up. So
In
that
my
was
10 years here, we've typically had additional design for added additions and for portables. At that time, we didn't have the significant growth that we're experiencing now, but all of the designs had room for additional classroom space and for portables.
I guess my question, why didn't we just build it then when things were way cheaper than they are now?
budget.
Budget.
And what if
Budget.
it doesn't, what if it doesn't?
What
happen?
if? Oh,
Then we
my
all sit here and
goodness.
say, God, why did we spend $10.5 million on an empty building?
Right.
So, yeah, it's the hard part.
Still prices were cheaper, budgets were smaller.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's the
I
hard
guess
part.
that's
So,
true.
part the
Budget.
balance though is like, what if it doesn't get filled? Ms. Kennedy?
No, I was just going to say, to that point, like, that was the balance.
Was it? Okay.
We've got to keep the budget under control. And the growth we're having now was the same growth we were having 6-7 years ago. So we knew, just like we know now, we've got to create room for expansion. And that's the team put that in back then too.
In perspective from you being here during that time, the level of growth now is far greater than a level of growth that was projected in 5 years ago?
I mean,
you think?
I don't have any data to back this up. It feels to me very similar.
Okay.
Certainly during the aftermath of the initial COVID shutdowns, a lot of people came to Florida. So we might have seen a little bubble there. But again, no data, but my feeling has been we were seeing just as many people coming before 2020 as we're seeing now after 2020.
Okay. Because it feels heavier to me that we're seeing a lot more come,
Yeah, it certainly feels heavier on the roads.
right? There you go. So maybe that's
But
why,
I think
because
it's
of
just,
that, so.
I think it's just this constant growth we're seeing.
For kid wise, I think, yeah, I agree with you. I think it's pretty been constant.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at I guess the way for the school district, the way to look at this is like, let's look year over the past 10 years.
That would
And
be
it
good.
feels like to me,
Yeah.
we're gaining 1,000 kids every year.
Yeah.
And we've done
plus
that
minus a little
through
bit.
other things, reports that we see year over year, the projections of students that we've had, so, but, yeah.
Ms. Phil?
Okay,
And to Ms. Spray, that, and most of this is up here in my district.
Oh, yeah.
So I can tell you that it has been consistent. The neighborhood that we currently live in wasn't there 15 years ago. There were cows. And now the neighborhood that we're in is now old. And we're in Harrison Ranch. And now there's massive growth all around us. And I drive down the road and go out towards any of my schools out there, and I'm like, this neighborhood wasn't here last week. But it's been like that. It has been like that consistently over the last 10, 15 years.
okay.
And it is, and it's funny because people think there's nothing, they still, if they've never been out there, which you all of course have, they still think there's nothing there but cows. But no, the cows have gone. We have a lot of other things. And also to your point about why didn't we build it before, it's been my experience, when I was a journalist, I used to cover the Metropolitan Planning Organization. And we were always asking, why don't you widen I-75 now? Or why don't you widen State Road 64 now? Or things like that, because they're building out there. And it was always well, we can't do it now because what happens if the growth doesn't come?
Right, money.
And it's frustrating. It's really frustrating, particularly for those of us out there who are now going, why isn't 301 wider? You know, it is, but it comes down to what happens if it doesn't happen.
And the money,
And the money.
Yeah.
And the money.
and the money. Okay.
No, sorry.
All right.
Keep forgetting to
Thank
take
you.
it off.
Yes, the next slide, I'd like to go to Annie Lucy Williams. We're getting ready to construct a classroom addition there at Annie Lucy. We currently have the GMP getting ready to go to the board. We anticipate construction starting in 2025 and finishing at the end of the year. That's going to be another 160 additional student stations to that campus.
And looking at that picture, that is behind, like when you're on Fort Hammer.
Fort Hammer, yes.
It's behind it, right?
That's right, Mr. Chair.
And and Williams is now basically at beyond capacity right now.
Yeah, right.
It's
They're-
growing,
they're-
yeah, at capacity
is.
and growing.
And
So,
going, okay.
Chad, if I may.
It's over.
This question is only relevant to me because I happened to drive past Williams at dismissal yesterday.
Oh.
And
Bad news.
as I was looking at my GPS,
do
there
that
was a
regularly.
giant red mark on the road next to Williams. But I'm curious, there was some pickup traffic backed up onto Fort Hammer, excuse me. Is in the construction plan any added capacity for car queuing?
Thank you.
No, Mr. Kennedy, we don't have any additional funding for that in this particular design.
Okay. Yeah, because we bring in even more, and they're coming, but that's going to create a significant
It's
issue with traffic
Isn't
out
as
on the
tight,
road.
it's not a lot of space for it either with at the existing site rather.
Okay. All right, just want to bring it up.
some of the anticipated growth there is the developments that are very immediately proximate to the school, so there may be additional walkers as that school continues to grow. But then, again, we also need to be looking at the attendance zone size for Williams, which of
Yes.
course we'll get to.
Okay.
Is there, when you talk about the walkers and stuff, I remember when that developed about maybe a couple years ago, it may be before Dr. Weissong, you were here, but there was a lot of emails about the speed and people walking, the kids walking on Fort Hammer. So when you're looking at this picture, and like I don't know exactly at this picture where development is happening and what's not, but if there was to be development like directly around our perimeter
It's coming.
on our line, can we do anything with those developers that are building that neighborhood to do a walkthrough? Like I'll give you an example at Stewart Elementary, where I went in the back there. I don't know if it's this way anymore, but there used to be a driveway, or not driveway, but a sidewalk that went back to the neighborhood. So something like that. I mean, is that something that's already in talks,
I
perhaps?
think Mr. Pilling has had some type of interface with that type of discussion.
So let me give you a cautionary tale. And it goes back to a question that Ms. Spray had, and I'll get to answer your question as well. We built Gullet Elementary. I've been here a long time. We're starting to renovate schools now that I was involved in it. So we built Gullet Elementary based on projected growth. It was coming. It was fast and furious like it is today. And in 2008, somebody flipped a light switch and the growth stopped. So we ended up with a school that was 75% complete, sitting out in the middle of a field. And there are no houses being built around it because residential growth stopped. We had to make a decision. Do we let it stay like it is, or do we finish it? The smart move was to finish it. So we did. And for the next 5-6 years, we had to bus students over to Gullet because there was no residential around it.
Never busting them out.
So that's one reason you don't want to get ahead of yourself on building in advance. When I look at Williams here, there is an asphalt drive behind the school. So it would be, you have Fort Hamer Road in the front and an asphalt drive in the back, and it is a loop. And it was to tie in with what was originally developed as Cross Creek, which was owned by Bruce
Yeah.
Williams Homes. During that same time, growth stopped. They got themselves in financial problems.
Yeah.
The plans were abandoned
Okay.
because we had been coordinating hand in hand with them to say, we're going to build this loop so that you can bring your parents in from your neighborhood in the back of the school so they don't have to go out on Fort Hamer Road. But again, they ended up having to abandon their plans. Another developer bought it. That wasn't what his plans entailed. So we have an asphalt loop in the back of the school that no vehicle will ever connect to. Again, a cautionary tale of getting too far ahead of yourself. So lessons learned. We are working with the developer, to get to your question now, we are working with the developer to get a pedestrian access into the back of that school.
Right.
That in itself can create issues for school administration as to how they monitor their campus. So nothing is set in stone here. We've just had some discussions, but a lot of times, you want that single point of access. So now if you've got students or parents coming in from the back of the school, you have to have extra personnel, extra safeguards in place. But anyway, we are in discussions. We've had discussions on that.
Okay. Thanks. Ms. Frank?
To that point, I know that Mr. Tatum did a long speech about if we're gonna build a school and then we have a wall and you got a house on the other side of that wall and they go to that school, but they gotta go 2 miles this way, 2 miles that way, 2 miles that way, just to get in when it's just across the fence. So I know the single point of access, but we're throwing more traffic out there too. So if I gotta drive my child to school versus having them walk that,
Yes.
or put the traffic in the traffic loop that can't accommodate that additional traffic, then you gotta kinda look at that too. So that's what I would say. I mean, you go out went to the soccer match at Lakewood Ranch. By the way, congratulations to the girls. There's several entrances there for different areas. So sometimes you gotta look at that too.
Mr. Kennedy?
I'm sure you do, so, yeah.
Yeah, and I just want to make an observation real quick, that some of these issues we're kind of at the mercy of the county commission, so, and I don't say that negatively, but in the, you know, we have to work with what we have. So in the case of the traffic example, we're kind of stuck there with a 2-lane road with a big overcrowded school on a 2-lane road. And it's, I think, you guys are the experts at this, you can tell me, it's probably easier to build in Lakewood Ranch, because in Lakewood Ranch, when it's developed, or when it was developed, the infrastructure was put in first. And in Parrish and North Palmetto, thousands of homes go in first on 2-lane roads.
Yeah.
And then it's up to the taxpayers to catch up after the fact. So I did bring up that concern, but I do want to recognize that we are kind of handcuffed by what what's built and what's planned.
And that is a good observation. In Lakewood Ranch, man, I've been here a long time. I was working with Rex Jensen when I worked for Manatee County back in the mid-'80s and mid-'90s. So I kind of knew what was coming in Lakewood Ranch. The difference that Lakewood Ranch has over other developers is they owned a massive amount of land, which they could plan for, where a lot of other developers, they have 200 acres, 400 acres. Lakewood Ranch, they had, I think initially they had like 28,000 acres, and they've added on to it. So they can master plan that community, whereas the smaller, I shouldn't even say small developers, they're still big developers, but they just don't own the mass to be able to go in and master plan an entire area like Lakewood Ranch did. So yes, Lakewood Ranch is much easier to deal with schools and infrastructure than the schools we find in Parrish.
And I know you work closely with the county on all these planning and contingency issues, but, and hopefully our county commission will, you know, they've already begun to discuss growth pretty seriously with, which I know we're going to get to later in the presentation. So I'll stop there for now, Jeff. Thanks.
I'd like to also recognize that Harvard Jolly and Gilbane Company is working with us on the Annie Lucy Williams project as well. Our next slide is our elementary school at Alderson Lakes. We currently have Skanska USA Builders working on this project as our construction manager, and they are going to be constructing the elementary school at Alderson Lakes and at Rye Ranch. Currently, design has started, and we're getting ready to go to GMP. We're in the design development stage right now. We like to start construction around March with an anticipated completion, of July of 2026 on both of these projects. It'll be a 2-story prototype, approximately 122,500 square feet. It's gonna have 969 student stations, and we're looking forward to getting this project started on time. And if you look at the layout, we show an additional layout for where the additional school is going to be in that location.
I'm assuming that's the little box at the bottom left.
That's the box at the
water,
bottom
yeah.
left-hand side, Mr. Choate. That's the footprint that we anticipate for that new 2-story building to be placed.
Ms. Kearney?
Oh, I forgot to turn it off again, but same question. What's the nearest intersection on Arts Lakes?
Oh, Charlie, I think that's Big Bend to the north.
I think Big Bend.
I mean, I'm sorry, it's
right-
Buckeye Road. That's Buckeye Road.
Oh, Buckeye, okay.
That's Buckeye.
Yeah, it's like
I
literally
get
right.
confused myself.
It's like right near where the county's doing the Veterans Park, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
Right
No,
adjacent, I think.
That's right.
Got it.
Yeah, I wanted to drive around up there, but I had no clue where to look.
So it is directly adjacent to the county's proposed Veterans Memorial Park.
Thank you, guys.
So you can access this site from the south off of Moxon Waller Road on Artisan Lakes Parkway. And there's a side road that comes off of it. I think it's called Maiden Form Way or something like that. Or you can access it from Buckeye Road, either way. Buckeye Road's on the north side of this.
Of this,
Yeah.
And Mike, this is what, 18-acre site?
This is actually 28
28.
acres, but There are a number of easements over the site for FP&L and a number of wetlands on the site. So even though it's a larger site than normal, we don't have excess property there.
I can see on the map on Google where this is coming through. Okay.
On this part down here, which section did you say for potential growth would be the gray box down here?
To the rear left,
This one?
Right there.
You got
Okay,
one box
that's
there,
what I-
and
that's
then
what I
you've also got
highlighted.
the portables located, potential portables in the back. Those are the smaller
Oh,
rectangles.
I
Yes, sir.
hate that word, portables. So that would be for how many additional for that particular?
it's just a placeholder. We haven't put a design with it or identified the number of student stations yet.
Okay, it's just a place, so we're not,
But, I mean, it could easily be, well, it's gonna be a two-story.
right,
We could probably get 8 classrooms, 16
16 total.
total, so 320 student stations on that.
okay, around 320, all right.
Could be larger.
And the developer's the same one with Rye Ranch,
I mean,
different developer?
This property is being purchased from Suburban Land Reserve. It's SLR. They're based out of Utah, and they developed a lot of Artisan Lakes, which is the development that this is located within. Again, I've been here a long time. I worked on Artisan Lakes, and later on, keep this reference in mind. This is important because we talk about the progression of development. I worked on Artisan Lakes when I was with Manatee County. It's still developing.
Yeah.
So,
It's that dormant for decades. I mean, it was,
exactly.
because that's, I lived that, it was like nothing.
So
Beautiful like bridge entranceway, and like
Yeah.
that was it.
some of these
Right.
things
I
take a
remember.
long time to develop.
Okay.
Vice Chair, when you said, is it the same, it's different property sellers, it's the same construction manager for
Right,
both schools?
that,
That's what we,
yeah.
yeah.
18.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if we're getting that property from
We don't have protection on our sites yet.
the same developer of Rye Ranch is all. So
No.
it's out of Utah.
Yeah.
No, that's who started that decades ago then?
I don't know who
Is that who started that? I mean,
Artisan.
I'm sorry, I missed the question.
where we would acquire this land is from a owner in Utah? Is that what you said?
We are acquiring it from the owner in Utah. This land was designated in the original development of regional impact, which was approved back in, I want to say, right around 1990. Developments of regional impact are large developments. They really don't recognize them anymore, but it was a type of development that the state recognized at the time, and they had to go through a heightened level of review. The ones that are there are still grandfathered in, but they really don't have new ones anymore.
Okay.
So this particular site's been designated for a school site for 30 plus years now. 35
I didn't
years.
realize
Yeah.
that. Great history. I did not know that. Wow, okay.
And our final presentation is the elementary school at Rye Ranch. Again, it's a prototype of the Artisan Lakes campus. It's going to be 969 student stations, again, 122,555 square feet of school. Again, we're getting ready to start this in March. We're working on the GMP as we speak with Skanska, Aubrey Jolly being the architect, and looking forward to completing it June of 2026. I think this is an 18-acre site as well, Ms. Spray.
How many, I'm sorry?
It's an 18-acre site that we're building this
18
campus
acre.
on. Mike Penley can give you a little bit more detail.
This site's much more efficient than a typical elementary site because when we negotiated this contract, which the board just approved last Tuesday, that was the amendment to the contract, we worked a deal with the developer where our stormwater would not be on site. It would be in their master retention system. So stormwater takes up, in general, probably about 15 to 20% of your site. So you notice here, there's no stormwater on our
yeah.
site.
Right,
So
right.
We, even though we bought less land, we have.
More use.
It's more use of it, yeah,
Potential with it.
yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
on the map, is that the, like, kind of bubble over on the left side of it? Is that where their stormwater is?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. And then what are the cross streets, before Charlie asks?
Thank you, Heather.
You're welcome.
I'm assuming it's Rutland.
Are they even there?
Legacy Preserve is the one on the right side of the design, and the one on the north side is Cloverleaf or Cloverfield Lane.
Clover something?
Yeah, Clover something.
Clover something.
I'm looking for it right
But it's not even
But you won't
developed
find
yet
it,
though. It's
yeah.
like if we probably go on the map right now, I don't think it's.
Well,
It's all green.
It's all green out there.
Again, what you approved Tuesday was something that we've negotiated with the seller, and they had a mass grading permit approved, which was, we found to be very beneficial to us because
Yeah.
they started in good faith, knowing that this deal was coming and us becoming blood brothers and saying, I promise we'll do this. They started mass grading the site, and they are, since we don't have any retention, they are providing the fill material, and they're providing approximately 145,000 cubic yards and grading it, and that is occurring today. And when we close on this property, which will be by mid-March, they will have the building area mass graded to the elevation that we need, and then the remaining part of the site, they'll provide all that fill and grading within 90 days. So it allowed us to get a jump on the construction schedule,
Yes.
because that's going to save us 2 to 3 months of time.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, they've been amazing in supporting us through this and taking these steps for us so we don't have to do them.
They have.
Yeah.
Okay.
That it concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Maybe for Mr. Goff, so if you look at the price of the Artisan Lake School and then the price of the Rye Ranch School, same number of students, same start date. I mean, the dates are all the same, the number of students are the same. Actually, I think you just said we bought less land, so why is that school projected to be about $8 million more expensive than the other elementary school?
Good question.
Yeah, I think it's a mistake, Reggie, right here.
And what is that?
Same
I
architect
think
and
that's a mistake.
builder.
Yeah, so the price
That-
for
that
for
might be
the
your construction
Artisan Lake
budget,
School is
whereas this is-
67.2 million, and the price for the
This is total.
Rye Ranch School is 75.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Tate. I'm just looking at that. That's not accurate.
Okay,
That is not accurate. That should be 65.
65 million.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay.
That was my.
I'm sorry.
I just saved us $10 million.
Yes. I am so sorry. That's
Go home now.
That's a
Well
great-
done.
That's a great catch.
Are you
That's
part
a
of
great
Rose?
catch.
Yeah, I'm trying.
That's a
I'm trying to
great,
do
that's
my part.
definite typo.
Elon.
It should have been 65.
All right,
I actually had
Those-
that highlighted as well.
No, that's a great catch.
Why,
I messed
yeah.
that up.
That's a huge correction there.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
This is just a PowerPoint. This isn't the actual.
No, it's not
That
actual,
would
no.
have been different.
Okay, do you want to jump into
Well, I
school
just want to ask,
capacity, or do you
I'll
want
ask, I'm okay with going. I guess my question is, do you want to stop in the middle of this potentially and have lunch board? I'm also talking to you all as well, or would you rather do it now so we had this, or get through this next section? Because this is a section you want to get through, Dr. Weissong, right? And take a lunch. That's what you would like to have done?
I was originally thinking that we'd try to get through this before lunch, but board, if you're ready for a break, we can certainly do it.
I don't care about taking a break necessarily, but I want to give it to y'all.
how long do you think this section will take? Depends on how many questions you guys
Good
have,
question.
right?
Yeah, it's all,
I'm ready to take, I mean, yeah, it's 12:30, that's about
Okay.
lunchtime.
let's
I'm
do it.
hungry.
Okay, let's do a 30-minute break, so we'll come back at 1.
Perfect.
So you guys can all go catch your breaths and stuff like that. I think we have food for everybody, though. Is that correct, Mr. Chapman? Everybody good?
On
Yes.
two.
Okay. Yeah.
Sure.
I thought you're not the chef. Yeah. All right. So we'll come back at 1 o'clock.
It's upstairs and.
I believe upstairs. Everything's upstairs, ready to
All
go.
right.
Yep. Thank you, Danielle. All right. We are in recess. Good afternoon. And let's go ahead and get back on track to where we were. I think we are on Roman numeral 4, school capacity analysis.
Good afternoon, Board. We're going to do a quick run-through of the school capacity overview. A couple of terms we want to talk about first. The first is FISH capacity, and FISH stands for Florida Inventory of Schoolhouses, and we'll use that reference extensively throughout this capacity analysis. FISH is a method that DOE uses to categorize, track, and monitor the amount of physical spaces that we have on campus. And it's at the campus level, it's at the building level, and it's actually at the classroom or space level as well. FISH is actually first established for a campus during the design phase. So we identify the types of classrooms, we identify all of the sports spaces, and then we break it up into buildings, and then we report to the Department of Education that data, and from there we track for everything funding, as well as if we do any modifications for the facilities, then they track it using the FISH data. As I say, it's a design code. It does not fully align with the usage of the facilities, though, because it's identified so early in the process. By the time we've occupied a new campus, we've identified the enrollment, we've identified the programs, then at that point, FISH is probably about 80% correct. And what drives it from not being correct is, for instance, ESE classrooms. If I've got a standard classroom that's a primary classroom, it'll have 18 student stations. But if we use that classroom for an ESE program, it may only be 10 student stations. So immediately, yeah, we've got the FISH capacity there, but when it comes to the way we utilize it, it does not align. And that happens kind of at every level. At the middle school and the high school level, DOE does make an adjustment, and I'll show how they do it in the charts. So it's closer to our actual usage at those two levels, but at the elementary level is where we always have a bit of a challenge. So what we've created is what's called program capacity. And what I'll be doing over the next 3 weeks is surveying the principals to identify all of their spaces on their campus and what the specific usage is. So if we've got a classroom that's an intermediate classroom for 22 children, but we're using it for pre-K, then I'll know that the 22 isn't applicable. We'll have 10 to 12 students in that pre-K classroom. So we'll work through that to make sure that we've got an understanding of what the actual program usage. But keep in mind, it's kind of a snapshot in time, and it may change over time, but at least it's a better representation of what the campuses are actually in the spaces are being used for than the FISH capacity is. So any questions on FISH
Real
program?
quick, when you,
Am I still up?
at the beginning of this deck, and we're projecting our students and all of that, in any of those projections, is it ever considered what group? I mean, we have students that are on ESE. Do we ever project what that population will be when we're doing this kind of analogy? Because, for instance, if you've had 200 and, I'm just doing numbers, not factuals, 200 second graders in ESE, you're probably going to have 200 and third grader ESE.
Right.
So do you project that as well?
Yeah, it's included in that projection because you're gumming up with that overall number, and you're correct, Vice Chair, you're breaking it down by grade levels because, of course, how you allocate to elementary staffing resources is different from how you allocate at middle. And then separately, our ESE director, our early learning director, and our ESOL director are at the table telling us what their staffing needs are based on kind of rolling those students along in the system. So yes, that's all
So-
part of the process.
So there's a gap between fish capacity and program capacity.
Yes.
And
Yes.
right, and how, as board members who talk to legislators could say, we need to fix this gap so we can better forecast what our property uses are and what our population of these programs are gonna be. What would you say if you, Ms. Spray, you're going to Tallahassee next month? This is what would be a good ask or a good question to ask them about this gap. I'll take this
Well, I
slide
think the
with me.
first would be the recognition of the pre-K programs and the
Right.
impact of the pre-K programs, because right now, in Fish, there is no pre-K. We're forced to use one of the other designated classroom spaces for that. What else, Mike?
Okay,
Well, I think it's going to depend on your polling.
Yeah.
The teachers. I mean,
Yeah,
the
that's what-
principals.
so that's the main, and the E ESE.
Right, you're right, because and again, I would want to pull a lot of data for you, so that you didn't, so that you had, the numbers to kind of back this up. But
Right.
generally speaking, I mean, we're seeing a larger percentage of students who are ending up in specialized programs, right? And so that changes your room utilization. When, Mr. Rinaldi made the comment, he's going to collect all of this info from principals. And again, we trust our principals to make those, so we don't sit up here and say, you have to use this room for this grade level. There are some regulations, and within those regulations, we trust the principals to allocate rooms to grade levels and everything else. But we'll do this collection of data so that we have more updated or more realistic numbers. And then Mr. Hansen and his team are actually working on a longer-term solution so that every time a principal makes a room utilization change, we're actually going to be able to track that in real time, because it even impacts, and again, not to get too into the weeds, but as we're watching school numbers, sometimes we'll see, oh, here's a school that, for whatever reason, has added 15 third graders, and we need to send them an allocation. We then have to call the principal and say, do you have a room to put that teacher in? We want all of that data right in front of us in real time. So Mr. Hansen is actually building an interface so that principals will be able to do those updates as they happen, so that every year when we run this periodic analysis, we'll have the most current data. I think once we establish that baseline, we're going to be able to do a better job of really understanding what's the ratio between program capacity and fish capacity at elementary, middle, and at high. And then it will also allow us to identify outliers within our own district, right? So if you have a school where that ratio is much worse than all the other schools, then, we might want to go walk that school and see how the space is being utilized, because maybe there's an efficiency, that we can suggest to the principal. So it's just, I think, part of, as our system grows, right, as our school district grows, right, putting some of these systems in place so that we're, making good, efficient decisions.
So when you do pull that, can you give me a percentage of what our population of ESE students are and what percentage the pre-K population is?
Yeah,
That would be very beneficial.
Right, we can give you that data now. Keep in mind the nuances that if you take for example, if you take your students with disabilities population, right, not a percentage of those students are fully included, right? Meaning there's no extra space being used other than what you typically allocate, right? But then it's really your self-contained, your resource classrooms, right? That sometimes you end up having to add more of those at a school. And then that's where you have your gap between fish capacity and program capacity,
Right.
right? Because you're running a self-contained autism spectrum disorder program in a classroom that was designed as a regular elementary classroom. So on paper, it supports 22 students, but its actual usage is max 10, and so that's your delta of 12 seats.
Right, but, and in touring with you, I've seen that exact analogy. If you have a room that's built for 22 students, but you have 15 high special needs, you need that space
Absolutely.
because of the factors that are associated with that particular student. So this would be very interesting for me to see, and it, you know, if you could even put it on this slide, just a little thing, just print it and then give it to me would be
Yes.
fine.
And then once that's done, board members, you'll see the program capacity because we'll take the capacity charts and we'll actually add that as a column.
awesome.
So you'll have it for every school.
That's perfect. That's even better.
And again, knowing that that number will change, right?
Right.
We're going to take one snapshot, we're going to go with that for this exercise, and then in the future, it'll be easy to see the updates once we automate.
Right, but I mean, like you were saying, you had to do a snapshot of October when you got the data, the second count. Same thing, if you do the same thing with that on a second count, it would be apple to apple. Unless they throw out the third, then all of a sudden that changes. But for this, it would be, because we're workshopping this particular timeline. So,
Ms. Hall?
perfect.
On
Thank
Ms.
you.
Spray's point, which is excellent about bringing things to Tallahassee, because I will be there with her. So should we be focused more on the VPK and the self-contained is what we should be looking at in terms of those?
Those are the two elements that
The most-
probably have the biggest influence
impact.
on
Okay,
fish
so
versus
self-contained.
program
All right.
capacity.
Thank you.
And that has, to add on to that, adding the VPK has been on several legislative platforms for years. And it's just, this might bring their attention to this more, in my opinion. Okay.
Okay, so before we get into the charts, the big thing is on the charts, we're using fish capacity today. We'll eventually evolve to have a column to show program capacity, probably the next time we meet. We've already kind of touched on this, you know, operating a school at 100% of fish capacity or above really impacts the student experience. Dining, we touched on that a little bit. Corridors for safety and security. And one of the board members brought out the queuing of the parents as well. I mean, as you go, the queuing gets longer. So, I mean, there are elements why you really don't want to be significantly over that 100% fish capacity. Typically, as I stated, the program capacity at the elementary level will be significantly below. DOE does a little manipulation of the numbers that I'll show you in the charts that help at the middle and high school level, but typically they still are below no matter how they've manipulated it. And then from the standpoint of the utilization of the portables, we can use portables for capacity. Our average age for the portables, I think we say 35 plus. I was generous. I went back to the DOE and found out it's 41 years at this point right now is the average age of a portable in Manatee County schools. So, I mean, they are kind of a maintenance burden. In addition to that, the utilization, if you have any adverse weather, all the circulation is exterior at that point. So there are a lot of reasons that It's a good temporary resolution. However, from a long-term standpoint, the utilization of portables is not the best way to address any capacity issues that you have.
I'll just say, in my teaching time, the classroom I had portables for 2 years was my favorite, but that's just me. You control your own ACs.
A lot of the teachers love it because it's a controlled environment, and I've heard that many.
Mr. Tatum had it.
I was just curious if we had to buy a new one. Do you know what the cost of a new one is off the top of your head? I was just curious if you don't know it.
Last one we bought
You're probably about at least 150 to 200,000.
It's usually aluminum metal.
One portable?
Yeah.
for one.
Okay. That's all I
Not
wanted. I was just curious.
counting moving,
Not counting moving,
That's
bring,
right.
site work.
they bring electrical,
Utilities,
bringing
electrical,
plumbing
yeah.
and all that. stuff,
Plumbing.
yeah.
Well, we could use the example down at Daughtry of what we did down there with the, yeah, that was expensive. Yeah, so.
One of them was my classroom.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Thank you, board, for giving me some place I can go that had air conditioning and I didn't have to walk all the way to the building. So thank you, board, for that.
There you go. There you go.
Okay, so we'll go through the first chart here, and I'll kind of go left to right and go through the different columns. Obviously, starting at the left, we've got the school name. We've got the enrollment as of 10/10, so that's Survey 2 enrollment information. And then you've got the DOE assigned fish permanent stations there, and you can see for the elementary, I'll take a look at Able, it's 577, and then permanent student capacity is 577 again. The reason we show it twice is if it was a middle school, they would have discounted it by 90%. If it's a high school, they would have discounted it by 95%. And I don't know where those numbers came from, but that has just been the way that they kind of address the program issues at those two levels. And then the next column gives you whether you're over or under capacity, and then the percentage of fish capacity. And then the enrollment, we call it the capacity status. And we use a coloring system here. Red is over 100% capacity. Orange falling between 95 and 100. Yellow is 90 to 95. Light green is 90 to 95, and then dark green is 85% or below, and then we term that over capacity, approaching capacity, near capacity, and then below capacity. So that's kind of the coloring methodology that we've used here, and then we translate that into the next slide, which will be the mapping to show the locations of these campuses and what their status is. And then the blue section is the numbers of portables. The two red sections are campuses that are under construction. So we brought those portables in, so they're just dedicated for the construction project as a swing space. As we do classroom buildings, we move classes into the portables and out of the portables. But you can see at the elementary level overall, we're at 85%. We've got 6 red campuses, Gullet and Harvey, Gullet being at 140%, Harvey being at 157%. Mills is at 105, Moody is at 105, so both of those are red. And then Rogers Garden and Williams are at 101 and 103%. So all of those exceed that 100%. Orange is Bayshore, they're at 96%, and then Bashaw and Palmview are at yellow, and they're right around 91% as well. So you can see the colors, and you can see that. Now, a couple things to realize when you're looking at campuses that are maybe at 96% or 97% is the average capacity at our elementary schools is right around 705 student stations. So just by one classroom space, which would be 21 to 22 students on average, you would have a 3% swing. So even if you're sitting at 97% and you're thinking you're in good shape, all of a sudden you get, you know, a classroom of children that enroll, you're over the 100% mark at that point. So that's something to keep in mind, that even those that are kind of on the verge can, in a couple weeks' time, easily swing back and forth. Any question on it?
Yes, we do have questions.
Okay.
Ms. Frank.
I just wanted to clarify, your first yellow column, perm student station,
Right.
is the fish number.
That is the fish number,
And the
correct?
second is our program capacity.
No. The second is the fish number, the way that the fish capacity, the way DOE calculates it.
The
When we
DOE
go to the middle and high, you'll see that number changes. But for the elementary school, DOE says your fish and your fish capacity are both at 100%, so it's the same number. And when we go to middle and high, I'll show you where that swings.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I'm not connecting that for some reason.
Part of the reason for the difference that you're going to see at middle and high school is because in middle and high school, the students change classes, so there's less
Right.
efficiency, whereas in elementary, you're pretty much in that class full-time.
I'm more hooked on the title of that column. Fish perm student station, and then, I mean, both of them say perm student station capacity. So that's the only difference is stations and
You won't see a
capacity.
difference at the elementary. When we get into the middle and
Okay.
high, you'll see
So,
the difference.
all right, it'll become clear later, all right.
Mr. Tatum? I'm sorry, do you want me to go to someone?
No, that's good. I think I'm good, yep. So if I were just looking at this, not knowing, if I were an outside consultant and I just grabbed this for the first time, I don't know much about the county, I don't know much about the traffic, I just am kind of looking at this big picture from a business standpoint. On the column on the right side, enrollment versus capacity status, yellow, you know, the majority of schools are below capacity. And then and I made an arbitrary number, I just said below 75 cents. So that 75%, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 schools are below 75%. And then on the other side, in the blue percent of fish capacity, there are actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 schools that are below capacity. And I would say, well, why are we building all these new schools when the big picture here is we got a lot of schools that are below capacity, and you have 10 or, depending on which side you look at, 10 or 12 schools that are actually below 75%. So I know, is this a good time to at least talk about that? Or although later on in the conversation there, I saw some slides about traffic, and we really can't move these kids around because you can't,
It may be,
bus
I
them
mean,
around, but I'm just curious about that.
I think when you think about it geographically, I'll go to the next slide. If you go to where you begin to look to see that a lot of it is driven by geography.
Right.
That which is east of 75 is where we have our reds, light greens, and yellows. That which is west is where we have the majority of the darker greens. So it's kind of it's specific. It isn't consistent across, but when you begin to look at it geographically, that's when you can see that you've got pockets of development, which we'll talk about a little later on, that are driving the red, and are not driving the dark greens from the standpoint of growth.
So do we as a board, or all of us, want to open the can of worms that say about closing, speaking of can of worms, about closing schools?
I've already done this one before.
And closing schools or not? Because the reality, I know we did back with Palmasola, but my point is that, you know, later on we're also going to see where we say, you know what, after we do our $340 million COPS, we're kind of out of borrowing capacity. And, you know, I'm just wondering if we want to make, as painful as that might be, do we want to make this part of that conversation or not.
Again, we showed that as one of the reasons why you initiate attendance zone changes. It is very interesting because Mr. Tatum, you've got, again, not from a program capacity, right, from a fish capacity standpoint, you have 3,400 open seats around the district, but about 2,200 of those 3,400 are on just 8 campuses, right? So 2/3 of our open space is on 1/4 of our campuses. That's the fundamental problem.
Right.
When you talk about schools where you're under capacity, you're really talking about the operating costs, right, or the general fund cost that doesn't really impact cost of construction. So I think that's always the struggle. Two different pots of money that are impacting the budget as a whole. But if the board wanted to talk about that, this is the time, not necessarily today, but if you want to put that on the roadmap, because obviously that impacts, if we get to the point where we start drawing in the computer program, right, the board's direction there impacts what we draw.
But it would be true though, right, Dr. Weissong? I mean, on the operating side, you would save some money by not having to have a principal and certain operating costs, utilities and stuff. But then on the capital side too, I mean, I don't know what the savings, whether it be millions or tens of millions, but if you keep a school open, then eventually you do have to invest capital funds into it to replace the HVAC systems, and we saw what's happening with our underlying water heating systems, and so there is capital expenditures that have to go along with keeping these campuses open and maintaining them, along with some minimal operating costs we can save. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm 100%. I'm 100% behind you. The reality is there's no way, and I know we're not a business, but we would never run a business and have a restaurant or a store in a location, and we're only getting 50% of our sales, and still have it fully staffed, knock it down and build a new one. I mean, it's just and this isn't the y'all sitting here. This has been a problem in this district for a long time.
Right.
And I'll be honest with you, this is the first time that someone's had to sit up here and do this presentation, right? Like, and say, we need to rezone, it's got to happen, instead of doing something else. And so this has been an issue for a long time. And I get that the west side is we've talked about this, is the issue from elementary, middle, and high school, maybe not one middle, and not one elementary, Moody, but most of them, that is where the population issue is. And I don't know if the answer is to close, to shut down, whatever. I don't know if that's the answer, right? And to consolidate, because you don't want to ever get rid of who signed. I know Mr. Dye and Ms. Pendley, you're probably the same way. I don't want to get rid of the land and the because you never know what happens, right? But it's an interesting idea. I think it has to be
Part of it.
I think it has to be talked about.
Yeah.
Not necessarily today, which one, all that kind of craziness, and go bonkers here. But I think it has to be, in my opinion, it has to be something that we look at and just see as an option. Not that we're going to do it, because the reality is, you would do it in any other venture. It's just not sustainable. Ms. Felton, were you done?
I'm done.
Ms. Felton, then Ms. Brown?
Yeah, so in looking at, that chart, thank you. In looking at this chart, and of course, going based off of what you say, 100% fish is basically almost over capacity for us, because of allotments and VPKs and everything else. What would be ideal in terms of percent fish capacity at our schools? What would you see as ideal? Would you want it at 85%, 80%, 90%? Do we have an idea as to what would be ideal so that we can still have new students come in to those schools without overburdening them?
In previous rezonings that I've done, we tried to set the goal at around 90%.
Okay.
And then as we moved lines, if we got under 90%, we were happy. If we went over, we kind of reevaluated it again. But at 90% is what we had set the goal. Now, when we go through the survey with the principals to figure out where the program capacity is, at that point we'll get a real good snapshot of, who is. We may see a lot of yellow or orange schools turn to red on us because of the way that they're being required to utilize the facility. But just as a general rule of thumb, and that's what it is, we tried to work around a little bit under 90 or around 90%.
And I think that's a good benchmark. I think the other challenge is that it's hard to have a universal answer when you have a slow or no growth region and a hyper growth region, right? So in other words, if we sit down and we draw the Rye Ranch Elementary zone to immediately be at 90% capacity, we'll be back 2 years later, right, fixing that because we know it's hyper growth. So I think when we're opening new schools, that's you probably want to be on the lower side of that so that you're growing with the community as those schools open. The other variable is VPK from the perspective of we may want to set up our schools to be able to accommodate more VPK. And when the time's right, we're going to bring you both some existing and some future possibilities. But obviously that will reduce that program capacity. If, if for example, if we decided that we wanted VPK available at every elementary school at X number of seats, right, then that would universally reduce our program capacity. And then when we go in to look at attendance zone revisions, we would want all that factored in when we draw those lines, right? But again, as Mr. Rinaldi said, if you start with that assumption, then you're already bringing those pieces down because, again, you're probably using full elementary classrooms that are carrying on a first floor 18 seats, but you're probably not putting 18 4-year-olds in those rooms. And certainly in the EPK units, you're definitely not putting 18 in one room. And so, I think that's part of, and part of, I think, our work together, board, is you're going to give us at some point some parameters some guardrails so that when we go into the MAPS program and start figuring out what we can do, we're not bringing you back things that you already know aren't acceptable, right? So for example, if the board wanted to say, hey, we want to reserve 3 spaces at every elementary school for VPK, then we load that in as a parameter up front, right? Take 3 rooms out of the fish piece. And obviously that's going to, at a school where you already have lower capacity based on the zone, it's not going to change very much, right? But in our high growth areas, if we set aside 3 classrooms, that zone size is going to have to shrink to make that viable, right? So that's some of the kind of interplay that we'll have to have in the coming months.
Okay, so then when we're looking at this, for example, with the 2 new elementary schools coming online in a year and a half, we wouldn't want to put them at 90%. We want them to be at maybe 80%. So as they continue with their growth, because we know there's going to be more houses, because there's always more houses, then that way we're already prepared for that when that happens. Am I
Correct,
Following-
and that's
okay.
where, again, you're trying to forecast
Well,
your future,
yeah.
right? Where are you gonna be because if we go through this process, we don't want to do this, put our community through this, and then be back here in 24 months saying, let's do it again, right? Ideally, whatever decisions we make have some staying power.
Exactly.
And so, and again, that's where the forecasting becomes important, even though it's very difficult.
Okay, so then when we then look at the schools that are below capacity, and Mr. Tatum had brought up the point about possibly closing, but then when we look at, will you flip to the map, please, on the, thank you. Now Anna Maria is a very small school, it's out there on the island, but if we were to close that, we now have to bus all of those kids into town, which takes other resources and time and traffic and all of those other things as well. So, this is fun.
Most of them out there.
But if you look at like Bay Shore and Moody, you've got red and orange there.
Yeah.
But you've got solid green contiguous
Almost
all around
it.
it. So that kind of shows you've got the ability by adjusting those lines to bring Moody down and bring
the others up.
the dark greens. So that's part of the manipulation,
Yeah.
that the maps help with.
Right. That was it for me.
All right, thanks, Ms. Ray.
Okay, back to the original, the number, the data one. The data side, thank you. So to what I have said, first, one of the things I said when I first came on this board, if you look at Manatee L, Oneiko, and Samoset, the distance from Manatee L to Samoset, right, mileage-wise, is within 5 miles, if I did my math right. And all 3 of those schools are below capacity. I mean, significantly below. Manatee is, their capacity is at 731 and they're only at 452, correct?
Yep.
All 3 of those schools are near the 700 mark of capacity levels, but they're all either 500, 570, and 450. So to your point, Dr. Weissong, then it becomes basically maintaining the facilities. And I know we just did a Oneiko project. We allocated, I don't remember how many millions for Manatee L. So to Mr. Tatum's point, sometimes you got to look at that kind of thing too for the future, how much capacity is going to drop. I mean, we all talk about how much is going to go up, but do we ever look at the potential drop in capacity at some of these?
You mean enrollment? not
Right,
capacity.
drop in,
Yeah.
right, I'm sorry, thank you. Drop in enrollment at these schools that are way below?
You mean like the interior schools?
Right,
Okay.
Well,
Right.
we are looking because when you go to the staffing level, right, you're at an elementary school, your 5th grade class is leaving the school, but you have a new group of kindergartners coming in. That's always the unknown is your kindergarten. Your enrollment at K and 1, meaning future 1 and 2, is always going to be a better predictor of what K might look like than your 5th grade leaving.
right.
And so that is one thing we're looking at, because keep in mind, staffing is being adjusted if a school's enrollment is declining. First of all, from a allocation of teacher perspective, right? You're making those adjustments. But then our staffing model also has some bands in it related to school size and how that generates non-instructional support, right? So how many people are working in the front office? How many reading paraprofessionals are there? All of that is formula driven. So yes, that is getting looked at. And on the operating side, you're making those adjustments down when you see enrollment declines. I do think, I mean, Mr. Tatum makes a good point about regardless of the capacity, you have maintenance costs.
Right, that's right.
That are going into under-enrolled campuses. And so that is the trade-off.
Right, and just like at Ballard. Ballard's enrollment right now is at 397, and Rogers is over capacity. Am I correct? And and the distance between those two schools, mileage-wise, is not far.
Right.
So
That's why we're doing the.
this is why we're doing it,
That's
right?
And so as we get deeper into this, that will be the question is, okay, if you have two adjacent attendance zones,
Yeah.
right, and one is over and the other is under, you move that line, the computer will tell us what the impact is of the line
Right.
moving. And the question is that data, do you believe that data will hold up 5 years from now, right? Because if you move that line a little bit, and then there's some change, to Mr. Penley's point, in home sales, home values, or whatever, you could make that change and just end up flipping the two schools' capacity numbers
Right.
2 years down the road because we don't control where people live or where they move to or any of that, right? So, and so that's why sometimes if you've got two adjacent schools and they're not that far apart from each other, it may be better leaving it alone. Because trying to make it perfect on paper, it's never going to be perfect.
Right,
So it's,
and that-
so it's a question really of going through and figuring out, how do you make it better? And one of the things we'll look at is, in making it better, how many students are affected, right? Because we might be able on a map to make it better, but you might decide that that impacts too many families.
Right.
So that's why we go through the process.
And part of this line of, in my mind, of pointing out some of these enrollment and capacity levels is to let families know things are going to have to change. And it's just not out east. It's in most districts are going to have some kind of a change. Some may be a small little tweak, some may be a bigger chunk, but I just want our families and our communities to understand that we have to look at this as a long-term thing that we got to come up with. So, okay.
Mr. Tatum?
Dr. Weissong, your comments about, like, if we make changes now and we don't make good decisions and we kind of get it wrong, that can affect things obviously down the road. But, you know, you do have the capacity, right, as the superintendent. Let's say we made a school zone change and it didn't work out the way we thought. I mean, kind of like what you're doing with Gullet and Freedom and Hale. You know, if there are onesies, twosies, you can massage that later down the road. I mean, we kind of have to make the best decisions with the information we have now. And then, you know, if we got it wrong here and there, you can massage that a little bit. Is that not true? Don't you have that authority?
Yes, I mean, we have other tools, right? School choice is one tool. Ultimately, in the case of Gullet and Harvey this year, right, we had to close to new enrollment. You've given me that authority in policy, although when I arrived here, that authority was not in policy, right? But that was one of the first things I did was go say, okay, well, how are these two schools? You know, and then we had that discussion, I think after my 100-day entry plan, that there were some things that maybe were missing in policy, and it was a good thing that we put that in, because I'm not sure what we would have done without the authority to close to new enrollment. So yes, I mean, there are some things we can do, you know, at the margins. My point is simply that, you know, again, at step one in the process, certainly one of our goals is to do this such that you don't end up with a student may have to change schools as a result of this process while they're in elementary. We would certainly hope they don't have to do it twice. Right? But we'll see what happens.
Yeah. That's my only point, is that obviously we want to look at unintended consequences, but sometimes you have to do the best you can with the information you have now, and then go to the future and use your tools that you have in the future to tweak things as needed. So yep, okay, great.
you.
That was my comment. Thank you.
Okay, so now we've shown graphically through the maps the different colors. I'll highlight for you that the blue line that goes down through the middle, that's the county's future development area boundary. So that's the line. I think that there's been discussion at the county level recently, but this kind of shows, the green, the dark green is less than 95. The light green is 85 to 90, and then you get into the yellows. But it begins to show graphically when we begin to look at the rezoning. If we've got space, where if we've got red campuses immediately after green, that gives us the opportunity to immediately try to give some relief to those that are over capacity by adjusting lines. Two of the things that we've shown on here is up at the very top, that's the Harvey at North River Ranch, and then down below, right below Lake Manatee, we also show where the Lake Manatee K-8 is going to be as well. So you can see that both of those are well ensconced in red areas. So we know we'll be able to give relief there.
And you said the blue line is the current FDAB line?
That's the future development area, yeah, but the county's boundary.
Do we know what that, I'll say the former county commission's line was intended to be?
That is the.
This is it?
That's the line.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? Just about the FDAP real quick. I think the previous commission basically obliterated it, but didn't the newest commission bring it back?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
That's
Didn't
why we thought we would show it.
So, the future development area boundary line, or the FDAB, was established, it's established in the comprehensive plan, and the whole concept is to hold growth west of that line. The previous commission allowed a comprehensive plan amendment to go in that said that a developer could jump across the line if, well, under certain circumstances. Number one, they provide all the infrastructure necessary for the development, and several developers have found that it's so profitable to build residential that it's worth them providing all the infrastructure and extending that. One of the other scenarios is it had to be contiguous to another development already. So you couldn't just go to the line and say, okay, now we're going to jump it. There had to be a development on this side that already had infrastructure in it. The prior commission was fairly liberal with that and approved a number of developments that jumped that line. This sitting county commission seems to have a different opinion on how growth will occur, and probably will not be allowing that as much. I've already seen where staff is pushing back, obviously under the direction of the county commission. They've pushed back on one development that was past this line.
Okay, so quick follow-up. Mike, under those conditions, under the previous commission, those approvals that were given, those are not being rescinded. Those approvals are still in place.
My understanding is they have not rescinded any
Okay.
approvals at this time.
Okay. Thanks for that information.
Okay, now I'm going to jump to the future map. So with the future map, the white areas are the new campuses that we presently have in the 5-year capital plan. We've got the top is Artisan Lakes, and that's an opening of 26-27, and that will add an additional 969 student stations to the mix. Harvey Elementary, North River Ranch, that's opening 25-26, so that's 4th through 5th grade is what we're calculating there, and that's 508 additional student stations. And then Lake Manatee L will eventually have 716 K through 5 student stations. And then the last one is Rye River Ranch, that's the 969. So if you look at like between Harvey Elementary at Copperstone and Harvey Elementary at North River Ranch, we have not recalculated any enrollment into North River Ranch side. So there's a deficit of 486, but we'll eventually be bringing 508 student stations there. So you can see that we have the capacity to take care of that deficit. And then with the Lake Manatee, that will have approximately 716 K-5 student stations, and that will be giving relief to Gullet, who is now exceeds by 369. And I believe the goal is for this year for the K-5, the Lake Manatee, to be somewhere around 300 student stations there. Is that where? Yeah, around 300. So we'll be able to give immediate relief as soon as the elementary section that Mr. Goff talked about opens up there as well.
Something I think I'd like to see, I don't know if the board would want to or not. So when you're looking at this slide right here, and in the map you showed the future schools, you pointed those out.
Yep.
I think it'd be, so here and later, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think I saw it, but I know the student service areas, the SSAs, you break that down here in a minute about what's the future dwelling look like. If we could get, instead of this being, I mean, there could be this chart in alpha,
Right.
but instead of it being in alpha, could we get it in SSA?
Yeah,
Like,
sure.
here's SSA 1, 2, 3, 4.
Absolutely.
Because then I think what happens there is, it's easier to look at those numbers, right? To be like, hey, these schools in SSA, I think what SSA is all like the west side.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like you'll be able to see the greens and the yellows and the reds and the oranges, just as you do on the map, but in
chunks.
numbers. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Okay.
So like the first 10 are SSA, the next 10 are SS2. You know, in those districts, because obviously you're not going to say we're going to have a kid go from SS4 Lakewood Ranch out to Palm Sol. Like that's ridiculous, right? We're not going to bust that. But I think it'd be visually to be able to see those numbers.
We can definitely slice it that way. One thing to keep in mind is that your residential attendance zones for a school may not fall completely within one SSA.
Yeah, they may cross. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, for
So
sure.
so we can tell you all the schools that are within an SSA, but each school's attendance zone
Sure.
may cross.
Sure. Yeah. No, absolutely, that makes sense. I just, from a geographical standpoint, with it being, you know, in this you know, very numerical sense instead of the graph, I think it would just to have them clustered. Because you look at like, oh, well, look, Anna Maria has got 56. Well, why don't you just give the Artisan Lakes to them? Well, because that's just the numbers are right there. If you're not looking at knowing on the map, they're not even close to each other unless they were by boat. You know what I mean? So like, so just put them clustered like that, I think would be a good visual to be able to look at that. even
I
more.
agree.
We can do that.
And that basically goes, I'm sorry,
No, go ahead.
that basically goes to what I was gonna, because I stuck my hand out. I don't like gullet, and we don't know specifically what relief we're getting by, because they're an alpha. They're an alpha, so gullet is gonna relieve, okay, let me back up and get my mindset.
My range, like
Right, like, we're over 369 at Gullet. Lake Manatee's capacity is 716. So if I look at this, we've already populated the overcapacity from Gullet to Lake Manatee by that 316. I know that's not, this is just an example.
Right. Well, and in that, I mean, and keep in mind that, yes, ultimately, all of this will update as things, you know, continue to happen.
Right.
Lake Manatee is relieving Gullet,
Right.
but there's also a lot of growth in other words, and
Right.
this is why we put Mr. Richardson on assignment early, right? Because we've got lots of new families moving into even the small polygon that we drew, right, to initially populate Lake Manatee. That carved out a certain number of students from Gullet. There are more families moving into that polygon now, right, whose registrations are already queued up. We also have some families that were at a charter school that are heading to the K-8 by virtue of living in that polygon. And so the exact number of students who end up at Lake Manatee in August of '25 is unknown because houses continue to sell in that area. And so again, it's a little bit fluid, but ultimately when we go into the system to draw a true residential attendance zone for Lake Manatee, that's really going to tell us how many students are moving from the Gullet attendance zone into Lake Manatee, right? Because it'll be larger than just the polygon that we drew now.
Right, right, and that's,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
And that's why I was looking at this. It's like, okay, if a person looked at this and said, oh, you're over capacity 369, you're gonna build a new school and you're already populating it. But for the public, they need to, it's not, we're moving 396 students from one school to another. It's all, it's a work in progress.
Right. Nor is Lake Manatee the only way to relieve the overcapacity Gullet attendance zone.
Right.
Because if you completely fill a brand new school with only the relief from one attendance zone, then you're going to need your next school faster. And that's why I said earlier, we have to grow into these schools.
Right.
Okay.
So we use multiple schools to help out.
Correct.
Yeah, exactly.
Just real quick on this chart, the current chart, we've got Harvey Copperstone and Harvey North River Ranch. Capacity, and this is for the 4th and 5th grade, right? Because there'll be 6th grade will be on the other chart.
On the middle school.
Okay. So if we're looking at, they are over capacity right now for 486 and they have a capacity of 508, would that put the joint Harvey at basically approaching capacity? If,
Another
if we were to
example.
combine it right this second, would it be at approaching capacity based on that numbers?
That's another example of what I was just talking about. Yeah.
That's a yes, isn't it?
Uh-oh.
That we're probably still gonna have to work with the attendance lines
Okay.
to make sure that
Yeah,
we
and-
hit
Right.
a good spot for that.
And when he goes to middle school, our middle school numbers, our middle school numbers have been lowered than
Yeah.
capacity because that's where we seem to lose some of our kids.
And remember, that's the genesis of this concept is when this was originally set up, Buffalo Creek was way overcrowded.
Right.
Yeah.
So it made sense to set up for a traditional 6 through 8 relief, but Buffalo Creek's not where it was when this decision was first made, and that gives us the flexibility with 4 and 5. But exactly what all those attendance zones end up looking like is unknown, because keep in mind the other part of this, and this also impacts Palmview, is when we go to draw these zones, if you're really trying to do a true K-8, ideally you draw one zone that applies to both levels,
Elementary.
but there's some structural problems with that.
Yeah.
And again, we don't have all the answers today, but we've got a lot of work to do if the board authorizes moving forward. But that obviously, if we draw the K-8 zone that way, it will be more narrow, and that will have, again, those cascading impacts on the surrounding zones.
Okay, so to that point then, because not only, it's not just gonna be the Harvey kids that are gonna be going to the upper school. We'll also have kids from Williams and Mills who may need to drift into the upper school as
Did-
well because they don't each have a corresponding
It
middle
all,
school.
right, it all depends on what those maps end up looking like. And again, in a traffic-constrained community, right? Because again, to an earlier discussion, there are a lot of tools in the school choice toolbox. They don't all work in this community.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Quick question on Harvey. It looks like if you look future between the 4 through 5, K and 6 through 8, it's like 1,100 some odd around that capacity. I mean, give or take, right? Are we going to have the flexibility inside that campus to say, hey, if we need to take more 5th graders because we have less 6 and 8, to be able to say this wing was designed for 6, but now it's going to be 5th? Do we have that capability?
Yeah, I mean, in working with the architect, we kind of designed some flexibility
Okay.
into it without knowing exactly what the enrollment was going to be for the upper grade levels.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
And one of the things I wanted to correct, I said in the 5-year plan, it's really everything that we're showing in the future is the first 3 years of the 5-year plan, which
Oh, okay.
isn't relevant here, but when we get to we don't show the high school in the future and all that.
All right.
So, so looking at the middle and high school charts, you can see at the middle school level, and taking you across again, Ms. Ray, you can see for permanent student stations for Braden River Middle, it says 1,344, and then DOE discounts it by 90%, so it says 1,210. So that's why that column looks strange on the elementary, but it applies to both the middle school and the high school as well, because there's a different way that they calculate capacity for those two levels. But you can see at the middle school level, we've got Jane and Sug that are both in the yellow, which is in excess of 90%, but not quite coming up to 95%. And then Buffalo Creek is in that 85 to 90% range as well. So they're nearing capacity. And then at the high school level, you can see.
Can I ask a quick question? Do we know when, this isn't necessarily about this slide, do we know when the last time we rezoned was?
Yeah.
Mr. Pinley, I'm looking at you because you say you're the most veteran.
I mean, yeah, the last time I remember was Parish Community High School.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was only that area, right?
Right.
Like, we didn't do the whole district.
We did some redistricting of, remember Manatee L's district got changed because there was a lot of kids being moved from,
I remember, like, Manatee, some of the high schools did get maybe maneuvered, but,
yeah, there was a little bit of tinkering here and there, like back under Dr. Green.
okay.
Like when we closed Harlee as a middle school, we had to redistrict
True,
Sug and.
true. But you did go,
Braden
like,
River.
holistically.
No,
Yeah.
we never took a whole district
Yeah.
look or even an SSA-wide look.
Yeah,
I-
okay.
This, yeah, this.
And I only say that because, like, when you look at Sug and Lee's zones, I mean, it's like Tetris. You know what I mean? Like, and so that's why I was just wondering, like, how long are we gonna let it be Tetris?
Yeah, that
No,
happened when we
Because of
closed
Harlee.
Harlee.
Yeah.
I was at Harley when it closed.
Okay.
And our kids went from there to over to Sug and King and Palm. I mean, we sent them everywhere when they left us. And then, but up in Parish area, going on the age of my children, I remember zoning going on because they were looking at having Harrison Ranch kids go to Blackburn. So we drove past Mills Elementary School to go to Blackburn Elementary School to balance that out. And that would have been 2005 to 2000, let's see, 2005, 2007.
Gotcha.
But holistically, for the
Oh, I
whole
don't think it's ever
district,
been done.
I don't think it's ever been done to this level. Am I correct?
I've been here 28 years. It's never been done.
Right.
I mean, the redistricting that has occurred was because of an addition of a school or
Or close.
significant overpopulation or underpopulation of a school, and they just had to make a change, and they changed one or two boundaries.
And I mean, I just look at like, SUG is here near capacity, 95%.
Yeah.
To get that below 90, I mean, when you look at the map, I mean, there's a significant amount of students that could go to either Lee and King, you know what I mean? And so I just wondered, how long did we?
And SUG is
So I mean,
how old?
I think this is absolutely needed. So
Yeah.
And again, when we get further into the process, and this is why we look at multiple maps, we may get to the point where board you say, gosh, here's a version that would clean up a lot of stuff, but we just think it's too many families changing schools, so we don't want to do that version, right? And that's why you iterate. We could end up with a process where there are several zones that don't change at all,
Right.
even though we took a look at them. I think that one of the keys today is to kind of illustrate we don't just have an east or a north. We have some other things that we really need to address. Another example, of something that we will be taking a look at is, if you take Palmview 6 through 8, enrollment sitting just over 200, and this is where it's hard to have the same fish target for every school. There are some inefficiencies that occur when you're at that number for a middle school. So we might want to look at that zone and try to make some adjustments so that our operating budget is more efficient there. So there's a lot of things to look at.
And even to that same point, like Lincoln is 45% capacity. I mean, so, you got a K through 8, and we did that because there was a different situation 4 or 5 years, you know what I mean? And so, yeah, I mean.
I just, if I
I don't
could,
know.
right after you, like on this particular, the one before this one, Parish Community is 110, it's over capacity, but is that not counting our new building?
That's existing. The next slide, I included.
Okay.
Yeah, after the-
All
And it
right.
brought it down.
After the graphic, yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
well,
We did that intentionally because we're trying to be very transparent about this is, if we're using 10-10-24, let's use capacity from 10-10-24.
Okay.
Right, but we know there's a little bit of relief coming soon.
right, okay.
Okay, then looking at the maps, we've got the maps of the middle school, Sug and Jane, showing that they are 92%, 95% respectively. But we've got a lot of green around there that we can definitely look at adjusting boundaries to help those two schools. And then at the high school level, you can see that you've got Parish Community and Lakewood Ranch are red at this point right now.
I hate to keep going to this, but at SUG, didn't we just rebuild that school, right?
Right.
And we're at 95% near capacity is what you said from the previous chart. I mean,
Yeah, both the SUG project and I believe Palmetto High School project, we did not add additional student stations.
Or replacement
They
buildings.
were replacement, pretty close to like for the number of students there.
okay.
But from a budgetary, I mean, I'm just talking numbers here. From a budgetary standpoint, it's easier to move kids to a school like Lee, move a block, a line, and people always ask, well, why is,
Right.
I'm on one street, the same as neighbor. The neighbor goes to another school, and I go to another school. There's got to be a line somewhere.
Right.
And I'm not talking about the emotional and the aspect of where you go to school. I'm talking about budgetary, just looking at numbers. It's much cheaper to move that line to have kids go to Lee than it is to build another building.
Another
at
building,
SUG
right.
for 5-7 million, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, and that's where we need to be able to make those corrections.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just saw this. Can you go back to the other map real
Sure.
quick? So that little chunk of yellow that's all by itself, what school does that belong to?
Yeah.
So,
That-
Mona Jane.
I believe it's Mona
The little
Jane.
one that's by the river?
Yeah, I believe
Because
that.
I think
island is-
that's the part that goes to Lakewood Ranch. same
Are you,
island.
Yeah, East Spring.
well, yeah, we've got the red for Lakewood,
Yeah.
and it's kind of.
That's, so the little island in the green, that's,
Is this what you're
Sug.
talking about, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
she's
okay.
By the Brain River.
That's
and
Sug.
then on the high school map, that little island of red is Lakewood Ranch?
Yeah.
Correct.
That neighborhood goes out to Lakewood Ranch. Yes.
It was to provide some diversity to the student body.
Okay.
Ms. Chatham?
So as we're looking at the high schools here, what are your all's initial thoughts on building the new, like, it's all red in the eastern part of the county, and so we definitely need another school out there somewhere, right? Some type of something to
And I think, Mr. Chatham, if you're okay waiting a few minutes, we're going to hit the future growth, and then we've got a slide to talk about that, because I think it's helpful to see the future growth numbers with the existing red, right? Kind of put it all together.
Okay, great.
But that's definitely, we're going to
Oh.
need that decision from the board.
Okay, great, thanks.
So then this is the middle school and high school, the future. You can see Harvey, middle, the 6-8 for the North River Ranch, Lake Manatee, their 6-8 portion. We're not showing them giving anyone relief right now because we're still working through, obviously, Harvey will be open, but it won't have the 7th and 8th in it. And then the middle school doesn't open till next year at Lake Manatee Middle School, or the Lake Manatee K-8, the middle school portion. And then you can see Parish Community, I put that in white because we did add the additional capacity from the new classroom building that we're doing there, and that brought that down to 93%, where it was over 100% on the existing. The middle school is now standing at around 65 overall, 65% in regards to capacity. The high school that was up over 90% at 91% is reduced by 89% just with that one addition at Parish Community High School. So Parish, as a result of that addition, went from being red to being orange, but it's a kind of tentative orange. It's midpoint of the 90s, so it could sneak into the red pretty quickly with the development going on there.
On that page, on that page right there, when we look at to the right, the DOE school capacity, including relocatables, is that what we believe? So that school capacity, including relocatables, which I'm assuming is portables, right?
Yes.
Yeah. That column we move down, that future, we believe that, so that number, is that necessarily what we believe or DOE believes is going to be the future number of enrollment? So just like the first, just look, I'm looking down more to high school.
Yeah.
So Bayshore, it says 2117. Does that mean that's the capacity, or that's what we believe is going to happen in the future? Does that make sense, what I'm asking?
No, that's the survey too. Are you talking about the enrollment as of 10/10?
So like the enrollment as of 10/10 for like Bayshore is
Bayshore.
1388.
Yeah,
The
13.
fish is 2153, but then it goes to 2045, right?
right.
Then you go all the way over to the right-hand column, and the school capacity, that's just saying 2117. That number is just saying that's what the capacity is potentially in the future
With the portables, yeah.
if we did portals.
Yeah,
right,
with the
it.
portables.
So that's the max it could be was 2117. That's not what we're saying
It is.
from a futuristic standpoint. That's what we believe is going to happen.
Correct.
Okay.
That's just that's just with the current portables that are there, what that number is.
Right.
Because the portable.
So it's only like it's
Yeah.
actually a decrease a little bit from 2153, or excuse me, 2045. It's an
2045.
increase.
It's an
a little bit.
increase,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
So
slight
it's-
increase.
So it's the 90% of the full fish plus
Correct.
the relocatables.
Correct.
And that'll be another parameter board is, with the notion of the aging portables, when we go to put parameters into the computer, do you want us to zone with any portables in mind at all? Or do we start, fresh with just the numbers to the left? Because obviously, taking all the the portables are how we're surviving right now at Gullet, Harvey, some of the other places. So, when we start playing with the zoning, do we make an assumption that there are no more portables? Or do you want us to put some of those in? Those will be some of the guardrails we talk about.
I, for one, do not like
Tatum?
portables.
I probably didn't take my
Oh.
request down yet. Gotta be better.
All right, we're good.
Okay, I think we've probably talked this through pretty well, but, on the findings, Bashaw Bay Shore, though they're approaching and nearing capacity. Obviously, we've got Gullet, Harvey, Mills, and Moody over capacity. So these are all, and how those geographically work with contiguous campuses that are in different levels of capacity we'll be working through. But taken as a whole, it's not just an isolated area we're looking at. It's district-wide geographically, so as we go through. And they all kind of have, as we say, cascading effects. As we attempt to resolve one that's over capacity, it's going to bring one that's maybe significantly under capacity up, and it's going to be a matter of balancing as we go through. From the middle school side, Buffalo Creek is nearing capacity. Mona Jane and Sugg, both of those are yellow and at capacity. And then the high schools, we kind of know, we discussed that. Lakewood Ranch and Parish Community are over capacity, and both Palmetto and Braden River are coming close to capacity as well. So, and even at these two levels, it's definitely going to be a snapshot and working on a geographic district-wide. It's not going to be an isolated area. So finally, use of facilities at 100%. We talked a little bit about the challenges with that. We're looking to maximize capacity through the rezoning. And part of the issue is also doing an in-depth traffic density evaluation. I mean, it's not just a matter of saying, even if you're contiguous, that you're going to give release to another school that is approaching or near or over capacity. We're going to be taking a look at what the challenges are relative to traffic, relative to natural barriers, rivers, and man-made barrier bridges and all that, and interstates. So. And one of the challenges when we get into the school choice program is that traffic has a negative impact on that. If we were to, try to bring a student from the far west to the far east, it turns into an hour-and-a-half drive, which doesn't work, which isn't a good student experience. In addition to that, we're looking closely at our choice programs as well, and making sure that we keep the existing transportation in place, and if not, or the preference is to find ways to enhance that as well by the location of some of those choice programs. So that's
Before we go
Okay.
to the next one, and if this can be addressed in the next group, let me know. So I think that with I mean I don't know how the rest of the board feels, and I don't know if this even what the capability of this is and how this works. But I would like to see how do I say this correctly with school choice. I think it'd be interesting to see if we were allowed to, well, I guess one with school choice, and your eyes aren't going to know this answer on the top of your head, and that's fine. So you can say this later. What's the number of kids even school choicing? Like students, what do we even have like actually school choicing, right? Like, and if and so that's number one. Number two, where students choicing to and from, right? And so the thought process is, and I know I'm going to get into this a little bit later. This is what Mr. Tatum's kind of idea and question was about the new high school and different things like that. And if my point in saying this is for choice is, and there's always gives and takes, and I get that there's, you know, if you're going to choice from one school to other, you know, you've got to have space there, etc. But I know, Dr. Bryson, we've talked about this, you and I personally, is allowing to help us somewhat with capacity. Choice, I know we're not providing any transportation, right? But if a student, especially in high school, is either driving or parents want to take them, etc., and they want a choice to another school for whatever reason. If I've got a great orchestra and student, child, and the one that I'm at doesn't have a great orchestra teacher, but this other one does, and I'm willing to drive them across the bridge or across town, that's fine. Now, granted, the kids in that school hold capacity, you know, if they're at 110%, I get. But I just want to make sure as we're drawing, as we're doing these things, that we're not leaving out school choice, because if I'm just making a number up, 100 kids from Lakewood Ranch wanted to leave to go to Palmetto, Southeast, Bayshore, Manatee, right, somewhere that there obviously is less than there, that's going to reduce total number, right? Now, it's not going to solve everything, but and sometimes you're having kids choice into a school that's full, Lakewood Ranch Parish, and that sort of thing. So I get all that, but I'd like to see, like, how many kids, we just finished our choice applications, how many kids are choosing to go to a school from at capacity or over capacity school to under, vice versa, because then you'll be able to see those numbers, right? Like, yeah, this is not even, you know, there's so many people trying to choice to parish.
Right.
That's not going to work. Like, that's not going to solve any issues. Or, you know, vice versa, whatever. So I'll leave that there, Ms. Spray. So for choice, I think that's just a discussion to have. And I don't want to say recruit. I don't want to say recruiting against each other inside of our own schools and districts. But the reality is we have programs in some schools that you don't have in other schools, right? Mm-hmm. And that's the reality. And so if from an educational standpoint, anything. So I just want to make sure that we're taking into account number wise, like what those were and do they even help and et cetera.
So we definitely can pull that data together. I know, and of course, Mr. Chapman and Mr. Clark are in the back listening. We had more school choice applications this year than prior. So that, you know, that, and again, that could be for a number of reasons, but it's, you know, it's all good. We do have charts showing where students are attending versus where they're zoned, and some of that is to help our principals understand how their schools are changing, where their students are coming from. I also want our principals to know where they're losing students, because to your point, Chairman, every school is competing against every other school, we want our principals to be aware not just of their feeder patterns, but where their attrition is happening, and so all of that is part of, I think, just a smarter approach, to attracting students. So we can definitely provide the board with some of those tables just to give you an idea, you know, of what that looks like. Keeping in mind that this year at the Choice Fair, we did have all schools attend, even schools that are at or above capacity, just to be able to answer community questions. But again, as a result of the work we may do over the next 6 months, there may be some schools that haven't been available to choice that become available. And so, you know, I think it's important to have all of our schools involved there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. Ms. Spray.
To all of this, I mean, like we said, this is a holistic view of what we need to do for rezoning. And that includes, you got to think about the transportation side, the bus routes, and all of those things are going to change as we move through this process. So, and to Mr. Choate's point, Chair Choate, program. If a student is choosing to Manatee High for the football. Okay, or a student is choicing the Southeast because of IB. I don't know what that data is at all, so I don't know if that's,
Well, we can provide data on the students that are moving, and we know with IB, for example, we know who those students are. We don't ask families why they make the school choice pieces they do, and we have to be very careful with
Oh, I
athletics
understand.
because we do not recruit.
right,
And there are penalties for coaches who are caught recruiting.
Right.
Financial, civil
maybe
penalties.
sports wasn't a
And
good analogy.
So, I'm just making really clear since
Right.
we're in the public domain.
Right.
But yes, we do have all of that data that we can take a look at. To your point about transportation, and again, Mr. Clark is the supervisor of transportation. They will be at the table with us because we may make some suggestions that look good on paper, and then when they go through the transportation filter, Mr. Warrington may say, okay, that looks great on a map, but here's why that's not actually going to work, right? And that will, that's part of this process of here's a way to do it that it's numerically perfect, but if he can't get the kids there, then it doesn't actually work. So that's another element to this. And of course, in a few minutes, we're going to talk about school start time changes that are running on a parallel track to this
Right.
process. And that has huge transportation implications. So there's a lot of moving parts to this.
Right, just like Johnson. Am I right? That's 100% choice?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
No other questions for this section. It's been an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Anybody, do we need a 5-minute recess? Bathroom break?
I'd appreciate it.
We can go.
Yeah?
You want it?
Okay,
All
let's
right.
go 5 minutes. So, we'll go 5-minute recess. We're back.
Okay.
I believe, Mr. Clark, it's your showing.
Nope, we'll turn it over to Mr. Penley, as that'll
Okay.
take us through residential growth.
Okey dokey.
So I anticipate getting through this in about 5 minutes. So,
Oh, wow.
Right.
this is going to be interesting. It's rather scary when you look at it on a whole, but we need to talk through it. So let's focus on that projected residential growth that is coming. And we're going to look at it both countywide and on a quadrant area. And those quadrants, I think it was Mr. Kennedy that referred to them earlier as school service areas, and that's exactly what they are. And we'll talk about those and where they are. So I'm going to present growth to you today that we anticipate in the near future. In Manatee County, as we talked about earlier, we've had just unprecedented residential growth over the last 4 or 5 years. There was some discussion about, is it different than when you were here, before Mr. Kennedy? I can tell you about probably 5 years ago, we were seeing about between 3,600 and 4,000 dwelling units a year that were impacting our schools. Right now, we are seeing about 7,000 dwelling units per year that impact our schools. And those are the ones that are getting certificates of occupancy. We track that off of impact fees. So the growth has definitely ramped up. And, will it continue at that level? I don't know. My crystal ball is kind of blurry right now. There's been some changes. Some of those occurred in November, both on the national level and the local level. And, we have a little bit of storm fatigue here in this state from last year, and I don't know that we've seen the impacts of that yet, as to whether or not people are still willing to move here as much as they were before. On a national level right now, we're seeing tariffs go in place. We don't know what impact that will have on growth. We don't know what interest rates will look like in the near future, and all those things go into how growth proceeds. On a local level, we had a previous county commission that was very pro-growth. We talked about them allowing developers to jump over that future development area boundary line. They did that in several different instances. The current county commission has certainly projected that they don't have much interest in that they want to curtail growth or at least control it and have it occur in a more normal fashion than maybe what we've seen in the past. So again, I can't tell you if we will maintain that 7,000 units a year that are impacting us right now. What I can tell you, though, is that you're going to see numbers today that seem overwhelming. And but I want you to keep in mind that as we look at the culmination of these projected residential units, that the market will only bear what the market bears. So you can have 100,000 units out there that are ready to be built. The market's not going to accept it. It is only going to take what it wants. And to this point, it's been taking about 7,000 units a year. So we track this growth through a tool that's called school concurrency. Mr. Kennedy's probably aware of that. I think Mr. Choate's aware of that. They've been around long enough to probably have heard us talk about that before. And it's both a regulatory and a planning tool. It was authorized by Florida statute, and it's been in place for different services for a number of years. The concept behind school concurrency is that public services will be in place to serve development as it occurs. And those services are everything from roads and water and sewer and parks to other public services, but for us it's schools. Now, not all school districts across the state use school concurrency. It is something that a lot of districts have opted not to use, but we have used it, and it allows us to track that growth. We have an interlocal agreement that was developed under Florida statute Chapter 163 in 2008. And that interlocal agreement involves not only the school district, but it involves 5 local government agencies. And the school concurrency management system was adopted through that agreement. So the agreement, when we look at, let me back up a second, when we look at school concurrency, there's a number of factors that go into it. We look at COFTE, which is what we're required to use, and we look at our student generation rate based on the number of dwellings that have been approved. Our student generation rate was updated last year in our impact fee study. The board adopted that under a resolution that was forwarded to Manatee County. That was implemented last September, so it had new student generation rates. And what that says is, on a countywide basis, a typical dwelling unit puts 0.187 students into our schools. And these are just the traditional K-12 schools. It's not talking about charter schools. And then it breaks it down between elementary and middle and high school. So we know we can use that number to project, and that's on the most current and localized data that we have. So we track this growth by 4 service areas, and those are shown on the next slide. These service areas, again, they were developed under the interlocal agreement. School Service Area 1, or SSA 1, is in the northeast portion of the county, and the dividing line on that is basically the Manatee River, as well as US 301, and it goes down to Fort Hamer Road. So that includes a major part of Ms. Felton's district and parish, and we have, that's our second most highest growth school service area that we have. School Service Area 2 is in the eastern portion of Manatee County, and a lot of that is on the east side of the future development area boundary. So even though it's a huge area, there's not a lot of growth out in the extreme eastern portion of the county. The line for that is US 301 down to Fort Hamer Road, and it jumps over to I-75 and runs down to University Parkway. School Service Area 3 is in the south central portion of the county, and the dividing line on that is I-75 and US 41. And then School Service Area 4 is in the southwestern part of the county, and it goes from US 41 over to the Gulf. So we are going to look at projected residential growth in each of these service areas now. We're going to take it one at a time. So I've already said Service Area 2 is the one where we have the most projected residential growth. School Service Area 1 has the second most projected growth. So on each of these slides, you're going to see a graphic on your right-hand side, and it's color-coded. The developments they're coded by the size of units that are approved but yet to be developed. And these are based on reservations. So let me explain what that means. Reserved units, the way we track it, means that a development has gone through a number of development approvals. Okay, they might have a general development plan. Actually, they might have a comprehensive plan amendment that get changed, and then a rezone, and then they have a general development plan, then they have a preliminary site plan, then they have construction plans and a final site plan. So there's all these stages of development. So the ones that we're talking about have gone through that approval process and reached a point to where they could apply for building permits now. Okay, so they're through the process, and they're at any time they could submit for building permits. Now, most of these larger developments, again, they're color-coded here. So the red, blue, and purple are the ones that would have obviously a more significant impact. But most of those are phased. So there may be 8 or 10 phases in some of these larger developments, and it takes years to do that.
One quick question, if I could,
Yes,
on
ma'am.
that. On the left, or the right of this chart, the dark black line that goes down through there is the FDAB, I'm guessing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So School Service Area 1 does not touch the the
Just the
FDAB except
very
in the corner. Yeah.
corner, that
Yep,
very
yep.
tip.
Yep,
Okay.
it's only school service area 2 that's really impacted by the future development area boundary.
Okay. And then you're saying the purple is 3,000 plus dwelling units approved. It's
Yes.
not this big, and this is more for the public, I think, the big purple for the whole SSA.
No.
It's just that
Pro-
little region.
Yeah.
Probably a poor
Right.
choice of colors on outlining.
That's all right. Because when I first saw that, I'm like, oh no, I'm pretty sure there's probably,
Yeah.
how many thousands of units?
You know, I noticed it after I looked at it about 5 times. I was like, somebody's going to say, oh, that whole,
It's all right. You knew somebody would catch that. I mean, what color could you have used that would have been?
Yeah.
Maybe yellow, I don't know. But, yeah, this is massive.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, I know I said it before, I went up in a little plane to look at what's going on out there. And this particular chart can't even give you a real grasp.
right.
You almost have to see it from an aerial view.
Yes.
Even with a drone, you couldn't imagine.
Yep.
It's so much. And I went out east with someone that hadn't been out there in a long time, and they couldn't believe it. They were just like shocked as to how much. And I said, that's what we've been talking about. That's what we've been talking about. So, yeah, okay. I just wanted to clarify that, Chair.
Okay, so the chart at the top, it shows the remaining dwelling units that are in the school service areas. Again, these are the ones that have gone through development approval processes to a stage to where they could apply for a building permit. That doesn't mean they're all going to apply right now. It's just, that's not how it works. But we have taken our student generation rate number and projected out how many elementary, middle, and high school students we anticipate being generated from this remaining development. And you see that we project 1,518 elementary students, 671 middle school students, and 1,112 high school students. We also looked at how much capacity do we have remaining in that service area, which is something that Mr. Choate got to earlier, saying, tell me what capacity we have, by service area. So in that school service area, we have capacity for 1,656 elementary students. Keep in mind that this is not only the existing schools, but it's what we're planning to build that Mr. Rinaldi showed you on the projected chart a while ago. So for elementary, that would mean the Barbara Harvey, North River Ranch 4th and 5th grades, as well as Artisan Lakes. And it also includes some elementary capacity in Blackburn and Palmetto, and it includes middle school capacity at Lincoln. So when you compare that, the remaining students to be generated against what student capacity we have, you see that there's enough capacity projected here. There's enough capacity that either exists or we're building to accommodate all this capacity, or all the students in this region or service area. We project in excess of 138 elementary school students and 774 middle school student spaces. So we're actually in pretty decent shape there. The failure, though, is on the high school capacity. Now, we talked about the 4 service areas, and that is how concurrency works for elementary and middle school. So we compartmentalize it, and we say, do you have enough capacity in this service area to serve the students? And by state law, if we don't, you have to go to the next service area and say, can we borrow capacity from that one? And if you don't have enough there, then you got a problem. But we do have enough, so there's not an issue here. With high schools, it's a district-wide it's one service area, because high school students are much more mobile than elementary and middle school students. I think, as Dr. Weiss has told you, he'll get you some of those choice charts, and you can see how those students are really moving around the district. So we look at that on a more holistic view for high schools. But we're providing it here by service area so that you can see where the deficits are really occurring, even though that's not how we track it for concurrency. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, when, if you'll go to the next slide. Excuse me.
I don't have one.
This slide identifies where the majority of the impacts are. Again, it's the purple and the blue and the red that are your larger developments. And you can see that most of these are concentrated in the northern half of the school service area. That's because most of the southern half of it is already developed, and what you're seeing down there is just infill projects. They're, for the most part, smaller projects. And as I mentioned a couple times already, this is our second most active school service area. The one that's the most active is school service area 2. So here we're showing that we can find that there are 20,620 dwelling units that are approved, that are not yet built, that are at that stage to where they could apply for building permits. Again, don't panic, they're not all coming at you at once. The market just won't take it. But we anticipate that those dwellings would result in 1,773 elementary students, 784 middle school students, and 1,299 high school students. When you look at our remaining student capacity in this area, and again, when we talk about the student capacity, we're adding in the schools that we're building. We're building Lake Manatee K-8, and we're building Rye Ranch. They're both in this service area. So what you see is we have capacity for 1,993 elementary students, 1,949 middle school students, and again, we have a deficit here in high school already. So when you compare the students to be generated to what's remaining, once again, you see that we're going to be okay in elementary. We'll have capacity to accommodate an additional 220 students and an additional 1,165 middle school students. But we've got a problem again at the high school level. And when you look at that in conjunction with what's in SSA 1, now we really have a problem, because there I think we were down to about 900 students. Mm-hmm. So almost all that capacity that we're showing in the elementary and middle schools is in the Lake Manatee K-8 and in Rye Ranch, but Hale and Braden River Middle also have ample capacity. That's why you're showing a lot of middle school capacity availability in this area, even with all this growth. The future high school site that's on our work plan is within that school service area. So that is that's something that's been shown on your work plan for several years. We didn't count the capacity in here because it's not going to be in place by August 1st of 2026, which is the cutoff line that we use for the charts that Mr. Rinaldi showed you. But I want you to know that the capacity is not in there, but in our work plan, it's shown in there, okay? So,
We got
yes,
some questions. First, real quick, when we talk about our capacities and we look at these numbers, like we're looking at total dwellings, this particular slide right here for SSA2, 20,000 plus dwellings. We believe it's going to create or generate these many students.
yes.
Right.
How are we coming up with that data?
It is based off the student generation rate that was
Like an average number or something?
It is a average number. It's census driven, and
Okay.
it's what we found when we did the impact fee study last year by looking at all dwellings and throwing them all into a pot. So will there be variations in that? Absolutely. You're going to have you're going to have developments that are really focused on families and, you know, maybe they're lower price points. But then you're going to have developments that, you know, the price points are $1 million plus, which, you know, at least from an elementary standpoint, you're not going to get many children out of that because the parents generally can't afford it at that point in their life.
Yeah. Is
So
that the
it's
same way that the state does their date? Like, I mean, I know some of the enrollment comes from what the charters and the vouchers. I get
So-
that, which is a complete guessing game theoretically. But,
So,
but I mean, are they using that same type of system to say,
No.
here's what we think is going to happen there?
No.
Yeah, they're using change data over a period of time based on actual enrollment.
so
Oh, okay.
Student
Okay.
birth rates and, yeah.
yeah, so I'll give you an example because I'm glad you asked that actually. I pulled up the COFTY forecast and I printed it off, and based on the actual numbers in 23-24 projected for 5 years to 28-29, the state shows that we're going to gain 362 elementary students, that we will gain 371 middle school students, and that we will lose 1,941 high school students
In 5 years?
in 5 years. So the state shows us decreasing our students
I mean, that's just
by
That's
1,208
bonkers.
over 5 years. So I prefer not to use the state.
No, I agree, 100%, 100%. We've obviously seen they've been completely wrong. I was just wondering, I just curiosity how to
Yeah.
even
I mean,
figure that out.
The
right?
big problem is what we're presenting right here is the state doesn't take it into consideration.
Right.
They're looking at birth rate and so.
Whatever.
It's a one line where we know our line is
Yeah.
at a steeper range.
And it's not my job to defend the state, but I think part of what they're projecting in here is that more charters are probably going to come.
Sure.
And they look at that on a statewide basis, and it's a trend. And I think they're projecting that we will have some charters open.
Those numbers were for the district.
They are our
not
traditional
total.
K-12.
Gotcha. Another last question, then Felton Spray and Tatum are up. Do we, in these pockets where we see the developments? Oh, I guess probably not. None of them are like the 55 plus or anything like that. There's no like Del Webb. not in,
We did not include those
Okay,
on
cool.
here.
Okay.
Yeah. No, we didn't. But we love those because they pay taxes and
course.
don't have any impact.
Of course.
So we encourage them.
Yeah, it's Felton.
So,
We had a couple other questions.
oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's Felton.
So in looking just at areas 1 and 2 where most of our growth is occurring in the county, and the high school numbers, we've got 2,400 projected students.
2305 big.
Do we have a idea as to when, you know, what we're looking at in terms of length of time that we
Well-
should be accruing these students? I mean, I know that they haven't necessarily put in their you know, things to build yet and stuff, but you know, like a general idea.
So Mr. Rinaldi is going to show you a slide here in a couple minutes. Actually, I'm going to thumb through his handout right here
So
just
I'm
to
just trying to
look
figure,
at something.
okay, how much time do we have before we have to have a high school?
Yeah, so what he's going to tell you is that there's 44,000 dwellings remain to be built. Again, if you look at kind of the worst case scenario as to where we are right now at 7,000 units a year, they're not all going in this district. They're being spread out across the county. So I'd say you have 6 to 7 years. But that's if growth maintains the current level, which I have my doubts.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yep, thank you.
Okay. Was I next?
Yep, we're
Okay.
next.
Um,
Then Mr. Tatum.
So I'm a little confused about the very beginning of all of this. We talked about overall students, including charters. But now when we're diving into the SSA1, SSA2, and I looked at that high school population as well, and I think, if I did the math right, was 2,305 additional high school students that are only public.
They're Traditional K-12, yes.
Right. That's
Our-
not accounting to what we would anticipate for charter, because charters are still under us. No matter who
Yeah.
manages it, they're still counted in our district enrollment. Am I correct?
They're in the, right, I mean, they're in the overall, the bigger
Right.
50,000 plus, right?
Right.
But, I mean, again, we're focused on the capacity of district-operated schools, right?
Right.
And the question of, how many. We're playing two very different games, right? Because if you're a single charter school, you know what your enrollment cap is. And if you can fill all of those seats, then you're done and you put kids on a wait list, right? We don't get to put anybody on a wait, right? We have to guarantee a seat for everybody.
Yeah.
And so that's the other challenge of this, and it's part of the gray in the crystal ball is, I think, what Mr. Penley's saying is those forecasts presume that charters continue to grow. Well, we both grew in the past year. When you talk about high school, if you look at overall in Manatee County, students in grades 9 through 12, the overwhelming majority are in our schools, right? The market share, district operated versus charter operated, is much heavier. I think it's near 90-10.
Right.
Whereas middle school is 70-30, right? And so we have outstanding high schools. They're very, very competitive because of
And
what they offer.
that's why the red numbers all the way over on the right side of these SSA1, SSA2 is alarming.
Right. And that's why Mr. Penley has a high school on the roadmap, right? And has for some time.
Yeah.
Okay. That's
All right.
Mr. Tatum.
Mr.
Oh,
So the 6 to 7 year answer that you gave to Ms. Felton, what exactly was that again? That we won't need a high school for 6 or 7 years, or what was that was the answer to what question? You remember?
do you want me to answer that? Okay. In my opinion, you are going to need a high school.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the time frame for that?
I think it's going to be sooner than that.
I think you need it very soon.
Yep.
So what was the 6 or 7?
What you're going to see, though, on the next couple slides, is that you actually have high school capacity. It's just in the wrong place. Now, you don't have enough, but right up to this point, we're showing a deficit of, you did the math, I think you said 2305.
2305.
Yeah, so you have a lot of capacity at Manatee High, at Bayshore High. It's just, you don't have the students going over there. So
Right.
do you change that line? I don't know. That's way beyond my pay grade.
And again, I think the key piece is that in a different type of community, right? If we had this problem, I could do some really cool stuff with school choice to address a lot of that. But if I can't get kids to the school in a reasonable amount of time, the school choice options become very unattractive, right? Because really what you're talking about is, designing some kind of new magnet program that's wildly popular, and you put hundreds of kids on buses, right, on the east side of the county, and you put them on State Road 70, right, and you move them way over. It's just not going to work.
Right.
And so that's our dilemma in terms of another high school. It's not just that we have capacity in the wrong place. It's that we don't have the infrastructure to really tap that capacity. So that's our struggle.
I understand. The traffic situation is a barrier, so. And I was just fiddling with Google Maps, and it's like 5.5 miles as a crow flies between Braden River, Lakewood Ranch, and then over to our new property. Those are pretty close, right?
Yeah.
Like But I guess it is what, I mean, you know, I think you were talking a little earlier about the fact that Gullet at one time was quote unquote out in the middle of nowhere. And, you know, if we put a high school, you know, I don't know, 10 miles east of Lakewood Ranch, quote unquote, out in the middle of nowhere, maybe in a few years, it wouldn't be out in the middle of nowhere. And
Right.
I was just bringing it up, it seems like those are really close, 5 high schools within a 5.5 mile distance from each other. But we bought the property where it is on Lorraine, it is what it is. Getting something farther out east is not probably an option at this time, or not feasible, or not a good idea, or.
The problem with something farther out east is I don't think there's much available inside the future development area boundary line. So now you've jumped the line, which we've already had that discussion. If the county commission allow us to do that, we would be responsible for extending the water and sewer and improving the roadways to get out to the site, and that's a heavy lift.
Yeah, okay.
But your point is well made, and if you go back and you look at the proximity of Manatee High to Bayshore High to Southeast High to Palmetto High, they're very close.
Yeah, they are.
They really are.
But as you get farther east in the county, and I hear what you're saying, it's probably not, you know, when you weigh the pros and the cons, changing the site for this high school, the pros probably don't outweigh the cons. But, you know, we do have the transportation issues where we're driving 20, 25 miles out to the eastern part of the county, where you don't have that problem in the western part of the county. And, you know, it drives up our transportation costs. So even just putting another school, you know, really that school's only like 3 miles from Lakewood Ranch, the new high school site. So you're still going to be driving 20, 25 miles out into the hinterlands of the county getting these students, and that really drives up our transportation costs. But I get it, pros and cons. Where the property is probably the best place for it to be. I just wanted to have that chat. Thank you.
Thanks.
Where on Lorraine is the property? I haven't seen the
So,
maps of that.
Premier Sports.
it is, yeah, if you know where Premier Sports
Yeah.
is, it's directly to the west of that. It's bordered on the north by Rangeland Parkway
Okay, I know right what that is.
and
All right.
on the east by Post Road.
The only empty field out there anymore.
Yeah, I know right where that is.
And
I know where
Lorraine
that
Road
is.
on the west.
Okay, well then, have we considered any maybe a little further north, like near the river? In either Mr. Tatum's or my boundaries, just like on either side of the river area?
Is there just 100 acres laying around somewhere we can
Yeah,
buy?
I mean, have we looked into it?
Future sites. We're gonna cover
Like
that.
as a future site, have we looked
Yeah,
into it?
We're gonna cover that here in a few slides. I
Okay,
think.
never mind, I will wait, I will wait.
Okay,
Sorry, 40 acres.
40 acres, that's all.
if you want to go to the next slide. So I think I mentioned that the future high school site was within that school service area. Oh, wait, I thought we had the blow-up map here. So here you can see that most of the larger developments are in the western half of this school service area. The yellow line, which follows I-75 and 301, is the boundary. And you see it's kind of squeezed between that and the FDAB line. And, you know, we genuinely hope that there's not a lot of development that goes past the FDAB line, because that creates an issue for us. Because we just don't have sites over there. We have to rely on developers, and we have to rely on their timing. An example of that is SMR Taylor Ranch, where I know Ms. Spray is familiar with that site. We purchased that site 2 years ago. We contracted for it, and we will close on it sometime prior to the end of 2027. Why so long? Because there's no infrastructure to it. So we have to rely on the developer to put in all the roads and water and sewer to get to the site. Now, I think they're working on that now. I actually sent an email to them a couple days ago asking for a status update. So I expect probably by the end of the year we'll have that site. But But again, it's a different scenario. We can't just go buy a site out there and develop it because there's no.
And hope that the seller will develop
Correct.
the infrastructure.
Correct.
So it's,
Exactly.
and that's what it's more about, is the timing of when we buy it.
Yep.
You don't, yeah, if you buy a field, that's what you get. If you buy a field with a road and utilities, that's what you get.
Right.
So that's kind of like the scenario you gotta go through, and I'd rather go slow and get what we can from natural flow of things than to rush it, right?
And again, the Lake Manatee K-8 and the Rye Ranch Elementary School are both within the service area, so that's a lot of the capacity that you'll see. So now we get into school service areas 3 and 4, and there's certainly much less growth projected here. It's more normalized and it's easier to accommodate. So in school service area 3, which is the south central portion of the county, once again, we're showing that there's 3,205 dwellings in that area that are where we project 276 elementary students, 122 middle school students, and 202 high school students. We have lots of student capacity available here, 1,515 elementary, 193 middle, and 496 on high school, 486 on high school. So when we compare the two, we show that we'll have ample elementary space, 1,239. We have enough middle school space by 71, and we have enough high school space by 284. So we don't have any issues in this area when it comes to capacity. So most of the growth that you see in this slide, it's infill projects. There's nothing of any real significant size, with the exception of Villages of Glen Creek, which is right across from Manatee. That big orange block, just for a point of reference, the big orange block on the right-hand side of the screen, that's Terra. I can tell you that, again, when I worked for Manatee County back in the mid-'80s and '90s, we were working on Terra at that time. So, I answered Ms. Felton's question about how long do we have, and it's all smoke and mirrors because no one knows for certain, but some of these developments can take an extremely long time to develop. Okay.
The red,
That's Villages of Glen Creek.
okay.
That's the one that's directly across from Manatee that used to be on Mixon Fruit Farms property,
Right,
and they sold it maybe 7 or 8 years ago.
by Johnson.
Yes, ma'am.
This is a property by Johnson.
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
All right.
And the little shaded, right there at the Braden River, the little tiny kind of minty green, what is that area? Right on the river, very top, just to the right of the red box.
It is,
What?
I don't actually have that one listed on my graphic here.
It's so small, I guess, is why.
I'm not sure
So that's
what
over
that is.
by,
That's just north of me.
No, it's down the road from Manatee.
yeah, down the road from Manatee.
Right, it's not far from me. I'm
Yeah.
Oh,
curious.
okay.
Behind Pirate City there, and all that land, right there, right?
Yeah, I can't think of the name of it,
I don't
but they've been building it for about a year and a half.
right.
It's not far from Manatee. It's back on 26th Avenue.
Right. Okay. I'll have to drive up there and see what that is, what's going on.
I just never drive that direction. So. And finally, we have school service area 4, again, one that has very normalized growth projections. We show 2,657 remaining dwelling units in that area. You can see that we have plenty of capacity here to accommodate it. 229 elementary students projected against 1,400 remaining capacity, 101 middle school against 716 middle, and 167 versus 1,156 high school students. So again, we have ample capacity, and this is what I was talking about with your high schools. You have capacity, it's just in this area. But what this clearly shows, I think, is that you have a lot of unused capacity, and not only at the high school level, but you have it in the elementary and middle level as well. And those may be areas that you want to focus on. So,
Mr. Kennedy has a question.
Mike, real quick, just from memory, and I'm looking at Lake Flores, or
Yes.
Seaflower, excuse me.
yes.
AKA Lake Flores. If I remember correctly, there was some conversation about some land being set aside in that development to build an elementary school. Is that now off the table?
No, sir, that, we did not, I don't recall that
Oh, so I'm just
discussion.
wrong. I'm probably
But-
messing up projects.
But what I've consistently told this board and previous boards is I have a concern about divesting ourselves of the property that is immediately adjacent to Bayshore High. It is the only piece of property that is not owned by them that is of any significant size, and I look at it as a safety valve for us if we needed to do something. There's about 28 acres right there. It's the site of the old Manatee Technical College, and it would be easy for us to develop. Right now, our projections don't show that we need it certainly anytime soon, but depending what you do with redistricting, we could get to a point where we need it. And even though we're not showing a lot of growth here right now, there are 6,500 units approved in what's the name again? They changed the name.
Seaflower.
Seaflower, yeah, it was Lake Flores. So there's 6,500 units overall approved there. They're just not at a stage where they can build yet.
Okay.
So, you're going to see more impacts in the future in that area. With all that said, Mr. Rinaldi is going to present the next slide, and then I just want to make another comment about concurrency when he
And
finishes with that.
And I'm going to jump in, just keep in mind, Board, that SSA 4 is where some of our highest need schools are from a socioeconomic perspective. And so in our Title I schools, where you're offering more services, when we do those program capacity adjustments, some of that free space is going to get smaller because of the number of different resource rooms that are running in those schools. That's also, from a VPK perspective, right, an important target area, since we know that when we get kids into VPK, they're more likely to be reading on grade level by grade 3. And so, although on paper we've got lots of room there, that's a good thing from the perspective of, of really concentrating on early learning.
This next slide, Mike talked about the top 4 groupings of the SSA. The new part here is the bottom group, and that has to do with totaling all of everything that is in reservation right now. But you can see geographically SSA 1, SSA 2 at the high school level, concerns there with 2,300. The other issue that I look at is that SSA 1, 2, the elementary level with 138 student station capacity. To me, that's about 8 or 9 classrooms for SSA 1, and then for SSA 2, that's about 10 elementary classrooms. So if you begin to not, once you've looked beyond the growth, if you begin to consider some in-migration and all that, you can eat up that capacity as well. And the exact same in SSA 3 at the middle level with only 71. So that's basically 3 classrooms worth of space when it comes to the middle school level. But, overall, as Mike said, we're at 44,000, a little over 44,000 units. Taking them down at roughly 7,000 units a year. You're in that 7 to 8 year range at this point right now. And you can see overall, we are negative of 1,000 for the high school, but keeping in mind SSA 1 and SSA 2, they have positive because of what happens in 3 and 4. So,
Right.
I mean,
Right.
it's definitely geographic, and it's definitely a bit of a district-wide challenge that we're going to be facing.
So I'd like to talk a little bit more about concurrency now that Mr. Rinaldi's presented that. So when concurrency was established, again, it's a fail-safe mechanism. It's a regulatory tool. So if growth gets too far ahead, there are mechanisms in place to try to right the ship. For example, if you have a concurrency failure, you could ask the county commission to stop growth. Developers have the option, though, basically to do a proportionate share mitigation agreement where they could come in and say, okay, we're going to build a classroom wing for you to accommodate our impacts. Or they may prepay all of their impact fees. Or they may work a deal where they give you a school board site. Now, that doesn't help with capacity, but the concept is they will mitigate their impacts. One of the things that we did years ago, because there was a freeze on impact fees for years, we had a discussion with the board that we were starting to experience some concurrency issues. And developers actually supported us on the impact fees. And that's because they want certainty. When a developer goes to buy a piece of property and they invest millions of dollars into the planning and permitting of it, they want certainty. They want to know that they can pay and go. So with the impact fees, we use those impact fees for capacity related improvements. So they can, they pay that impact fee and we go build an improvement. We put it on our 5-year work plan. Once it's on that plan, it gets counted for concurrency. Okay, now we're not counting everything here. We didn't count the high school. This is a different exercise. This is a planning exercise today. But we do not have a concurrency failure in this county. In elementary schools, the way concurrency is set up is that elementary schools would have to be at 110% of capacity for there to be a failure. Middle schools would be at 105% of capacity for there to be a failure. High schools would be at 100%. So if there's no high school being planned, now we have a concurrency failure. But with the one that's in the work plan, even though we're not counting it here, you don't have a concurrency failure, if that makes sense to you, okay? So I kind of wanted to lay that out there for you. So at least in elementary and middle, we're nowhere even close to a concurrency failure. But high school, yeah, it's something we're keeping an eye on. Okay?
If I may, in layman terms, I just want to put this into layman terms for some people. When you're talking about concurrency failure and stuff like that, because we have a vision that we're potentially going to have to put in a new high school, that keeps us within that concurrency.
Yes, ma'am.
No different than you're projected to spend $500 out of our checking account but you have a direct deposit coming in, so that's gonna keep you in the black. It's kind of like, when people talk, they don't understand,
Yeah.
and I didn't understand a lot of this until I went through the deck and started going over and over and over again, okay? And look at definitions, I actually do that. So, in a layman term, that's what that means. Am I correct in
You are
assuming that?
correct, yes.
Okay.
It's an accounting system.
Right.
And that's how you can think of it.
Right,
You want to see a balance.
right,
Yeah.
okay.
And so I think Mike has gone through most of the, we know growth forecasted SSA 1 and 2. We will need elementary and high school relief at SSA 1 and 2. There is at SSA 3, we may need some middle school relief. SSA 3 and 4 has adequate capacity and is keeping our when you look at it overall, is keeping it up, but geographically, as it says, it's a mismatch between location and where we need the capacities right now. And then here's what keeps Mike and I up at night. The unknowns. How quickly will these remaining dwelling units be constructed? That's something that we watch, we try to trend, and you know, we've got an idea of what's coming right now with the present conditions. What percentage of the students generated from the remaining dwellings choose to go to district schools? Innovation and school choice is expected to continue in Florida. We're committed to a family-focused approach, and recruitment is well underway with the choice group with Derek and Mr. Clark. And we must, and the big point is, we don't have the ability to say that we've reached capacity, therefore we put you on a waiting list. We need to find a home for the students when they come in. And will Manatee continue to approve the residential developments at the rate we've seen over the past 5 years? And what is the outlook for the future boundary lines? So those are all elements to the pieces as we're looking at the rezoning. We're trying to, you know, figure out where we're going growth-wise. So those are the big pieces. If anyone has any answers, I'd be.
Well, you gotta throw into that boundary line can be determined every 2 years as the cycles go through. So that's such a, yeah, okay.
Now, I guess, Mr. Clark is going to tell us about the future.
Good afternoon, Board.
Good afternoon.
So now we'll talk about future projects for 2027 and beyond. Sounds like a movie. As you heard, we have a lot of growth, anticipated growth in SSA 1 and 2, regions 1 and 2. So we have some projects that we're planning to do in those areas. First up, you have Lake Manatee K-8. As you know, that'll be finishing up this year. We're already talking about adding a 2-classroom building addition to that.
Already.
And you'll see that. We'd use the same architect, which is HKS. Do not have a CM yet. The funding source would be the proposed COPS 2026. Project budget would be up to, $17.5 million. You can see the design start. We looked to start that design in March of 2026 with a completion date of July 27, which is the 27-28 school year. Approximately looking at about 32,000 square feet, and all that would be fleshed out through the design phase. It'd be concrete block, 18 classrooms, approximately 360 students, could be some more depending on design. Next school is the Barbara Harvey North River Ranch, real similar to Lake Manatee. We'll stay with our same, Harvard Jolly is the architect of that building, so we'd stay with that company. It'd be a 2-story classroom building addition. We look to use the COPS, proposed COPS for 2026. Do not have a CM for that yet. Project budget similar to Lake Manatee, be 17.5 million. Timeline real similar, March 2026 for the project design. Project proposed completion would be that July 2027.
Okay. for-
Ms. Spray?
Yeah. The first question I'm gonna get out in the public is, okay, Lake Manatee isn't even open yet, and we're adding on another 17.5 million. Am I correct in that assessment?
Approximately, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that's the estimate for the additional classroom space.
Right.
And it's due to the growth.
Right. So when we thought about this Lake Manatee K through 8, when we thought about the K through 8, when was that? We started even talking about that 2 years ago?
It was,
Or
it was
before
all in
you.
place when I got
Right,
here,
okay.
so, yeah.
Did we not think about we're gonna have to add before we even get it built?
Well, I mean, design-wise, much like we did at Parish Community where we did the addition, we have the grading done, we've got the building pad ready, and we've got all the utilities set to tie into it. At that point, keep in mind that the Lake Manatee K-8 was up over $100 million. That was, we did not have additional funding at that point to do it. When we say that it's going to be part of the COPS 2026, so that's the 2 additions along with the high school possibly being part of that COPS issue in 2026.
So my response to constituents is going to be, it's not so much a planning problem, it's a funding source.
It's
When-
part funding, but we want to make sure that we've got the students to fill as
Right.
well. I mean,
Right.
so we feel
You-
2-3
you
years
grow
we'll
as you
be able
go.
to.
Right.
Yeah.
Basically is, there you go, a new term, grow as you go.
Yep.
And then, of course, the funding has to follow that too. So when we projected the K through 8, we didn't know back then what the growth would be, and or even, I could even say what the cost of it was going to be back then to what it is today. So that's a 2-tiered kind of thing.
Well, and Vice Chair, it's that, but it's also, I mean, as we put the finishing touches on the parish edition, right? The community is asked, why did it take so long to add this building? And it's like,
Right.
well, because when that design was locked in, the growth wasn't accelerating. And the growth hasn't slowed since these 2 new projects were kind of put in place. If anything, without the kind of creative 2-campus solution, we'd be talking about another elementary school that would be like an emergency build, right? I mean, to relieve Harvey, because we're
Right.
really using what was going to be a middle school to do that relief. So the alternative, because again, there's no, I mean, the board would have to vote to do another COPS issuance. The alternative to this is to not do those additions, and as the school fills, we put portables out
Yeah.
where those spots are, and we live in portables for a while, right? And then we build the additions later, but then you're gonna have the same questions of, why didn't you plan for this sooner? Well, we're ready. It's just a question of, does the board want to make that investment, or do we want to let things ride for a while and see what happens? That's really where we're at.
Well, you build it and growth slows, and then you got an empty wing, and people are saying, why do you have this wing there? And there aren't students, so.
And that's
Double edged
basically why I wanted to stem that question, so you could explain it.
Sure.
You're right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next up, we have the AAA High School, Lakewood Ranch. A lot of talk about that. As we said, it's right next to Premier Sports. And we're looking to probably use a prototype that's already in play. Do not have an architect or CM identified. Funding source, once again, that proposed COPS 2026. Project estimate, $200 million.
Oh, my
right?
goodness.
I won't say that again.
Sticker shock.
Schedule, looking at, it takes 6 to 9 months to design and about 2 years to build it out. So high schools take a long time, as you know. The campus, as I said, it's on a 100-acre parcel, Lakewood Ranch area, and we already own that piece of land.
Okay, I got a quick question. When you said, use a potential prototype that we already have, is that what
No,
did I hear?
that other districts are building right now. Sarasota has one under construction down in Venice, and we visited it once already, so we would find one that other districts are using, that we can kick the tires and see how it works for us.
Right, cut.
Right, and that would reduce the cost of architectural services, correct?
Yes, and
Because we
time
could
to design as well.
Piggyback off of there,
And time.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Time and money.
and that could lower this projected estimate down?
By $1,000 or so,
Oh, my goodness.
give or take a few.
Yeah.
There are multiple districts right now that are building new high schools. I mean, a lot of districts in Florida do have declining enrollment, but there are a few of us that are growing, and there are several districts right now in design or construction for new high schools. So there are multiple options out there.
Okay, so you're saying the one that you visited is up and going?
Oh, yeah, it's,
Under
Wellington, yeah.
it's under construction right now, in the Venice area.
Wellington Park. Yeah.
What is it called?
Wellington Park.
Wellington Park?
I think
It's like
they were,
Fortish, Venice
End of the
area.
year, if I remember.
I think they're gonna be up for the next school year,
Next
I
school
believe.
year.
Right.
So they're gonna be open next year, they're
Yeah,
just
next
building
school.
now still, doing the finishing,
To finish.
okay.
To finish it.
All right.
Ms. Felton?
On the map here for the projected AAA school, what are the buildings there adjoining the property? Like that funny little C in the,
You mean to the south of
to
it?
the south?
That is, I'll probably get the name wrong, but you'll get the idea. It's the Lakewood Ranch Intra-District Maintenance Facility.
Okay.
And,
Isn't there a post office right there?
there's,
That's
the
across the
post
street.
office is,
Across the street.
directly south of the site.
Gotcha.
Okay, so nobody who's gonna complain about Friday night lights, right?
No, and then there's a fire station
Okay.
right there as well.
Yeah, there's one property owner.
Yeah, you can kind of see it right there.
Yeah.
That little corner?
To the left,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
So what's the nearest, okay, 70 is here, and what is the, I'm sorry.
Rangeland's up top.
Pardon me?
Rangeland.
Rangeland Road.
Lorraine is to the left,
And the right is called like,
and to the south is,
Post Road,
I think it's 59th Avenue.
That was it for me.
All right.
yeah.
Any other questions?
I'm trying to figure out where 44th
Actually,
would come
Yep,
into
oh,
that.
Mr. Tatum, just jumped in.
Mine's working slower than everybody else's apparently. Finally got, so in conversations with a couple of you, there were some other ideas about this school other than a $200,000, 2,000 seat high school, right? Do we want to go down that road, right? Is it a good time, Dr. Weisstein?
Well, I just think it's, I mean, you've got a 100-acre parcel, and there's some uniqueness to it, so I do think there are multiple options. So you could build on less than the 100 acres so that you have a future small school site if you needed it. We've talked about the fact that, you know, as the district continues to grow, this building is no longer the middle of of the school district, right? So, you know, you may want to carve out a few acres and build a small East County office. Right now, we're renting some space and welcoming a lot of families there, which is great. But you could do that. I think there's some options for how you design and grow into the high school, you know, as well. We've talked about, you know, a multi-phase project So I think there's multiple possibilities for the site.
When is the time to have that discussion? During further budget talks later in the spring, or now, or?
Well, I think the first, I think the first piece of it is the establishing the need, right, the why, and then, making sure that we're headed in the right direction as a team with looking at design. And then I think it's getting an architect and talking through, the possibilities. But certainly if there are specific ideas about what else to do with the site, it's a good time for those conversations. I think, again, we've talked about a number of ideas.
So is this your best, because I've heard like a 6 through 12, but based on what you've all talked about, is this your recommendation to us, that we just go ahead with the plan as planned, or?
We could, I think a 6 through 12 is one of the things we have talked about, and again, just hypothetical conversations around the table. I don't know that we see the need necessarily in the data, but it is an option. So I think there's any number of things that can be done. I think certainly we could design a beautiful 100-acre high school. My thought is, I don't know that we're going to get 100 acres like this again, and so let's be sure in the design phase that we don't lay something out and later go, oh, if we had done this a little more tightly, right, then we could have done something else. On the other hand, when you look at Lakewood Ranch High School, right, where we're out of space, we do get questions about, why wasn't that built a little bit larger? Well, because when it opened 20 years ago, people wondered why you needed a high school out there, right? So I think it's just working through that process.
What about, does each high school need its own stadium? I mean, is it feasible to share stadiums? And I guess the high school likes to have its logo on there, but I mean, is it feasible to share stadiums? And since these high schools are somewhat close together, I don't know. I mean, is it? I guess you need a running track maybe for gym or something, and then you have the premier sports campuses right there. I don't know. Anyway, just ideas, but this is why you guys.
Mr. Clark's a former high school principal, so he can probably weigh in on some of this.
And I think it's what Dr. Wysong said. You talk about Lakewood Ranch and them not having a baseball field or a softball field. They're sharing it with the county. That presents challenges. Manatee High having a baseball field miles away from them, not on campus. So I'm like Dr. Wysong. I hope we got to think about the future and try to keep that in mind. It is a challenge not having some of those things on campus for sure. I know there are other districts down in Miami, they share stadiums and things. I'm sure that is a challenge. But for me, having a high school and having all those resources right there on campus is ideal. Those will be conversations for sure.
Sure. Okay. But I mean, if we can save $20 million, and it's all about, that's my point. There are trade-offs in life, and sure, it's optimal for a principal to have all that stuff right there, but if we can save $20 million, anyway, something about offering up. Thank you. I'll have.
I'll jump in, and we don't need to do this today, all these thoughts, but I want to make sure that as we go through this process, that we are looking at every single option, right? Not only the space potentially that we're using for this, but I personally find it very hard to swallow $200 million when we've got 3 schools that are under capacity, that in the future next 3 to 4 years are probably going to stay that way, on the west side, high schools at least. And I know Dr. Weissman, we've talked about it. And you've got Brayton River that's only at like 1,800 kids and land there. Could another, something be built there to help Lakewood Ranch open up to where the new development here is gonna be able to be held at Lakewood Ranch? I just wanna make sure we're looking at every single option that's out there. Because if not, what we're gonna get into is what we're seeing in a lot of our elementary schools on the west side is half-empty schools and debt. And I know the next slide we're going to talk about some debt here in a minute and all that. But there's still costs to running a campus half filled. And so I just want to make sure we're looking at every single option that we possibly can. That's all I'll say today. I'm not going to get anything crazy.
And Chairman, I mean, if as we have discussion, if there's discomfort with the $200 million price tag, obviously we would have to find a way to accommodate the growth. And so I'm prepared to bring you a proposal that doesn't call for that 8th high school. But it'll be a pretty significant structural change, and so we just have to be prepared for the effects of rolling that out as a public proposal, because there is a way to do it, but it's significant. And so, again, I'm not ready to throw that on the table today, but if it's something that we want to schedule, then we'll build the concept out. But I think it would raise some eyebrows.
Well, I look at,
and perhaps it's worth the conversation, just to be sure.
And maybe you're like, no, we don't want to do that, right? And I don't think the Sarasota is necessarily getting the growth a little bit different north-south than we are east-west, and the river involved and things like that. But I do think where Sarasota has been different than us, beyond us right here in this room particularly, because we didn't make the decisions, years past, is I think that they all of their high schools except for one, Booker, is 2,500 kids, right? And you've always said this: do you want high schools that big, or do you not want high schools that big, right? And they obviously went that direction. They went that direction, and they added on, or when they build a new school, they made it bigger to accommodate that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? And we've done that as well as we could with Lakewood Ranch High School. There's no question about that. We're pretty much tapped out, as the county wants to give us some of their fields, right? And so I just want to make sure that again, that we're looking at every option. And I know it's not today. And maybe that's shocking, all like the one change. Maybe it's like, no, that's not really worth it, right? But I think it's, we got to go through the whole due diligence, rather than, let's just do cops. Let's just, $200 million. And as Mr. Pinley mentioned, all of a sudden you get an 08, 09. I'm not saying that's going to happen at all. Who knows? But you get something like that, and all of a sudden we've got these cops that we've got to pay. We don't have impact fees coming. We don't have those things to pay back. So I just think it's prudent for us to go through all of our due diligence. And I know this is talking about future project options, so that's why I bring it up. Just let's look at all the options, right? Ms. Spray?
Yeah, that's not just a sticker shock. That's a bomb, actually. One comment Mr. Tatum said was about building, or you maybe said adding a site for parents and students to serve the community, similar to what we do here and north of the river. I think would be a good use, if we go this direction, to build that. And to even add to that, it could be a alternative source for a board meeting. If we wanted to go remote to that area or whatever, that would even be an option to serve that side of the county, because who wants to drive from all the way out to Lorraine Road or even Mayaca to downtown Bradenton? So we're all, and I said this, I think, yesterday during a meeting, we're all about customer service, no matter what role we're in. And as elected people here, that's what our role is, to serve the district and the communities we all live in and represent. So District 5 might benefit from that kind of a building. I think it would work, but I don't know if it'd be included in that 200 million, but that's a lot. And then you have to think about the servicing the debt versus the need. And I guess we're getting into that next. So that's an awful lot. And when you talked about, Mr. Clerk, when you talked about maybe save us $5,000 in architectural design, I'm like, no, let's do a deal here. You've already designed it, you've already built it.
Right.
The only difference is this county to that county.
Oh.
And then I'll go into, this is how and why, this is why. All of us should be advocating that we, as a school district, can build schools at the same level as a charter school is allowed to build. You can go to any parish community charter built an addition for far less than what we built. So this is a good example of why we need to be advocating for us to have that same kind of guideline. And we don't. I mean, I don't necessarily want to say charter schools, you've got to build up to our standards. I say school districts, let's all be on an even playing field as county buildings. They have a code that they go by, churches and whatever, stores, marketplaces. Why can't we follow the same building codes? Why are schools, and I understand we have a need for shelter capacities and all of that, but those are pretty much already in our building code for hurricane strength. Even our homes have to be at a certain code anymore. So this is a perfect example for everyone to be advocating for us to follow the same building codes as municipalities and county building codes. We're just held at a higher standard, and it just baffles me that the size of rebar in a county building versus the size of a rebar in a school building is so much greater. And concrete is concrete. You know, you using the concrete we use in today's, down here especially, is just, can withstand the storms that we go through. We just went through some. Didn't blow over any concrete building, that's for sure. Damaged a few roofs and fence, but anyway.
Mr. Tatum was.
Sorry.
Yeah, that was the point I was going to make. And I know I've had this conversation with Dr. Weissong and Mr. Rinaldi a lot, and I certainly respect all of your opinions, especially Mr. Rinaldi, since he's been doing this for 40 years. But yeah, these school building prices are getting out of hand, and we should all advocate for modification of what's called the SREP, the State Requirements for Educational Funding Statutes. And I had this conversation when I was at the finance conference last week, and I brought this up. And the new school board members, you could, some of them at least, you could just see the light go on. Like, they come up to me afterwards like, I need to contact you, I need to talk to you about that. I mean, this is just getting out of hand. And I understand the idea that, well, you know, we'll build a school that might last 60 years, and the charter schools will build a school that lasts 30 years, and then it's either pay me now or pay me later. But the reality is that it's one of those trade-off things, right? Like, we just can't afford these kind of building costs anymore. And, you know, the charter schools didn't blow down during the hurricane, and there's a lot of new technology out there that goes along with things like, I've talked to builders lately about this. There's drywall that's almost, quote unquote, almost as good as concrete for the interior of the buildings. And the builders consistently tell me that the reason your schools cost, like, you look at 68, almost $70 million for 1,000 seats.
Yeah.
And you go up to the parish school that was built, their addition was 1,000 seats, and it cost them $21 million.
Right.
I'm sure there's some differences. And I even asked, I said, how much more to make it a shelter? And the architect and the builder looked at each other and said about 3 million. So add 3 million on. Let's say we had to make it a shelter. The point is, yeah, we need to be advocating for that because it's just getting out of hand.
And we are, and it's in our priorities.
Right,
When you
and
guys
well-
go up there, though, keep in
And I actually had the same conversation with Dr. Weissong before he went up to his conference in Gainesville. There's 67 superintendents that should be advocating for this.
It's up to them to decide what they want to do, but we should.
Right, but I'm just recommending, 67, that, I mean, it impacts every district when we're building.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
It
not just
really
us.
does not matter.
We're talking literally billions
Billions
and
and
billions of dollars
billions.
of taxpayer money that could be
So-
saved if we were just
Right.
allowed to use the same building code as the charter schools. And if it's
Right.
good enough for those kids, you know, if we're worried about fire codes and stuff like that, I mean, if it's good enough for
gotta be
them.
up to code, yeah.
You know, if it's good
They're
enough
all
for them,
right.
whatever's good enough for the charter schools ought to be good enough for us.
Yeah, and my point is, it's just not a charter school. It's any building that's built in the county has to go through permitting. What's the difference in, you know, anyway.
I'd be interested to know so I just did a quick Google search. This is at Lakewood Ranch Prep, right? They put in, looks like they have about 400 or 500 seats over there, but they put in a weight room, a gym, black box theater, football field, tennis courts, and green space with artificial turf. I'd be interested. Maybe I'll just go over there and ask them, what did that cost you to build your upper campus? And, you know, it'd be interesting to know. Anyway.
And to finish up on your point about sharing green spaces for whatever, Lakewood Ranch uses county tennis courts. Right
Yeah,
next
and
door, right,
baseball, softball. yeah.
but all of it, it's just, yeah.
Seems to work. I mean,
Well, it does until it doesn't. And, and I've been out at a match for Lakewood Ranch where there's been,
Public people probably there.
they're waiting and
Yeah.
wondering when our match is gonna get over with.
Yeah.
You know, so, and they're kind of like, you know, and that's not good for kids, you know, to see that kind of attitude from adults. So I
was gonna
would be more supportive of, if we're gonna do this, I don't like the $200 million price, but I would work on the SREFS and advocate to get that, but I would also say we need to have our, if we're gonna do that, we would have to include, is that price include those kind of arenas?
Yes.
Tennis, football, baseball, okay,
Yes.
okay, yeah. So,
that's all I have. Thank
That's,
you.
yep, thank you. That's
Sorry.
all speakers. We can go to the next slide.
So this next slide speaks, to future site options, the land. We have 2 sites that are under negotiation, a new K-8, call it AA. It's on Buckeye Road and Pritchard Road, approximately 39 acres and at $3.6 million.
Is that the potato farm?
Yeah.
the potato farm,
Yeah.
yeah.
Then we have a new elementary site, A, on State Road 64. It's on Burnside Boulevard, Brayton, 20 acres and 1.8 million. There are 3 sites we're just looking for, and it's due to the growth, as you know. So we're looking for an elementary, new, that's right, new elementary site B, new middle school BB, new high school BBB, all in the parish area. You see the respective sizes there. 20 acres for the new elementary, new middle would be 30, and then high schools are typically 100 million, but if you do something, 100 acres, but if you scale it down, you can do less. So those are the projected sites.
That's what I was referring to.
Long-term, what are you
Future,
talking
future.
about then?
Future, yes,
5, 10 years?
we hope. Oh, I'm not sure. It'll all be based on growth, right? So we'll just be watching, monitoring numbers to see what they look like. As Mr. Penley said, we've been, 7,000 dwellings a year, so we'll see and monitor and see how things go.
I need to share something with you on acquiring future sites. There is a House bill proposed, I don't remember the number of it, and it was proposed last year. It did not pass. These bills generally take 2 or 3 years before they gain enough traction to pass. But this bill really discourages districts from buying property to hold on to for future growth, because the wording in it says that if you lose, and give me some leeway here, because it's been a little while since I've looked at it. It says if you have a reduction in capacity, not capacity, in enrollment by 1%, that you have to offer up any property that you have to a charter school or I think local governments.
Yeah.
What is it? Low income housing, yes. So, we're in a growth mode, but if you think about a 1% decrease, there could be 1 or 2 charter schools open, and they could take that much enrollment out of your system, and you'd be forced to dispose of that property then. So it's very discouraging to, from my perspective, to try to land bank any property.
Right.
Next up, I think,
forgot
is the
about
sellers.
Oh, all right. Okay, well, on to the funding of these future projects that Mr. Clark has been discussing here. So we all know that the 1.5 mil levy, it can be used to pay our debt service, which is the principal and interest payments. The 1.5 mil capital outlay for 24-25 fiscal year, the one we're in right now, is expected to generate $113.3 million for this fiscal year. Now that, as a reminder, that's at the 96% collection rate. And then we have been advised or told by our financial advisors that they've identified that best practice where they like to see the district keep their total debt service payments at 50% of the 1.5 mil levy. So that would be about $56.6 million in your annual lease payments. So we've all been talking COPS, and I realize we have to make sure we have to define that. That's the certificates of participation. So the COPS for 2025 issue, which is for these 2 new elementary schools that will be opening in 2026, will bring the total debt service to be an expected $33.5 million annually. And then this would still leave the district with room for approximately $340 million in additional projects before reaching that recommended total debt level service of 50% of the 1.5 mil levy. I only have 2 slides, so I'm going to move on to the next one before we have any questions here. Now, our financial advisors have indicated that with justification, like rise in enrollment, that kind of a thing, that a district can increase that annual debt service to the statutory maximum of 75% of the 1.5 mil levy. So for Manatee County School District, this means that we have room for a total of $745 million in additional projects. Now, as a reminder as well too, that the school district, while there's the state law that has that debt service calculation, using that 1.5 mil, that there is also, to be able to pay for annual debt service, the impact fees and sales tax funding as well. So it's not just the COPS that we've been talking about that pay for these future construction projects, including land purchases. And also as a reminder, and it hasn't happened here in a while, but our figures here, when we talk about the debt service, this is not including the future possibility of refinancing, and that would also lower our annual debt service payments. Some of the current outstanding COPS debt we have is a result of those refinancing of even older projects. So does anyone have any questions in regards to, I know we've had a good lesson on it from the investors back in
Yeah, we had a
September.
really good
Right.
workshop on that.
I do have a question on it, though. on your first slide, you said our 1 mil, capital is recollect at 96% rate. And then you say on your second bullet point that we're paying 56.6 million in annual lease payments.
No, that's the best practice.
Okay.
Best practice to,
So what are we paying?
We're at like 30%,
30.
28%.
so,
He
so,
was here, I think.
right, and when Mr. Glover gave the lesson for where the 2025 COPS would take us, that would make it like 0.443.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're not at 50%.
Yeah,
No.
we're nowhere near, we have, the fourth bullet.
Okay, let me-
Indicates just still how much room we have,
Right.
just in that best practice. You know.
I guess I'm getting to, what the point I want to get to is we're collecting at a 96% collection rate. But how much are we paying in interest and everything else? You know what I'm saying? I guess what I'm.
Yeah, like what are we currently paying?
Right.
For our debt? Yeah, I mean, we don't have the
Right.
numbers in this.
I mean,
Yeah, I don't have that right here.
if,
But they are detailed we actually have, when I brought the ACFR in September, in one of the notes, the financial statements for the long-term debt for COPS, you see principal column and an interest column.
and an interest column, right, right. I'm gonna look at that, because I'm like, how much are we paying in interest? If we're paying a lot in interest, you know, and I know we got a lot of financial wizards way far advanced than I am. I'm just curious at how much if the collection rate versus the interest rate. You know what I'm saying? That's where I'm at with that. Okay.
Mr. Tatum?
I don't know how accurate this might be, but I went to a mortgage calculator site. I put in $340 million at a 4% interest rate. I did away with all the property taxes, BMI, all that kind of stuff. And on a 20-year term, because that's how long our bonds are. Is that about right? The sellers are our bonds about 20 years or so?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Those-
So here it says that your mortgage payment is about $2 million a month, which would be about $24 million a year, I guess, which is something close to what we're doing. But anyway, it says that your total interest paid over that loan would be $154.479 million.
I would be more comfortable in
I know.
going back to the ACFR that I had.
But it's a big chunk of, it's many
Sure,
tens
yeah,
of
of course.
millions of dollars in interest, which goes back to why we have to reduce the cost of building these schools, because the more we have
Well-
to borrow, the more we have to pay in interest. I mean, it's just,
Yeah, for sure.
and you know, to be honest, you know, where we draw these lines and where the school zones are and all of the technicalities that have gone along with this is informative, and I need to hear it and know it. But I think as a board, at least for me, this is what I'm looking at. You know, this
The money.
part of it, the financial part of it, and making sure that we're. I'm sure Dr. Weissong is too. Don't get me wrong, sir. I know you are, but you know what I mean. That's you guys are the experts in where to draw these lines and how to do school capacity and school choice and all that kind of stuff. But you know, this is what I'm looking at, and trying to keep us fiscally sound and trying to take the burden off the taxpayers as much as possible.
Right, that's
So,
what my point is.
Yeah, is it?
Would the taxpayers,
Yeah.
would they rather pay interest or keep our debt down? I mean, keeping our debt down would be that 6% collection rate. I'm not saying raise taxes, don't everybody all get all out of hand there, but I don't know what the difference would be if you did it at 96.5%, if that would get our debt down, because
Well, the
I worry-
96 is just
Miss
what's
Ray,
coming
the
in from taxes.
96%
Right.
is just the collection rate.
Okay,
because
all right, I
that's
got
not
you.
Some people may not
100%.
pay.
We're not
I'm
going to collect
thinking differently.
100%.
All right, I'm thinking differently. So, all right, I got you. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Ms.
Yeah,
Muller,
got it.
could you? Are you done? I'm sorry.
Yes, go.
Would you please give us an estimate, not right this very moment, but what if we borrow $340 million at about whatever you think the interest rate is going to be, 4% or whatever, what's that going to cost in interest over 20 years? I'd be interested to. That number seems a little high, 154 million, but that's what this
get
mortgage
back
calculator
to you
says.
on
But
that.
I bet it's in the 50, 60, 70 million dollar range, somewhere around there.
We can have.
Run the numbers. Great, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Kearney?
Thank you. Yeah, Richard beat me to the punch. I wanted to make that same point about not what the school, a new high school would not cost just 200 million. There's probably another 80 to 100 million in interest we pay, so the true cost would be near 300 million for the school. There's another factor too that has been touched on, but I just wanted to come back to it. And Mike, I agree with you. You said at the beginning, you know, with the interest rate environment we're in, you know, we'll see where these tariffs go. If they go anywhere, they might be gone next week. We don't know. But we're already in a world of high interest rates, inflation and high interest rates. So that's very scary. And then I think, I forget which slide it's on, but there was a reference to the innovations in school vouchers. And there's two things happening there. That's going to affect our district-operated schools enrollment is that, was it last year the legislature removed the income cap
Yes.
on the voucher program? So we're going to lose even more kids to private schools because they can get a portion of that tuition can be paid. Charter enrollment just continues to rise year over year, so that's going to take more district kids away. I mean, they're still our kids, but they're going to take them out of our district-controlled schools. So there's so many variables at work here. There's so many moving parts that, like, really what we're doing today, not to this length and depth maybe, but like almost to me requires like a quarterly check-in, like where are interest rates, what are maybe annual, or twice a year, where are interest rates right now? What's our enrollment numbers at? Because Mike, I didn't realize
So, Mr. Kennedy, I
that.
might add that our
that
financial
house bill.
advisors do keep an eye on those rates currently, and I just, last week I was discussing with them, they are still watching it. It is not time for
Yeah, we
financing
can't
it.
refinance anything because the rates are higher than when we
Well,
issued the debt.
So, but they are keeping that it's not just quarterly, they are keeping an eye on this on a regular basis.
Gotcha.
It's not even monthly, it's more often than that, so,
Yeah, the free money days are gone for now.
But I do agree. I think this beyond the rezoning, different things like that, like the future stuff, I think has to be looked at almost half a year, right? Like in the summertime, when we get our well, I guess maybe in a month or so, get our projected enrollment for next year. You know what I mean? Like you just never really know, and you won't know until school starts anyways. And so, yeah, I mean, I think this is all fluid. You know what I mean? I agree with you.
So, yeah.
And I think this is, you know, to the earlier point, why we're having IT build more dashboards that are going to give us real-time information. Because at the cabinet level, we're talking about all of this, if not weekly, certainly every other week, we're looking at what's happening with these numbers. Because, and again, we're talking about the capital budget, but then more schools is more fixed
teachers,
costs, right? More units of overhead. And so there's the operating impact too.
I don't see no one else is lit up to speak, so we can move on to I think the next topic is start time.
We're gonna, we've got one more piece in there, and this won't take very long because obviously we ended up in some pretty deep conversation today, but just because the policy requires me to do the periodic review and present you with the results of that review, we've kind of given you all the inputs and all the data, and so formally these are my findings. Enrollment is continuing to climb even with increasing school choice options. Right now, we have too many schools that are either nearing or at overcapacity. And again, they're spread throughout the district, not just in one area, creating that kind of cascading effect. We don't believe that we can use school choice options to remedy the capacity concerns, largely due to transportation limits, traffic congestion, distance between schools. Clearly, future residential housing growth is going to further constrain capacity in at least 2 of the school service areas. And finally, at a minimum, we have newly constructed facilities that necessitate the creation of new attendance zones. And obviously, that will also impact other current residential attendance zones. And so that is essentially the kind of key points behind all of this data that, and all these conversations that we've been having internally for months now. And so that, kind of ends the periodic review that's required in policy. We are going to jump to school start times. This is the kind of fish out of water topic, but we do have to discuss it because, again, our timelines are going to run parallel to each other. And so as complicated as a potential community-wide attendance zone adjustment sounds, if we also have to move school start times, you introduce several more layers of complexity. And so we're not going to spend a ton of time on this today, but I at least want Mr. Jensen to walk you through what the requirements are and kind of where we're at, because we do need to start having this conversation.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Weissong. So to introduce an additional layer of complexity and to make Mr. Clark in transportation truly busy this year, House Bill 733, way back in 2023, added some language around, added some requirements related to public school start times, and you can see them listed below. These would be required beginning with the 26-27 school year. So like Dr. Weissong said, not this upcoming school year, but the school year afterwards, 26-27, and kind of concurrent with the timeline for the rezoning. The new requirement would essentially be that middle schools cannot start before 8, high schools cannot start before 8:30, and there is no requirement placed on elementary schools. And so if you start, obviously no decisions have been made about this. This is a process we'd get into as a leadership team and with the board in detail over the next several months. But as you kind of start doing the mental arithmetic around this, right? You're either looking at having really early elementary start times, probably something like 7:30 in the morning, in which case you have elementary kids potentially waiting in the dark for school, going to school early, or extremely late, potentially elementary or middle start times. So that introduces a level of complexity. You can think of the impact it would have on things like sports and other extracurriculars at the high school level, as well as students' ability to work either before or after school. There's just a lot of complexity around, one, how this impacts, how our schools operate, but also how our families and the community operate. And so as we think about our school zones and our new schools and all of the changes associated with that, we simultaneously have to be thinking about this. There has been repeal legislation filed in both chambers this session, but obviously we don't know what the future of that is going to be. And then we're just going to have to, continue to keep the board updated and plan internally around operationalizing this, planning as it will, as it's going to happen, unless during the legislative session something changes. And of course, we'll be working not just with our schools, teachers, administrators, and the board. Will be working with families and getting feedback from all of our community stakeholders as well.
Mr. Tatum?
Mr. Jensen, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for that information. So on the consortium call, the Central Florida School Board consortium call that was on Monday, maybe you guys are aware of this because you usually hit farther ahead than I am on this kind of stuff, but one of the counties on there, this came up as a topic, and one of the counties has already kind of bit the bullet and has just done it. And the comments from the school board member were, it was painful, but we're making it work. And I don't know if it's worth, do you know who I'm talking about? Or, well, the reason I'm being that, rather than us reinventing the wheel, you might go over there and at least talk to them and say, hey, what have you guys done? That's my point. That's
Absolutely. There were several counties that when this requirement was, went into effect, they just bit the bullet right away and decided to use it. Maybe it was something they'd already been thinking about, but they made that transition. I think, like you said, there was probably a lot of pain associated with it, but also I think not all communities across the state probably have the same appetite for that change, right? Different working conditions in different counties, different structures, socioeconomic needs, and so I think really engaging with our community is going to be pivotal for this, because obviously we will learn from the ones who've already done it, but I think there's going to be some nuances here in Manatee that those counties maybe didn't have to face.
Okay, great. And the county that was speaking, I don't think was like a rural county with 1,200 students or something. It was something, if I remember, because I had that thought. I'm like, is this county similar to ours? It was like Osceola. I could go back and figure out who it was, but yeah, I mean, that's all. Someone's already done it, and they went through the pain, and they said overall it's working out well for them.
We will absolutely be learning from anyone who's gone through this change.
All right.
Ms. Baldwin?
I'm so wishy-washy on how I feel about this. I guess maybe back and forth is not wishy-washy, isn't quite the right word. Having taught high school and having kids sleep through first period class because they are so tired and their biology just doesn't function that early in the morning. But also knowing that so many of our kids were working and helping support their families as well is that other consideration, and that's not even including athletics and after-school activities and things like that. It's just, I'm very interested, and I'm glad we're going out to the community because I'm very interested to hear what they have to say rather than us just making an arbitrary decision.
Yeah, no, I've been on the soapbox before, and as long as this has come up, I'll jump on it again real quick. I am a huge proponent of the Start School Later movement. The brain science is very clear, and I took a run at this years ago and heard pretty much what's been brought up. Jobs, kids sports, transportation. But not just in Florida, but around the country. There are hundreds of districts that have made this change for the benefit of kids. Large, small, rural, urban. There are so many districts we can go look at and see how did you tackle it. Now granted, with the geography of our county, and we have a giant river running through the middle of us and too few bridges, we have a unique situation, especially when it comes to transportation. But, and honestly, I think this is probably going to get repealed anyway, so this is probably all a moot point for us. But just want to put this idea out there. We could always just shift the entire school day. So high school starts at 8:30 instead of 7:30. Elementary starts at 9:25 instead of 8:25, and middle school starts at 10:20 instead of 9:20. Now, you want to hear some people scream? Let's put that one out there for public feedback. But it's just, especially when it comes to adolescence, once that second wave of brain activity and brain development starts at about 13 years old, it's just so important for their whole rhythm changes. Adolescence, and that's why kids are sleeping through first period in high school.
If I was in middle school, though, didn't have to go to school till 10.
Think about what it would do.
A couple hours.
Think about what it would do for rush hour traffic. You pull all those school buses off the road during morning rush hour and afternoon rush hour. We did put this in our legislative priority of having flexibility. I think that's key.
Flexibility.
I think the flexibility is the key, and not. I don't disagree with the start time, being a high school teacher and stuff, and having kids. I get it. Not a lot of adults start their day at 7:30 with pre-calc or whatever. Brutal, right? So I agree with potentially moving it, but I think that's what when we talked about it as a board, just the flexibility instead of a hard, you can't start this or that. Having some kind of flexibility in it would be easier for us as an operational thing,
I agree.
But like you say, there's new legislation, so this could be a moot point in 2 months, right? But I'm glad you guys have it on the radar as we're doing this as well. It's smart because it is going to affect everything.
So do you think that this bill is going to be repealed?
Oh, I have no clue. I mean, I just know that it's in the House and the Senate.
And I'm looking at who's the education subcommittee for this.
I don't know who sponsored it and stuff.
I don't know who sponsored, but I do know who's on the subcommittee, at least one or two of them. Right. So it's.
Yeah, it'd be interesting.
It's gonna be interesting. And their next meeting's the 20th, so
Yeah.
anybody wanna reach out to your representative?
We're good there.
All right, so, board members, we're on the last topic. Appreciate, it was a very long workshop. We debated splitting it up, but I think that we just had to get through all of the data and get the conversation rolling. So my intention, board members, is to bring a recommendation to the February 25th, 2025 school board meeting. And the recommendation will be for you to authorize me to initiate the residential attendance zone revision process as outlined in 5120.02. The policy requires that my recommendation include a suggested timeline and communication plan. And so that will be part of the board agenda. If the board approves the recommendation on February 25th, the policy then requires that we hold at least one initial public meeting for the purpose of explaining the rezoning process, going through the criteria that we use for establishing attendance zones and providing public input. I will tell you, board members, that given the potential larger impact of this, we are working toward offering as many as 5 public meetings, one in each geographic area of the county. We'll use our high schools to host those. Again, the policy just requires one, but we want to be very transparent about this process, and so we're tracking toward holding 5 of those meetings. Then the policy indicates that after considering public input, the superintendent will develop a minimum of 3 rezoning plans that would then be presented to the public at a second public meeting for review and input. It will take us some time to develop those plans, and we likely need to have at least one additional workshop to talk through some of the pieces that you all asked for today. And so the notion is we would develop at least 3 of those plans, go back, do those public meetings, get more input, and then the process says that then my team and I take all of that input and then either come to the board with a recommendation to advertise one of those 3 plans or to revise and continue to iterate the process. And so, again, we don't envision this being anything that gets done quickly. I will say that if the board does approve the recommendation to initiate the revision on the 25th, we will go live with a new web page on the website that'll be the central repository for all of the available resources on rezoning, to include policy language, documents that are developed, timelines, the draft plans when available, how the public can provide input. We will use that Let's Talk interface that right now is on the transportation, ESE, and superintendent office pages. We intend to embed that right into the rezoning page, again, so that people can give us input anytime they'd like. We have a couple of different models for how this plays out. We foresee a 4 to 8 month process, just depending on scope, complexity, iteration, the time to hold all of those public meetings. And obviously, we would be bringing you regular updates at board meetings and workshops. And again, I'll finish up where we started. Nothing that we do here would take effect until 26, 27 or later. So 25, 26, we're set up and ready to go. And the other question that's commonly asked when communities go through this process is, who's exempt, who's not exempt. All of that is already in the policy that the board updated last fall. So again, when we get to those public meetings, we'll be able to explain who by policy is exempt. And certainly, with school choice and controlled open enrollment, even after the process is done, there may still be an opportunity for a family to get where they want to go. But that's the purpose of those initial public meetings, is to go through all those processes and parameters. I believe that is the end of our presentation.
Mr. Tatum?
Sorry, I have a question. Actually, a request, actually. And that is, when you come up with your at least 3 plans, it's not too much trouble. It would be helpful, for me at least, to see 3 to 5 pros and cons. Like, these are the top 3 to 5 pros on this plan, and these are the 3 to 5 cons of this plan. And that will be helpful to me to, yeah.
And with each plan won't just come a map. It, you know, there'll be all the data, all the parameters.
Right.
So it, you know, again, with all of the technology that's available now, there are a lot of different data layers that we can apply for analysis purposes.
And this is up to you whether you do it or not, but again, I'm thinking back to in my military days, is that COAs are what these are, courses of action, and you know, the commander would say, give me 3, but give me the one you recommend. And that might be interesting too, to hear, you know, which one you guys overall think is the one that will best suit the needs of what we have. And a lot of that data that you're going to show is, you guys would understand all of that for me to be able to decipher through all that. I'm just counting on you all to some degree as the experts. When you give me the pros and the cons, that's what I'm really looking for, right? I mean, there's data to support it, and I'll use some of that data, but you know, the pros and the cons, and then what would you if you were king, you know, which kind of you are to some degree, Dr. Weissong, but you report to the 5 of us, but you're the, you know, king. What would you do? So that'd be helpful. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Ms. Bragg?
What would be helpful for me, as we go through this process, I mean, just from what we already know, the rezoning's coming. It's probably a little overdue almost, because there's such capacity at some of our schools. But once we start this process, and I had this conversation with you, I just want the rest of the board members to know, I want to see the program of how it works. And this goes to you, Mr. Kennedy. When you did the rezoning for Parish, did you see the program? Because I remember watching in the gallery when you were moving a line and you could pull a street over or whatever. Did you guys have control, or did you have
That was for
not
redistricting.
Yeah, that was
redistricting.
political boundaries. That was really fun to do too, by the way. But that was our
Boundaries of
our
redistricting.
political districts.
That wasn't
That
school
wasn't
rezoning.
I know, but when we were doing the rezoning, I know that there were people in the gallery that were saying, please include this specific street, and you were referring
I see what
to,
you remember.
Oh,
Yeah.
see what I
high
mean?
school.
Right, which high school
When they dropped it
they were
underneath
gonna
that.
go to. And I almost distinctively remember you saying to, well, if we move it here, then this would add this many more students or that many. I didn't know if you had access to the program?
No.
Or if you were just looking at a Google map, for instance, or something.
Yeah, no, you're just real quick. What we're doing now is a totally different process from then, obviously.
Right.
And so when that was only school specific, and that's the nature of the question I want to ask about. But so the superintendent at that time put together 3 committees for each school. And said,
yeah.
Team A come up with an idea, Team B come up with it, and then Team A, B, and C got to come here in this room. They set up their easels, and they started, you know, pointing to things in this neighborhood, which I think is what you remember. But the board, me or any other board member, did not manipulate.
So we
any of
didn't
that.
have last year, we bought, or this year, but last year, a program for this specific thing to help. It's a very elaborate and expensive tool to help with this that will predict, that will project
Yeah,
the
and
students and stuff, so.
to your point, I think that would be, and if the board supports this idea, I think that would be a beneficial part of this process, is
Yep.
if whomever, as we're discussing this, if we had a live map, and in whatever the software program this
Right,
is,
that's my point.
if the public can see us moving lines and then adjusting, and then when you move the line, it adjusts your enrollment numbers, I think that'd be really beneficial for the public, if we can make that happen.
And I talked to Dr. Weissung about having a workshop that the board could actually see the program, see how it operates, and see how they're actually doing this. Because I know the 3 different ideas and you recommend the best one, but I'd like to see the program.
Yeah,
So-
oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
So we did acquire a mapping software program. And we're all learning the program now.
Right.
I certainly, once we fully understand its features and the vendor has made the customizations that we've requested, certainly if individual board members want a demo of the software, I think we can arrange that. I don't know whether live in the boardroom adjustments will be technically possible. I would counsel that I don't think it's advisable, nor, and I'll be as diplomatic as I can, nor do I think individual board members should be drawing maps in the software, respectfully. If
Oh, I'm
we,
not
if
saying
we,
it,
if we
right.
get to the point where we get to a recommended map and the board says, okay, we got this public input and we'd like to see these 3 variants, then we can go back, program the variants, right? And provide all of that data.
Right, I get,
Right.
I just want to
But-
be sure to see the.
Yeah, maybe in our board briefings, we can do a demo. I mean, I think it'd be cool to see, but I
Right.
do think though, live maneuvering is probably gonna be more difficult than like the redistricting and zoning
Right.
tool. Yeah, I think that maybe has some, I don't even know if like these laptops can even do it. Like, I don't even know what the system's on. I don't even know, right? So, but I do think it'd be cool, it'd be nice for us to see just a quick demo of, hey, here's how it works, and not necessarily saying that we do get to do it and mess with it, absolutely, but just to see a demo, to see what it looks like.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
that's
and
what I ask, is a workshop sometime between now and when we get to that point of boundaries, that we have that luxury of seeing what we bought and what it actually does. I mean, with every program, there's tweaks, and that sounds like that's what you're doing. That program is probably I'm not gonna say generic, it's a program that can be modified to specific districts, I'm guessing, based on what our data is, so it can project and so it can define different regions of what we're doing here. I mean, you have to certainly have to have the boundaries that are in there now so you can know where you're gonna go to in the future. So I'm sure it's been modified, the generic program, and I'm not demeaning the program itself. The program can be modified to our district, or any other district, to be honest.
All
Has the current
all of the,
zone.
all of the
Right,
maps
with
that
current
we-
zones.
The maps that we generated today, the earlier maps on the capacity all came out of the program, so they're pretty close to establishing our baseline. We do have some hiccups at the middle school level. The important thing and why I would caution not to do it in a public meeting is there is a lot of student data associated with it. When we move lines, we are immediately able to run reports, do student counts and things like that, and that's probably student data that's not appropriate to be displayed in a public meeting. And as Dr. Weissong said, it may be best to sit down and we can show you how it works and during the one-on-ones. But it's a fairly robust tool that gives a lot of information about the students as
Right.
we move them, and we want to make sure that the integrity and the privacy remains the way it should be.
I get that point of view, but I also think collectively, it's up to the rest of the board members, but we could do a shade meeting on the program. It's just to see the program and understand
I don't think we're
it.
legally allowed to do that.
No.
I think
I just
for the
wanna
sake
see
of
it
time,
right.
I think we can discuss this for sure. We got 4 to 8 months on this, but I do agree that I want to see. I think it'd be nice for us to see it and know that this is a program, it's working, et cetera.
The vendor has a generic version that could be presented to the board, I believe.
Oh, you mean like that doesn't have our data? Oh, I see what you're
Right,
saying.
that's what I'm saying, a
Yeah,
generic
we can maybe
version.
find out, sure.
I mean, they had to come to you and go through purchasing and show you what the program did, correct?
Yes.
It probably had
and that's-
generic data. Every student name was Jane, I don't know.
I see what you're saying.
See what I'm saying? There should be a way that that program can be presented not only to the board, but to the public without disclosing, student information or anything else.
Well, yeah, you guys can figure it out.
Okay?
I'll make that.
One more thing. By the way, I did not mean to imply that board members should be creating attendance zones. If I said that,
Right.
I did not mean that.
No,
if I said
no,
that.
you didn't. I just
Oh,
wanted to
okay.
be clear that again, it's, I think it's better for us to take that on, and that way if the board isn't
completely
happy with
agree.
the work, you reject it and give us new direction, and we'll go back and
No, I completely
bring you what you want.
No, I just, I brought that up, and Joe, you're right. Like, as soon as I said that, I thought about, even if we're just looking at dots on a map where kids are, that's probably a FERPA violation right there, even if it was just numbers. But what I wanted to, just one final piece before we go into the, how do you plan to frame this to the public? Because from the last time around, if residents remember that, it was, we're only doing this for this new school and then the feeders that will be affected or the boundaries around it. Or will this be more of a global countywide, we're going to make little fixes here and there? So I'm just wondering is this a more global approach, or are we going to do this more focused on the new construction? And
I think it's a global thing.
I think we certainly could be more narrow in scope. It would be easier on the team to do that. The problem is if we don't address some of the other issues that you saw, then I think we're missing an opportunity to make the student experience a little bit better, right?
yeah, I totally agree. I think it should be a global look, and as long as we're doing this, let's do it big, let's do it right.
Right. And having said that, again, to Mr. Tatum's earlier point about pros and cons, right? We may bring a map that says, look, we were able to fix everything. But you may look at the number of families affected and say, no way, go back to the drawing board. And then we may come back and say, here's a different map that doesn't fix all the issues, but affects a lot fewer people. And I think that's why when we reworked the policy, we didn't say, we're just going to bring you one map and you can either adopt it or reject it, right? Because there are going to be so many variables for us to look at, right? And that's why you start with several options and you kind of narrow down. And then when you get down to that last map, it really is, and this is where the public input is going to be so important. It might be a parent saying, hey, your software's showing this, but actually the way this line draws, you just split a cul-de-sac, right? And then we're going to get in our cars and drive over and go, gee, you're right, we've got to shift that a little bit because you want to get that right for families.
Yeah,
so,
that happened last time around, too.
Right.
Yeah.
So that and that's where, again, that's kind of that filtering process. But again, we may get to a point where we bring you something that's more comprehensive, and you just say, nope, that's too much disruption. Let's be more surgical, and then we'll go in that direction. But again, I think we're looking to bring you multiple options.
Okay, yeah, no, I support the full comprehensive approach for sure.
Right. And to add on to that, I just want the public and every parent out there, anyone that's got a student in our district, it's not going to affect all of you, but it's going to affect our community, our student population. It's going to affect. I mean, we just can't get around it. And I like the holistic approach. I mean, we're going to do it right. Go big, go home. That's what they say. But I think that this is, I don't want to have to go through this again. I mean, there's two things when I, decided to do this was getting a new superintendent in and the rezoning. I knew both of those were gonna be on the board's plate. And this is one of those things I'll have sleepless nights over because it's that important to me that we get it right. It may not be perfect, but in my heart, I'll feel comfortable that I did the right thing, and that's where I'm at with it all. And it's gonna be hard communicating to I remember now, Mr. Kennedy, the 3 different groups, and they all came and did the presentation. I totally forgot that piece.
Each school had
Yeah,
3
each
groups.
school, yeah. So,
very cumbersome.
but this, it's too big for something like that. So we will rely on expertise and community input as well. So hopefully the convention center will be done and we can meet up there if we have to. But
All
yeah,
right.
so,
Sounds good. Thank you all very
Uh,
much.
got one more.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just wanted to first, second, pretty much what everybody else has said. I totally agree with Mr. Tatum about bringing us some pros and cons. I really would like to see that. So we can help weigh this. And I just want to thank all of you for being here and doing this 7-hour marathon with us today and going through all of it. I appreciate doing it all at once instead of trying to break it up and keep it together in our heads. And then I just want to ask our community to please be patient with us. Everything that comes out is not going to be set in stone. So please don't attack us with emails and phone calls right away and say, oh my gosh, you've destroyed where my kids are going to go. Please be patient with us. Please be patient with the staff. They're doing their best. This is going to be hard. But we will do our absolute best for our students and our families. And please keep that in mind that we're doing the best we can.
Thank you, board.
Thank you
by the
all
way.
very much.
Thank you.
All right, y'all have a good long weekend. Happy Valentine's Day. We're adjourned.
Oh, it's President.